Get you off my mind.
guys, welcome in to another PUBG game show, but this time with a slight twist. This is PUBG Jeopardy. I'm Mark Power, joined by the amazing Beamy, it's Chris and Gustav, heading to head. For those that don't know how to play Jeopardy, we've got a series of categories that have points valued against them. The higher the points, the more harder the question, but there's a twist. If the person gets the question wrong, they will get negative points, but if they get it right, they get the plus points, but they also get to pick the next question. Gustav, I hear you're going first, mate. Are you ready for this one?
I'm locked in. I already know what I'm picking.
Nice. Beamy, are you going to win, or are you going to leave it down to It's Chris to carry the loads? Who's taking this?
Gonna be full coin flip. We're gonna see how it goes.
We'll see. Chris, you've done a few of these before, mate. Slightly different. You ready?
No. I'm not.
Always confident, Chris. Absolutely love it. Right, let's get things cracking. Obviously, Gustav, you have the first pick, mate. Over to you, mate. What category, and more importantly, what value do you want to go for?
Send me on a history 1000.
History 1000. We're locking in. Okay, history for 1,000 points. In the very first PGI, this team came in. Oh, Beamy buzzed in first.
Liquid.
Team Liquid is the correct answer. Talk about a way to get going there. But more importantly, you now get to pick the next question.
Maps 400.
This POI is the most west point on Tago. This point of interest is the most west point on Tago. It's Chris with the special instant being me slightly after. So Chris, for the point of interest.
Go for Harpo.
Go. Harpo is the correct answer. Chris, for the third question, mate, you now get to pick the category and the level.
I go for weapons 200.
The SMG that's exclusive to an airdrop. Oh, Gustav, that was quick, mate.
P90.
The P90 is the correct answer. Gustav, you now get to pick. Are you going to go extreme again?
Yeah, I mean, I need to catch up to Beamy, so I have to go extreme. I'm not going to sit here and pick, I'm going to pick a 200. So he's sending it in on... I'm wondering which 1,000 would be the best here. I'm thinking vehicles.
The amount of land vehicles in PUBG. What is the amount of land vehicles in PUBG?
I'm not bothering, bro.
I'm not bothering.
Any guesses? Gustav has buzzed. He's going for it.
I mean, I'm lost in this one actually, but I'm saying like there's 13.
I can confirm to you that is the wrong answer. We got no other takers. Okay, 24.
Close enough. Close enough.
That was close enough. Because no one guessed, Gustav, I'll let you go again.
I'm sending it on a map 1000 anyway.
You go for a map 1000. You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I need to catch up.
According to the Lord, Kang Jae Mao was serving a sentence in this point of interest. He was serving a sentence in this point of interest.
I'm sending it in. I'm clicking the
buzzer.
buzzer.
Hit the buzzer then.
I'm clicking the buzzer.
Okay, go on then.
This guy was serving a sentence on Tago in prison.
Okay, what's the prison? What is the location called? What is the name of the location?
Is it not called
I can't just take prison.
Tago.
No.
There's a bit before prison.
There's more.
There's more to it.
It's not just prison.
It's not just prison. There is a bit before prison. The sentence and prison, they go hand in hand, Gustav. So you ain't getting a point there, mate. So there's a name of the prison. I just need to know the name of the prison, mate.
It's very simple.
But it's very simple. You were gonna laugh.
Yeah, you're full of things. Like you are gonna be so tilted if you don't get
it. I'd say this.
Tago prison.
I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, this one for free. That's wrong. Okay, now you guys, Chris, Beamy, you got the option to buzz in, mate. You got 5.
But if
4,
it's wrong, then
3.
Whatever,
yeah, minus points.
Beamy's
going in. Let's go, Beamy.
I mean,
okay, let me just.
Hosan prison.
Hosan prison is the correct answer where he was serving.
Did I lose 1,000?
Yes, mate. Yeah. And
I'm gonna rage quit. Well. I'm gonna rage quit.
That is crazy.
Beamy, what category and what level do you want to pick?
That would take 1,000 weapons.
This AR has the slowest default reload speed.
I mean, I have to go here.
Oh, but you have attempted to go, but Chris has got first in.
I'll just go with the M4.
I can confirm to you the M4 is not the slowest reload speed. You have buzzed in, so you're ready to go, right?
I have no idea.
Safe. But you,
I have no
what do you
idea.
mean you have no idea? You've buzzed in. You hit the buzzer.
Yeah, but I
can see
have
it.
to. Either I'm gonna win this or I'm gonna go minus 6k. But I'm gonna go with...
Give me one quickly. Give me
I'm
one.
gonna go with the FAMAS. I'm gonna go with the FAMAS.
The FAMAS does not have the slowest reload. One final person. If Beamy wants to buzz in, he can do. But he's got such a lead, he could just throw it away with 5.
You buzz in here.
Ah, it's too boring if I don't. It's too boring if I don't.
No, Beamy's playing safe. He's buzzed in. We've hit the buzzer.
I'm just gonna say mutant.
The mutant is not the correct answer, unfortunately, guys. So no one gets there. So there's minus 1,000 points all around there. So let me just update my scoreboard. I can confirm the G36C with a whopping 3.8 seconds, I believe, is the one. So I just want to confirm we understand the concept of the game, that we need to get the questions right. You've gone aggressive, you've gone hard, we've got no more 1,000 questions up for grabs. That's it though for episode number 1. We'll be back next time where Gustav is going to try and climb back to victory as he answers the remaining questions. See you guys next time.
Chicken. New boss. Captain Crispy.
They have taken the game.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. My name is Teko. I'm going to be your host for the duration of today. And I'm joined by Toby and Mark on the analyst desk because we like to shake things up. Gents, it was a pretty good day yesterday, right? Lots of crazy action that we got to see.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was the exact start we would have wanted to get any dust or rust off of our knowledge of the game. We just throw chaos galore for 6 games straight. That was a good showing. A good showing.
Well, I can't disagree. When did we get to breathe? I think during the first 3 games, it was just hot drop after hot drop after hot drop, chaos after chaos after chaos, and that was only 6 games. We've still got another 2 days of action, unfortunately.
No breathing for you. That's not allowed anymore. You got to learn to run out of breath. It has been tons of fun. It's been great. Our first day of the group stages. And if you missed it, you definitely missed out. But don't worry, we'll catch you up really fast. We'll start by explaining to you what it is that you're actually watching, of course, because for PEC Fall, we have 3 weeks of PUBG action. The group stages happening right now. So we've got 3 groups. We saw Group A and B yesterday. We get to see A and C today. And so far and so forth, and all that'll go tomorrow. I'm not even going to get into it. But then what happens is we have our last chance stage in a week's time, and then finally we'll have our top 16 teams competing in those grand finals, hoping to get their share of that $50,000 prize pool. That is how it is all playing out. I'm a huge fan of the last chance stage. Toby, something that we introduced a couple of PECs ago, but it is definitely, I think, just adds like a whole new fun element to everything, having what is essentially a double elimination bracket, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's the only right way to do it, because yesterday I think is a great example of how chaotic things can be, and how no matter how much you try and prepare coming into a group stage, there are just going to be so many factors playing against you, so many things you cannot predict no matter how hard you try. So giving the teams that maybe stumbled a bit to kick things off a chance to say, oh wait, at least now we've seen what the entire 24 teams has to offer. Now we can plan coming into last chance a week later and then make it into the finals. I think we get the best grand finals doing it that way.
And obviously the reason that this is so important, and this is the PUBG landscape, if you like, when you're playing competitive, is every event is giving you an opportunity to get one step closer to qualifying for that global championship at the end of the year mark, which is where every single team wants to be. So while we talk a lot about the prize pool, while we talk a lot about the prestige of being called the PEC Fall Champions, there is also those PGC points up for grabs.
Yeah, and there's multiple ways to obviously get to PGC, and this is going to be one of the routes, right? So obviously we've got 3 slots for these teams that will finish first, second and third, but then you've got to take out any kind of our global partner teams. In our case, it's Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. So it's, yes, the prize pool is nice to ensure you get some cash, you get the lion's share of the prize pool, but they'll be really focusing in on trying to secure as many of these PGC points, because they've done part of this already early on in the year. This is arguably one of the last chances, or if the last chance they're going to be able to do it, unless they go to LAN. So a top spot, a first, second or third, excluding those obviously global partner teams, and getting your opportunity to go get some more points is sort of key for these teams.
And there you go. We have an opportunity to see what those PGC standings look like right now, Toby. And of course, GK winning PEC Spring means they're sitting right at the top.
Yes, exactly. Had a really good performance in the earlier part of the year. And I think this is a pretty good showing of what you need to do. I mean, if your FaZe set with 55 points off of PEC Spring, and knowing that this is literally your last chance to try and qualify, not just for the upcoming PGS events, but for PGC as well, because the only way you get there is via PGS. And then from there, you try to get enough points to make your way through to PGC. I mean, FaZe, if they don't make it into the top 3 here and make it to PGS, their year could be over in September.
Which is actually mental when you think about it. This organization, that illustrious name, Mark, and we're talking about, well, if they don't do very well here, that's it. FaZe it's done for the year. I never thought we'd be sitting having that conversation. And I'm pretty sure the players didn't think this either, because if we think back to what happened yesterday, you won't see them play today, but yesterday they came in guns blazing, if you want. They were so aggressive coming into this, making sure they could get points on the board. It's almost like the same thoughts we were having, they've been having as well.
Obviously, they've lost that global partner team. They're a regional partner now. So, yes, they don't have to go through the chaos that is the open qualifiers. They get invited to this stage, but they've got a point to prove. Have they performed the first part of the year? It was okay. It wasn't enough, let's be honest, especially for the FaZe fans. But it was good to see. They came out day number 1. They had a point to prove. Now, obviously, they're in second place. We'll look at the leaderboard a bit later. But arguably, it definitely felt like FaZe was the main topic of conversation on day number one. They seem to always be there. They seem to always be getting towards the end circles, and that's good to see. They were so hyped, Sam, that even in the PAS qualifiers for day number one, all of the players were in chat there. So the guys weren't just pumped in our games. They store awake, get the energy, and they're still in chat for PUBG later on, cheering on their colleagues over in North America. So it's good to see. It's good to see FaZe seems to be back.
It would seem that Mark was also pretty pumped because he was in that chat as well. So you stayed up late. You stayed up late to watch that as well. One of the things that both of you have watched and you've had a chance to see, and I'm curious because I did pose this question to Kylaris and Avenger in the pre-show yesterday, but I'd love to get your take on this as well. We talk a lot about the big boys, those big names that we're very familiar with, but one of the things that we need to focus in on is the qualifiers, because there were these teams that worked their way through the qualifiers to get here. If you had to take a look at that EU qualifier on your screen right now, I mean, standout teams for you, maybe one or two, Toby, that you're going, hey, I'm going to keep an eye on them. You can also cheat because you did get to see some of them yesterday.
True, but I'm actually not gonna. I'm gonna pick a group C team that we haven't seen play yet. And since I remember Mark yesterday briefly mentioning Win or Die, I'm not gonna take them. I'll leave them for him to take. Instead, I will mention Eternal Fire. They are a great full Turkish roster with Sheila, Ketpa, The Mad, and Code Marco in full force. And I think going maybe 2-3 years back, people would know too much about the majority of them, but Code Marco would already then stand out as one of the best mechanical players coming out of Turkey. Now, the region has expanded into, I mean, I don't even know how you say it, but there are so many good individual players in Turkey as a whole now that Code Marco, while he's still one of the top performers, is not even necessarily the best Turkish player anymore. But still, that's a roster with so much potential and a roster that we've seen play big tournaments before and actually be able to go up against some of the biggest players. So yes, they make their way through the qualifiers to this, and I mean, I'm very curious to see what they're going to be able to deliver.
Mark, for you, in agreement with Toby, or is there another team you'd want to bring to our attention?
Yeah, you can't take Eternal Fire away from the EMEA qualification. So there'd be a team definitely to look for. For me, it'd be a team we're looking at today. It'd be Win or Die. Definitely, as Toby mentioned, there'd be one that's they've always been a fan favourite of mine. They put in the hard work. They work out in scrims. Yes, a year ago they didn't really get the start to the year, and that kind of set the tone. They didn't really see them sort of perform. I feel like coming through the qualifiers, this team has been aggressive. They've been arguably up there every single round. So they're definitely one to keep an eye on. Obviously, we've already seen the likes of Vorpal Sword. Hands of Hope is the other one for me, Sam. Like, yes, we saw them yesterday. Maybe they didn't have the first day that they wanted, but I definitely feel like on their final 6 games, I think this is a team that will look for trying to get to a top 8 position. So they've got a big star lineup. I definitely feel like they're a team that they might not be as aggressive as a FaZe, not being aggressive as a BB team, but they will sit on the outside edge. They will look for the third party, but their key focus is trying to get to the end game. So definitely a team to watch out for me.
So we'll get to see some of those names today. We also get to see 2 names that we saw yesterday that had very similar trajectories to FaZe throughout day one, always making sure they were in the top 4, top 5. Geeky getting 2 chicken dinners, 2 wins there as well. So able to, as Avenger would say, sponge up the points. And it is Geeky and Ascend. I want to talk a little bit about both of them now. What do you think that they were doing right, Toby, to be able to find themselves in such an advantageous position? Here it is on the overall leaderboard at the end of day one.
I mean, honestly, I think had it not been for BB team and FaZe, who obviously aren't playing today, had it not been for them too, Geeky and Ascent would have sponged up even more. But because both BB and FaZe played incredible, there were only so many points left available. Both Geeky and Ascent, they did what they usually aren't that good at, which is weathering kind of the crazy seas of first days of a tournament. But Ascent, they kind of stuck to their playstyle, played it slow, stayed on the edge for the vast majority of it, and played in with control, most importantly. It did get hectic at times, but even in those sort of situations, whether it be the addition of Aniko, I'm not sure, but even in chaotic moments where in tournaments past you would maybe see Ascent fall short with a 1 or 2 point game, kind of stumble at their first opponent, here they were able to outlive quite a few early fights and get away with like a solid 6-7 points per game, which yeah, in the grand scheme of things, pulled them up real high.
Mark, in agreement with Toby?
Yeah, they played the zones very well. Let's break it down. So Sen played the zones very well. We saw them neighbouring BB team quite a number of the games, especially that we was casting the earlier ones. So their focus very much is sort of getting into that zone. Now, they've changed a few things up. We've seen them obviously not going for the, especially on Miramar, they're not going for the water treat drop. They're going for more of a northern approach. They're coming on the outside. Wasn't the case. A little bit more of a centralised play for them. Different style. They got caught on the outside, so they had to play the outsiders and work their way in, but they sort of always found themselves with a nice balance, getting placement points, but more importantly making sure they get a number of kills. Their survivability was really, really good as well. Geeky, on the other hand, for me, had a little bit of a slower start yesterday. They weren't as explosive, especially in the first couple of games, but we saw them settle down, maybe nerves, whatever it might be, but they found themselves, those final 3 games were kind of the explosive games for them. They sort of worked their way in Tego Rondo, and obviously didn't roll into a wrangle. But what I really like about that Geeko play at the moment is kind of a 3-1. We see Diffix just playing out a little bit on his own, but his role is so important. He's stopping pushes, especially when we look back on the Miramars. He was the one trying to stop the push coming over the hillside. So they're playing critical roles on each other, but I really like the different styles that both these teams are bringing. I think for me, I'd count both these teams in the top 8, and I know it's really good to see an ascend there, because historically we've seen them kind of struggle their way through. They've not kind of got the momentum on the first day, so it's really nice to see the ascend, and especially for their fans actually having some really explosive starting. They're up in the top 4s most of these games.
But here's the thing, the 2 big dogs of the EMEA region are in the mix today. We didn't get a chance to see Twisted Minds or Virtus Pro yesterday, but today that is going to happen. And we talk about Twisted Minds this way. We call them the big dog because, of course, they're coming off the back of an Esports World Cup win. This is a team that has just represented the region so well. But they weren't that great at PEC Spring, Toby. So could we see that fall off, a PEC fall as well?
It's, again, I mean, I briefly mentioned it yesterday, but to go back to it, I mean, Twisted Minds is notorious for being the team that always falls into last chance, because they don't like the chaos. They like to have this, I mean, there's a reason, it's a brain, that's their logo. They like this cerebral, high IQ lobby to go into where they can predict kind of where everyone is going. They know what they're used to going up against. It's like people that play, I don't know, 2-hour chess versus people that play and practically move the pieces around before, like blitz chess, where you move your pieces around way too fast and you can't even think. It's just all intuition. They like to sit and think about things, and when you give them a lobby like we saw yesterday, I don't think they would have necessarily fared too well in yesterday's lobby. And that's why at the end of the show yesterday we were saying, if today gets as crazy as yesterday was, I think Twisted is going to be very happy that there is a last chance to play, because they like it more structured, as we can see here, comparing to EWC, which is obviously a way higher skill ceiling than what we see regionally. They're really good when it comes to these lobbies with very well-structured teams. But here in the Chaos Regionals, it can be difficult for them.
I think we'll take your question, or what were your comments, and maybe we'll frame it in a question for Avenger and Kylaris, who are going to be casting the first game. Quick check-in with them. Kylaris, I'd love to know from you. Do you agree with Toby? Do you think that the sort of chaos that we see in the region is going to be a struggle for Twisted Minds today?
Well, maybe. In group stages, they have a hard time. Obviously, the big dogs are being complimented by the small dog here, who's a big fan of Twisted Minds, although he wants to run away.
Get me out of here! Get me out!
Do you know this is what happens when you don't pay Floof her day rate and you put her on camera? That was what that was. She was like, I'm not paid to be here.
No, true. Yeah. Sorry, Floof. Oh, we'll let you go. We'll let you go, Floof. It's fine.
Avenger, you going to give some of your day rates to Floof now, seeing as we've put her on camera?
I mean, I've multiple times sat with her and petted her and gave her little treats and stuff. So yeah, she's I'm already in there, you know. So she already loves me. She doesn't love a lot of people, so I'm already on the good side of her.
So Avenger's saying you could get her to work for free. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Anyway, thanks, gents. We will see you in the game. This was a great conversation about Twisted Minds and what we can expect from them. I'm sure that you enjoyed that deep diving analysis from our commentators. And hopefully we made you laugh. If we did, that's great. You need to try and make us laugh now. If you want to win some G coins, we have a lot up for grabs. And make sure you are following us all over social media because you can submit memes, GIFs, AI, screen grabs of floof if you want. And if you can find a way to make us laugh, you could win. But there's lots of other ways as well. Maybe you aren't funny, which is completely understandable. Not everyone is Toby. So if that is the case, then there's some other options as well. We have the history books running. That's going to be happening. If you have been watching PEC for many years and you feel like you are up to date and you know what's happening, this one is for you. And then we also have what is my personal favorite, the art contest. If there is a PUBG skin that you have had in your brain for a long time, you can design it, you can showcase it for us, and the top 5 submissions will win, like you can see on your screens. Once again, you just need to go over to social media. This is where you get to submit all of these. There is one more, which is so much fun. If you haven't noticed, at the end of the day, when all the matches are complete, we have a sort of post-show podcast. And what you can do here is you can submit your questions to us using that hashtag PEC4Mic. And if we choose your question, you can win. So there we go. Lots of ways to do it. But most important for me is you need to make sure that your DMs are open on X, because if you do win PEC, the PUBG team needs to message you. And if your DMs are closed, we won't be able to do that. So just keep that in mind. Go change your settings really quick. And I've also just got an update, 5,000 G coins if your question is chosen today. We're getting ready to jump into game. We'll be starting with Miramar, a whole new group coming into the mix. Toby mentioned it there, lots of chaos, possibly a lack of structure. Are you expecting that, Mark? Do you think it is going to be a little bit of a jostle with the elbows out on day number 1, match number 1?
Yeah, I would normally say no. Miramar is quiet, but I can't argue with it. It has to be, right? We saw aggressive start, Twisted Minds, VP are here. You mentioned that as well. I think they are going to be able to take the heat that is going to be Miramar. So I think they're going to bring a level of spice. And more importantly, they want to take their drop spots. Some other teams have been taking their location. So will we see dynamic changes? If not, we're going to see hot drops every single game again.
Toby, are you expecting that as well? I mean, it's day 1 for Group C, right? And this is arguably the strongest group that we've seen here in the group stages. Do you think that there will be teams trying to contest with them, or will everyone kind of give them their space?
I think if there's a time to do it, now is the time, when they're coming in right off the bench, so to say, in the tournament thus far. Now is when they are still trying to figure things out, might play a bit slower, so that might be in terms of fight to fight, the 2-second advantage you're gonna get in a single fight, because they're still trying to figure out what's happening around them. You can't let teams like Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro get comfortable in a lobby, because they will take full control, similarly to what we saw with FaZe and BB Team yesterday. If you allow them to do what they want, they will force you to play into their play style, which is something we've seen them successfully do against even better lobbies than what they're up against today. So for the lesser, I don't want to say skilled teams, because they're all really good players, but for the lesser experienced teams, don't give them space. I dare to go up against them, even if you see, oh no, it's example in the kill feed right over that hillside. Take the fight, because you're going to have to fight him eventually anyway if you want to win the game.
This is what I'm really curious about, is if experience will dictate how this is played out, Mark. And that is, I suppose, the question Toby's posing there as well. Will the experienced teams take control like we saw yesterday? Or will some of the new young guns come in and say, actually, not today. Today we want to be in charge. What do you think?
Today they've got to be in charge, because it's their first starting point, and you've got to remember this is potentially the last point for these guys and girls to get entry into the global scene as well. So will they give them the space? I think time will tell, and that time's running out at the moment. I think we're going to see a lot more pressure applied to some of these teams. The only good thing, though, about yourself, Toby, but what I didn't expect yesterday was the actual regional partner teams actually being the ones that were on top. I expect as you come through those qualifiers, they're the warmed up teams, and the rest of them have to kind of get warmed up to play. But actually, arguably, they were ready and raring to go.
It was very much a regional partners on top, and honestly, it could very well be so again today, unless if some of these open qualifier teams go out and make something happen as we finally get into the game. The plane path has brought us towards the northwest as the plane has left us. And you know what I like to see? On the kitchen team, the Finnish roster, just seen Squeaky on the server. You know, it's a name I haven't had a chance to talk too much about in these tournaments for quite a while now. So seeing our Finnish powerhouse player way up towards the northwest there it brings a smile on my face.
Kitchen done well as well for the groups. They did use the last game to get in, so they're definitely one to watch, or an outside bet, but they are one to watch, and it's good to see. Obviously, also have a couple of teams. You mentioned Eternal Fire. For me, Hive, Win or Die, as we said, there'd be really big hit-ins, but plane path's done. Looks like we're all going to potentially get some action underway. So let's hand over to the amazing casters, which should be James and Martin.
Thank you. Yes, ready to rock, ready to roll. We have got day number 2 of our group stage well underway. A Vanguard joining me here for our first games. The Dusty Dunes, mate.
Yeah, I'm happy to get a chance here to see the boys duke it out on Miramar. Obviously, 6 more games for Group A here today. DK on our screen right now and needs to maximize. We're talking about this 85, maybe 80 points kind of cutoff here. And yeah, they're already looking good with 54 points, James. Do you think they are going to be able to smash it out today now that BB Team FaZe and Navi's not in here?
Well, you'd think so, right? I mean, technically, we did have some big, heavy hitters coming in from Group C. That's undisputed. However, with what they need, with what they require to be able to move on through, I suspect they'll be able to get things done. So it'll be nice to see, of course, as they have a place like Chumacera all to their lonesome. You know what interests me, though, about Miramar throughout, I would say the last couple of, tournaments here regionally, is that, actually, it's not just Miramar. It's actually our entire map pool, really, when it comes to Miramar and Erangel, is that in EMEA, we don't really have a solid choice of team for our Picados, our Pachinkis. It feels like EMEA's kind of deviated a bit away from that. And, kind of, it's a bit more open for a lobby, per se.
I guess it's because once we get to our global tournaments, there's going to be a 17 or some crazy Apex team that's going to contest you, right? So is it worth it if you're gunning for that, spot? You want to have your games to start coming out of that. And I guess Eternal Fire, they don't really care. Like, it's the same kind of rotation we're going to see from them no matter what, but just a little bit better loot being in Picado. So that's great for them. But yeah, I completely agree. It's, respectable, historically Sonic/Falcons now have been Picado, Pochinki for a very long time, but also them, like, it's not worth contesting one of the best teams in the world that's just never going to move. So that's definitely one of the reasons. I'm excited to get Hive into the lobby here, though, James. Winner dies well in the distance there. I have somewhat big expectations for these guys coming in. It's going to be great to see, and also pretty excited for our full 24 team lineup. With also, we cannot see who's into the server and who's not, and then who's alive, who's not. It's great. Full information readily available right there in your face. And as you can see here, James, and as you can see out there, all the viewers, BB Team FaZe already on a huge amount of points. Navi, so 3 of our top 5 hitters from yesterday not playing today, which makes it a little bit easier for some of the teams coming in, because obviously, if you had teams in the lobby today as well that was going to have 60 plus points, it's going to just be extremely difficult to kind of duke it out against them.
Yeah, I do suspect tomorrow is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, right? With BB, FaZe, Navi, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, all in the same lobby. Well, we'll be seeing that tomorrow. That'll be good times. But for today, I think that I also have to echo your sentiments. I have high hopes for good old Hive. Obviously, we've been able to watch them look brilliant in the PPT. That is undisputed with what they've been able to show. Whether or not they can make it happen here in PEC, though, we will see. The lobby here is quite powerful indeed, as we do on board with Krint, as Schiller is overlooking them here from Eternal Fire. They were mentioning on the desk as well, they're looking at Eternal Fire to try and make some waves. This is a great roster. It's just a shame for them that they've not been able to really elevate themselves to the international stage as of late, considering that I would say that they do have the ability to make it happen.
Would you say you have higher hopes for Hive or for Win or Die when it gets to this here? As you see, Eternal Fire actually taking a few shots at Krint, a little bit closer to each other. I think Shilla's going to get a way off here, so you're going to have a chance to answer that.
Ooh. It's a tough one, right? Because I think both, obviously, we just saw a knock from Hive go up against Win or Die, but I think Win or Die, obviously, when it came to their spring performance, looked brilliant relative to the entirety of the lobby. But for me, I might be erring on Hive's side here from what I've seen recently. How about you?
Yes, kind of same. Oh, Godfrey actually got boosted. Lurks got Godfrey though. Circus Crew already in a fight here with Slam G as we start an early fight here on Miramar. A somewhat, central fight off to El Pozo here. To the western side of the center. So Silas now, looking down at the guys, see if he can kind of back this up. Not really happening here. Lurk's gonna be able to get that flush onto Godfur, and Circus Crew is down to just a 3, man. That's just very unfortunate at this point here.
Yeah, considering they want to take these hillsides. But as you were saying, what do you think about Hive's prospect against the win or die situation? You think Hive too, or?
Yeah, I think Hive too. I think the sentiment you gave as well, their kind of recent performance and what we've kind of seen from them, it's been looking really good though. I will say though, win or die, like it's gonna be really, really good for them, or they're gonna kind of be mid-pack and not even make it to finals through this one. So I'm really excited to see these kind of guys come out, and at a time where it's our last big regional here we're playing for PGC points, right? It's extremely important tournament. Otherwise, as the guy said on desk, like you're looking at your last tournament in September, you're not playing October, you're not playing November, you're not playing December. Historically, we've not had any tournaments in January and February. It could be up towards half a year, maybe more, before you see the next regional tournament.
True.
So like you really need to make it count here in PEC fall, so it's really important to get things going. And those top 8 spots here obviously are vied for, but it's not until you get into the final and really perform that it really matters here. But we're going to be able to see a lot of, ooh, look at that. It's almost a kickflip, but One-Eyed King made it happen, and Waffle Sauce made it in there. You enjoyed that yesterday, didn't you?
No, not quite our kickflip from yesterday. I was losing my mind. I've shared that clip to multiple people already. Just these are our BRDM physics that we go for. This is what we love.
I mean, I think PUBG has some of the greatest car mechanics in any game that has this big of a server and everything, but like something like that just has to happen somewhere. All of a sudden, something that weighs multiple tons all of a sudden weighs a feather and starts flying around, as we see Kitchen moving in here.
It used to be a lot more aggressive back in the day.
Oh yeah,
we used to see some crazy car flips, some crazy explosions, but I don't see as much of that nowadays.
It's become more stable. It was back when Squeaky was on a high note for his team. Ends 2019 PEL Phase 1 champion. The boys, I think actually, Ents were one of the first teams to really take advantage of land ratio and the kind of knowledge that they've gotten through that. And in my opinion, they shouldn't have shared that with anyone. I think they shared it with a few teams like, hey, are you guys also, like that's that really started early on in 2019, late 2018. And yeah, they had huge advantages once it got to multiple maps. And that's why they're able to kind of clutch it out. And then everyone else sniffed it out and started looking into the data. And, analysts and coaches became more data driven. And yeah, then everyone kind of figured out what was happening with the land ratio. There was more API kind of data being pulled out. As we see this next circle pop here, James, it's very central. One of my friends would have said it's a hard shift, but I would call this one a donut if it were
donut.
me.
Me too. Hive's going to be laughing at this one. Obviously, they've got the high ground northwest of San Martin. We do have E-Pickup coming along for Vorpal Swords, who didn't have the most amazing of days yesterday, but enough considering that they're not one of the names that's the true household. So we'll hope to see them continue on with that as we take a look at them going for the emergency pickup. Here they're coming along. Where are they going to go? There is technically a little bit of room in these hills, but Presenti goes down by Gedrox and Hell Am I Bad. So that's a 1-for-1 on the trades between Hive and Win or Die. They're coming in at very similar angles and having this conflict continue.
Yeah, very difficult for them to kind of continue that one there, but that central spot is great. Severe is also taking shots here. And also Eternal Fire and Krint fighting here in the open terrain. Salik finding the Mad. Mad also found Vanos. Vanos might be able to get a rest here even. The boys might be able to get back into things. Code Marco also flushed now. A little bit difficult here for Eternal Fire with their first games coming back in.
Cappy from the distance, being able to take down Zervis. So that is a nice little pickup for him. Obviously, Foot is currently exactly where they almost always are, which is just on the cutoff, but not on the right side of it. We're hoping for a little bit more from that for Foot. And also, as an aside from that, whilst we watch Win or Die shooting this way against Kref, keep an eye on Hello My Bad. This guy is a mortar master at the moment, so I think throughout the day, we may or may not see him utilizing that mortar to great effect.
Yeah, there's been some crazy moments where they're able to kind of get that out. Oh, T-Bone got him. That's insane. Great steal there. That was the knock in the car. And now Foot's kind of moving into that. They know it's Kref. They know they're down one player. And they know they're kind of pressured here. And this, I mean, it's not a fight for high priority inside the circle here, but there's a chance that might be into the next one here. So they might have more time to kind of finish this fight up and get the points.
Well, this does align with Foot's kind of edge style play. They've transitioned from one compound to the next one. Capio takes down Toy Gear. So let's see if they can get a little bit more from this. Kref, a bit wounded already from this push on forwards. T-Bone's not with the team just yet, but this 3-man should be enough to be able to deal with this unless a Panzer connects with him. He sees the door open, goes for the Panzer, hits the wall, doesn't quite fully connect with 80.
Soapy's low himself and still waiting for that. They might be able to get in and get the information on the player that's sitting up on top here. Hello, my bat's trying to sniff out some information. Soapy might be able to get naded here. Good connections, good nades across. Blackwell is really holding this, getting 180.
Nice.
Turns on him though. Nice knock. 3 still players for them standing here. Soapy runs in, gets one flush, and Soapy's the last player standing now. That's the information. Just runs in, get that. No utility needed. And Kapi will be able to get rest here. Kapi is on a tear for this one. We saw him in PPT as well. I was a little bit underwhelmed, I would say, compared to what you have expectations of a player of that stature. I think he's a fantastic player and fragger, but we're going to see the next circle pop here.
Of course. Yeah, he was, I think, the lowest on the kills overall. That's a Western shift. Whoa. A lot of these teams going to need to get moving. Of course, there are some of those foothills just west of San Martin that can co-inhabit quite a few teams. But if some teams here start spreading themselves out across some of those dips, it might be a little bit more problematic. You see Geek already on the move through this trench in between these two land masses. To try and find themselves a decent spot. Maybe they could try and push Slam G off some of this ground that they do have. But they just rock up in between the 2-2 split here from Slam G. Could work out, but they'll be open to angles. Lurex finds PWD.
No, they can get out and push into Spira here. Nades are coming out. The backup is coming in too. Quizzy and Diffix is in there. Spira's sitting there. Nice headshot here for Lurex. More shots coming in. They tried to pull up. Great shots here. Great peaks for Lurex. I can't believe it. 5 kills total for Slam G already, and Mogo and Lurex completely destroyed DK.
I thought Lurex was going to take every single one of them there, but perfect stuff. Reinforcement from Mogo, absolutely pristine, as now a little bit of problems going on this other side. This is Respawn, as they were able to get the last qualification spot from EMEA. Schofield coming on in. We're very familiar with this roster in terms of the individual components of it. We've seen them a lot in the past. They are formidable. They are a scary force. And now Silas here from Circus Crew got a bit of a problem on his hands. The rest of this Turkish roster down the hill will cause commotion.
Schofield actually finding quite a lot of damage onto Godfather. This car's also popped tire. Silas runs out. Not pushing just yet. Might be able to get Schofield in the open here. Shots connects. Quite easy knock for him. Spots another one, but Lassa was off to the side. Silas goes down, and Circus Crew's down to just Arta.
Finish off from Voldemort. Good stuff. Overall, yeah, unfortunately for Arta, at least he's got himself a little bit of a high ground spot, but again, he'll be pushed away from this eventually with our next circle shift coming along. Vorpal Swords, we're going for another emergency pickup as we take a look back at Lurex, absolutely dominating the position of Geek. But again, Geek was in a little bit of a flustered moment there, right? They needed to go for a bit of a send forward to find themselves some safety. Durex goes for the spray against Vorpal Swords. Does he connect with enough? Not enough.
Not enough damage for them, but where do they go here? Maybe they have sniffed out or seen that there could be a split in the compound towards the center. Bashida have been extremely greedy, still 2-2 splitting it across the road here. And if they sniff out some of the open spaces, they might be able to land on the kitchen here on the northeastern side. This circle should, by the way, go east or northeast, so we'll see what happens with that. Schiller finds Nixie, a little bit unfortunate for VP. They're hoping to get an easy entry in the southeastern side here.
The whole lobby was shooting at Vorpal Swords as they were trying to come down, and they did find themselves a little bit of a spot in some of these hillsides. There we have that east shift that you were mentioning before, so it does include the triple compound on the crossroads, as well as some of these high ground that does exist here for Vorpal Swords, as well as Kref. So at least they have themselves a nice little spot. Meanwhile, that res was Eternal Fire coming back into the fray, heading north, trying to find maybe some guns in the warehouse just east of Creative Fields. But that is a far split away from the other members of Eternal Fire. So they're going to be playing two opposite sides of this circle, trying to maybe eventually reconvene, but I highly doubt it. They'll just try and play it out as two individual units.
My question is really here, Keller, is if this Bushido 2-2 split is going to pay off or if it's going to get too greedy. Now, Winner Die already got
Good question.
the northern side here, and yeah, as they are here in phase 4, it's going to be hard for them and like actually extremely difficult to cross the road later and back up the other players if they get crashed or if they have to leave at a later point. But a lot of teams are still kind of on the outskirts. Once this next circle closes, we're going to have 3, 4, 5 teams eliminated already. There's a lot of them already outside the circle. Ascend looking decent. Brexco actually on a high ground looking over for the rest of Ascend. If you see him there in the distance on the top. So Brexco is going to have tons of damage potentially being able to be done here. That's a good headshot. Connects. Gets one more, but it's a DMR nerve and Nibba has 1 HP. You have to hit 5 or 6 bullets at this point here with the mini.
Well, it's a strong angle you've got, Brex, but you're going to have to leave. The blue is pushing you, and you really want to get back with the rest of your team. I think he may have seen these members of Eternal Fire as he was looking on down. They don't have much to work with, even just the level 1 vest hidden coming from the Mad. So, looks like Brex is going to be able to leave from all of this. Is he just going to dart past Kitchen's position here? Because Kitchen's driving forwards. Foot is joining up with the rest of them here. Ascend could get caught down in this dip, in this compound between two teams if they're not able to deal with Kitchen, but they are still being suppressed.
Great angle, but Foot taking tons of shots now. Eternal Fire is going to get really close to him. They're on the lower ground. They want to just sneak in here. They want to just survive a little bit. As you said, not too much on them. And Brexco's now going to be able to drive here. He's going to drive straight into them. That's an easy knock for the Mad. Easy flush as well. Brexco just didn't expect that. He didn't see that coming at all. And now they have a car with, I think that's 2 tires on that one, but the bike is also in there. 8C getting damage done on to Kitchen here. The knocks and the flushes coming in too.
Yeah, the rest of Ascend kind of benefiting from the fact that they were between these two teams, down in that bowl, in that valley, in the compound, so they weren't really taking much fire themselves, unfortunately losing Brexco though. But for Eternal Fire, having that kind of res go off and then being able to get even just 1 point off the back of it, I'd consider that a win, unless we see that knock-on effect all of a sudden where these two teams are embroiled in a leaderboard kind of scuffle. But let's see where we're going to go. We are going straight to Vorpal Swords, who have done 2 emergency pickups to find themselves in that spot so far.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds apparently found a industrial magnet when they were looting, because that was a really rough southern shift. Vorpal Swords are laughing. Also very difficult with all these kind of pillars towards the center. A lot of high ground, a lot of kind of mountainish sides. That's still in play here for Vorpal Swords, and also Slam on that western side. It's going to be very difficult for Ascend, Foot to make it in here, win or die. And as I said before, now we talked about it, right? Bushido, they managed to leave. They're now a 4-man on the southern side, and Ascend, they crash this northern side. Which is Pro pushing in, gets tons of shots, a lot of damage onto Hive, huge! Great, oh my Hive is just completely destroyed here between VP and Krint. Krint doing the majority of this one.
Yeah, no answer whatsoever from them. I mean, they were a little bit more desperate about their move and how quick they had to make it happen, and it did not work out. Virtus Pro, I mean, even Corexi threw a nade forwards just in case they were stopping over there, and it actually did end up stopping there, along with all the damage that came in. Just impossible to really deal with. Eternal Fire, the duo in the north, going to be on the move, seeing where they can go. Thankfully, Brexco donated them a bike, as Respawn still sat in the distance here in smokes. They're a little bit suppressed at the moment, but they're absolutely blasting the Mad as they're trying to make it on through, and he falls off the bike. It should be another easy cleanup there. That'll be 2 points by the looks of things for Respawn.
Easy for Respawn. Circus Crew's also out. Elia, she found Arta, the last player. And Respawn now controlling this northwestern side here. That might pay off a little bit for them, but they're going to have to face Slime G as well. Eternal Fire also, found the last player here. Schiller's out. Foot eventually is going to have to fight VP here.
Awesome use of the handbrake mechanic.
Yeah.
Just skidding on in. Foot coming in from the edge. How can they make this work? Because Scav's already down. They know that Blue's going to be pushing their back. They know that they're going to be quite open on this progress forwards against Virtus Pro. Lucarux is going to fall back here to a little bit more hard cover. And also to the benefit of the rest of his team. So allow this angle to be a bit more covered whilst Foot does push forwards.
Yeah, Ascend is just farming food right now, and it's all to the benefit of Virtus Pro at this point here. They're just loving it. Already lost Nixie early on, and being a 3-man here, they would rather not fight this on the edge. They're going to get backfilled by Krint. Correction finds Carpi down to just T-Bone at this point. Lucarux even saw him. Information's out. He's still hiding behind the Dorito. Shots coming in. Not connecting just yet. Lucarux with a Molotov. That's going to be a great one, I feel like. Oh, headshots coming in. He's got nothing to do here. Beamy's been found, though. Krint, as I talked about, the backfill's happening already as T-Bone gives up behind this Dorito. We're down to just 9 teams.
Smart moves, opportunistic play from Krint to try and put in some damage against them. At the same time, Foot did get 7 kills, so I do think that has been a successful campaign for them for the first game of the day, despite not getting further into this game for those proper placement points. As now, it looks like Vorpal Sword is moving into a position where they can try and hold out that south side, and you're going up against Twisted Minds. You're going up against the EWC champions. If you want to do that, it might be difficult. So we take a look back at a replay.
Whoa.
And Hive's decimation. There was a Panzer flying their way as well. Oh.
Insane. That was actually just nuts.
Yes.
Okay, Ascent backfilling here though. Virtus Pro, can they make something happen, James? Lucarux.
Don't know about it. It's difficult. It's Chris already does not Lucarux here. Jirexi's kind of dancing around. He doesn't have any answer. Chris takes him away. Good stuff here by Ascend once again. As Chris is going to fall, Krint is cleaning all of this up. I can't help but feel, though, as much as Ascend has only got themselves 1 kill here and there, I like the more proactive gameplay from Ascend throughout yesterday, as well as maybe some of these moves here today as well. Now up to 3 kills.
Yeah, smart. I like how they're kind of playing at 1 placement point, 3 kills, that's 4. And what they've been able to do so far, you just want to avoid having those 0 and 1 point games.
Yeah.
Just be able to get it in there. And Eniko hit that little bit of a ridge there. That's a little bit unfortunate, but he's trying to get as deep as he can, as center as he can here, and maybe try to hide it out a little bit. And Eniko, yeah, just run around, see if he can survive for a little bit here. Slam G now with the fights of Respawn.
Not bad by Respawn yet. Slam G has also been able to do quite a bit of work on this west side, I should say. Seeing if they can still hold out Respawn. They do know that they are across the way. Just waiting here is Boostic, like a tripwire, waiting for them to make a slight mistake. He saw the head, so going to be able to take that down straight away. Lazar gone down.
Krint had a great campaign so far, kind of sitting on the edge, being that team that's kind of holding everyone on. Eniko's been found, and meanwhile here, and Slam is completely demolishing Respawn. Krint, look at that! Taking both Perfectix and Lou down. Twisted Minds, the defending Esports World Cup champions, James, is being absolutely demolished.
What a game by them so far. Krint absolutely mops up Twisted Minds. Admittedly, Twisted Minds was going to have a hard time getting in from there, but Krint really very, very strong angle from them. Respawn's gone. That's unfortunate. And all the teams down here in this triple compound just languishing in the fact that they have to try and eventually get up this hill. There should be some chance for some of these teams to try and just hold them out here, but I don't think many people have angle on Bushido just yet. A little bit from Slam G. Some damage done. Can he get to some safety? Yes, he can.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, we were talking about it's going to pay off here with 3 guys alive for Bushido and 3 kills. I would definitely say that it paid off for them. They're able to kind of both vacate the premises, but also get some of the kills that's coming in here. They're going to be the only team coming in from the north. And eventually, Krint Warple's also going to fight. Slam looking pretty strong on that northwestern side. They're controlling a lot of space. Also have some high ground that's working out quite well for them too. So they might be able to hold out Bushido if they get up and get this ridge angle here. Lurix has a really good angle. Tons of cover here for the ridge. Also even a box to hide behind. Slam looking poised for the win here, James.
Very much a game of the contenders for the start of day number 2 here for the group stage. All of these teams have already, well, quite a few have found themselves technically in the top 8. Krint obviously with 11 kills, as you say, spectacular stuff. Slam G with 8 kills, looking for some pursuit here after a bit of a meandering yesterday, I think it's fair to say. But they've done pretty well here to get things rolling. Shots go their way. Got to be very careful about that. Bushido's looking to try and sweep around that north side here and maybe shut down SlamG. I think they realize that the high ground of the south is a bit more difficult to start breaching and causing some commotion down there.
Yep, for sure. 8 kills for SlamG's, 11 for Krint, 7 for Foot. Very kill-heavy game for 3 teams specifically. Takes with a great angle here. The 8x really paying off. Those shots here, boosting, pushing forward. The utility in hands on 2 of them. 2 nades he has to reposition here, otherwise he's going to get absolutely demolished here by nades. Celtic finds Lurix. Boostic also down low himself. Moko has to get some boosts up and get things going. MK here active for Bushido.
Yeah, smart visual cue there from Boostic, right? He sees that the nade is being charged up. You've got to get out of there. You can't just stand there and try and go for the peak again, because your opponent will likely duck behind the ridge and go for that throw, so leaving you quite vulnerable. So not bad by Boostic. Still up, still looking for an opportunity here, realizing so much has been spent in terms of util. Does get clipped there, though, quite aggressively by Bushido. Goes for the molly, has to back off.
He dropped the molly, the second molly he tried to throw on the team.
Oh, no.
And he almost got flushed himself. He might be able... Yeah, the rest is coming off here. They're still holding on. The circle... They're outside the circle. They had to crawl. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to go out. One-Eyed King on Boostic. Unfortunately, Print looking really good here from this here. Mogo finds Celtic.
I mean, Vorpal Swords as well as Krint have just both understand, hey, we really don't actually have to fight each other right now. I mean, they will do now, but before that, it was just an easy case of let's hold out some of those angles from that northern side. As we did see Vorpal Swords now trading with Krint a little bit. Juggle goes for that shot, but no, Nailcop does shut him down. Bushido, a brilliant push-up against a SlamG that I thought would have their number on the angle, but not to be the case.
Yeah, super well executed by Bushido here. Guaranteed top 3, still... 3-man standing. Now positions are being taken here, and if they are able to get a little bit deeper into this northern side, Vorpal Swords and Krint are going to be forced to fight. And Bushido can easily third party here, but I don't know exactly how much terrain they have available to them before that 8th circle pushes. Vorpal Swords really have the advantage here, but Krint is on the lower ground and can potentially push in a little bit deeper. I think Bushido has a low ridge to work with, a little bit further in, but yeah, if this is executed perfectly here by Bushido, with MK still available for them too, they could force Vorpal Swords and Krint to fight and then be that third-partying factor.
I mean, I think in a lobby like this, all 3 of these teams know that this is a beautiful opportunity to get big points on the board and try and join what is a very stacked top pack in this group stage so far. You don't get these often, because the big dogs normally are able to take it away from you before you get to this top 4. So this is a prime chance for one of these teams to walk away with some big points.
Yeah, and as the guys pointed out on desk, you know, it's really been yesterday, the day of the regional part of 6 of our teams in the top 6. Well, all 6 of the teams in top 6 regional partners. Bushido, the 6th place, they were 35 points. Now also looking good here. Ooh. More shots connecting here. One-Eyed King really connecting really good shots onto Celtic. He's down really low himself. And now, yeah, this 9th phase starts closing in.
I mean, I've got to ask you, Avenger. I think Bushido has to be the one to try and solve this puzzle, right? Like, I think that they know that they're going to be in the firing line of these 2 other teams. So what do? Drop the smokes, I guess? Is there anything else you can do other than that right now?
If you put offensive smokes out towards the middle and you're holding your entire line, like, you're going to have some sort of soft cover, and eventually Krint is going to spring some sort of trap on Vorpal Swords. That's exactly what Bushido is trying to do, I think, right now, but also should be doing. Like, you know that you're the only team on the northern side. If you can be that third-party last team to try to kind of mop up these 2 teams that eventually is going to fight, then it's going to be great. But I think Vorpal Swords actually have a better spot inside the circle. And look at this.
Oh, no.
As I said, this high ground here for X-Razor really paying off. They are going to go out on the western side, and this is countering the rock, paper, scissors move that Bushido did.
I mean, what Bushido done so far, they've kind of called the rest of the lobby's bluff. They have moved up through those smokes. They've seized the middle location. And now, I mean, we just saw the Krint POV, right? The fact that they were almost fixated on the Vorpal Swords location. I get it usually when you have that kind of 2 south teams just trying to fight each other off. But now Krint does actually see where Bushido has moved up on. I think they've got to be very concerned about that.
Yeah, the double blue one to make sure they didn't push that ridge is also huge. But now only 1 nade available on Sloy Jacket. Mad Negative finds Nail Cup, and now it really
Nice.
springs on to Bushido. Now they're pushing in. Krint is really taking space here. Sloy Jacket trying to nade this. X-Rays also find Krint. It's trading on all
Good steal.
corners here.
Not bad at all. Slight. Good position, good angle. Peeking around this purple smoke, goes for it, but he saw his feet through the bottom. Mad Negative, good angle from him against Sloy Jacket, who just had to go a little bit further around it. It's not exactly a straight vertical wall from that. And Bushido's gone as well. One-Eyed King absolutely obliterates them. Mad Negative here still pulls out the Sawn off. That's ambitious.
Pushes in with this here. 2 versus 2. Nice shots coming in. One-Eyed King. It's a trade. Mad Negative
No
got
way.
one as well. Shotgun as well. Mad Negative. Oh my god, got it. It's crazy. 14 kills. Krint closes this one out. They were not supposed to win this one.
Wow! I said it's ambitious, but don't mess with this man's ambition. He was able to use the cheeky sawn-off through the smoke to finish off that game. What a spectacular game from Krint here, Martin.
Yeah, that was just played so perfectly, and everything was against them here. The smokes just line up great. Warble Swords has the high ground. They had double blue zone to kind of in between them that it denied both of them effectively to kind of push each other. And yeah, Bushido just got completely destroyed. I think honestly, Krint and Warble Swords, they're just like, okay, we're not gonna let them force this fight between us, because they're actually weak and they are out here. They're trying to survive with soft cover in the smokes, and they didn't have that much to play with, and that really showed here. Krint, what a great game for them.
Yeah, some fantastic dynamics in this late game. Of course, as we were mentioning, Vorpal Swords with the 2 emergency pickups to get where they were. Very impactful here for this game, but Krint walks away with the victory. Let's head over to the desk to break down a fantastic game number 1 on Miramar.
A fantastic game number one, and also the second win for Krint here in the group stages, because obviously yesterday we saw them take the win on Tego. I want to talk about how they did this, Toby and Mark, and I specifically want to compare them to Slam, who I thought had it in the bag when we got into the top 4. But before we do that, we're going to zone right on out. We'll deep dive in a bit. Let's talk about the fact that most of Group A found themselves here in those final teams. It seems like Group C needs a little bit more time to warm up, Mark.
They're just not dialed in yet. They are not ready for the pace that was set yesterday. It's unfortunately death by fire by some of these teams, because as you can see from most of these clips, it is the top 6 teams which are the ones that are fracking out at the moment. So yeah, 1 game down. Hopefully in Group C we'll learn a lesson and get ready for their game 2.
I mean, Toby, we spoke a lot about Twisted Minds, and you were the one who said we need to be aware they don't like the chaos. And as you see here in the highlights, eliminated early, no kills. It almost felt like they were trying to avoid most of the teams for most of that, and it didn't pay off.
I mean, that's what they usually do, right? They'll play slow. Usually, I mean, oftentimes, Twisted Minds don't get their first kill until phase 4, phase 5, if they are allowed not to take fights before. So in that regard, this game played pretty much into how it usually would. Only this... There were so many highlights in this game that was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. No, but to go back to Twisted, the game played out kind of how they wanted, but because Group A have just been feeling it today and through the games yesterday, where normally Twisted surviving into late game would get them into a matchup that is in their favor. They have 4 people up still. You know, they have the advantage. Now you go up against Krint, who just sat there ready and waiting, and there's nothing you can do because they were still 4 up as well and had barely taken any damage at all because they were so good in their close fights against teams in the East.
Let's talk about Krint now and how they got that victory, because like I said earlier, coming in, Mark, for me, the final 4, it kind of felt like Slam was poised to claim this, and then the tables turned. How did that happen?
I think Martin summed up really, really well. The Krint weren't in the position to win it, so how they did it is crazy. They land out Cantera, they sort of work their way around, they have to play into the south side. We see the teams like Twisted Minds, everyone pushing in from Power Grid to north. It came a little bit hectic. They took heat as well, they went down numbers, but their survivability was good. But they were able to attack at the right time. Back to Martin's point, they were on the wrong side of that rock. Vorpal Sword had the high ground, Bushido, and they should have potentially all focused in on Bushido. A smoke wall came out, they started to work, Vorpal Sword got active, and Krint kind of sat and watched. They defended the line really well, But when they had to strike with a sawn-off in hand. Hey, just a random shot through the smoke, claims yourself a victory. And as you say, it's a second victory for them. So well played, good timing, great rotations.
Toby, on the other side with Slam, I mean, what didn't work out for them? Because like I said, I mean, it should have been them, right?
I mean, in the end, when you get up into a 4v4v4 matchup there in the end of it with Bushido coming up that hillside as well, not alone does Krint have the high ground in that whole thing, but you were, I mean, seeing them come up the hillside, Bushido that was, you know the only place they can take their fight is into Slam. I mean, there's nowhere else for them to go, and then it becomes, I don't want to say easy, because it wasn't easy at all, but easier for Krint to come in and clean up there in the end of it. But looking at Slam and Krint here in this comparison between them, lots of damage done on both sides. And honestly, for both these two teams, rarely the team that will come out victorious given where they were positioned in this circle. When you're up on that hillside so early in Krint's case, there's just so many teams shooting at you. The only way you win your game from there is by being able to eliminate teams swiftly, because you know more teams are coming in, and that's exactly what they did. You saw how fast they took out Twisted Minds. As soon as they opted to engage, they shut them down instantly, ready to go for the next fight. On the flip side of that, Slam, where they were sat, pushing up that hillside from the west, coming up towards the east, is usually also a practically impossible endeavor, and they made that work too. So for both these two teams, play east and west to come up and kind of meet on the king of the hill in the end of it, with 4 players up on both sides. That's not something you see too often, especially not from open qualifier caliber teams. So impressive.
For sure. And I mean, Mark, for me now, Krint, we were speaking about this during the game, that they've been sitting on the cusp there of where that sort of cutoff is for teams that can make it through to grand finals. It is only day 2, but it is their second day of play. Getting another win really puts them in a great spot, right, as we move through the group stages.
Yeah, look, that additional 10 points is going to be happy. Like, they're on that cutoff point. There's a few of those teams that actually were in the top 4, which are all there, right? So being able to come out on top of all those teams and get the additional 10 points, that's going to obviously levitate you up a lot higher. That's going to put them in the talking points of where the Ascends are they going to be able to hold on, etc., etc. So with their final 6 games, do you know what? As a kind of an energy boost, as a starting point for Krint, that's a double thumbs up. Really well played for them. They're going to have a lot of confidence coming off the back of that. And they will be skyrocketing up that leaderboard. You can see it now sitting in 6.
I think it's
a good spot for them.
It's important to note as well, Sam, that Krint in this game got as many points as they did all of yesterday, despite them having a win yesterday as well. So if there's, if they just doubled their points total over the first game of today. So if there's a time to get something going, they came in saying they wanted it, and as you can see here, now up to 48 of that 24-point game. That's exactly what you want to start off the day with.
They just need to have some higher finishes, right, as day 2 progresses. Because I would argue 2 wins and then making sure that you kind of find yourself in the top 5, top 6 for the rest of the day should, by rights, Toby, set you up in a position where you can guarantee yourself a top 8 finish if we don't have a BB team phase Ascend.
It's the scary
popping off over the next 2 days.
It's a scary thing now that we don't play the winner chicken dinner format anymore, and it's kind of the same thing for GK here, because they have 2 wins as well. But look at their total placement points. Outside of their 2 wins, GK yesterday had 1 placement point over 4 games. Krint's only placement points through their 7 games have come off of 2 wins. Outside of that, they haven't been able to make it into top 8 a single time. And that's where, yes, it's great that you go out and get your wins, which you make the most of, but it's the consistency over the course of the entire stage that's important. One good win won't grant you a whole lot if everything else is 0-point games. You need to be able to rack up points over the course of the entire tournament. So it's great for Krint and GK that they are where they are right now, but if they don't get consistent, they won't make it into the top, especially not when it comes grand finals, and top 3 is what's needed.
Do you know what's such a good example of consistency? They didn't get a single win yesterday as Ascend, but they made sure that they were kind of always in the conversation. I think the first 2 Miramars, they were in the top 4, and then thereafter they kind of made sure that, again, I think the 2 Erangels as well, the top 4, so maybe it was Tego and Rondo where they didn't really feature, but that consistency has put them in a position where, 61 points coming into day 2, Mark, that's a really good place to be.
No, right. Out of all of the 6 games yesterday, there was only 1 really they missed a top 8, and that was that Tego. They went out in 11th place then. So talk about consistency, Ascend just getting themselves up in a top 8 scenario, arguably the front end and the back end of the day, even a top 4. is really good to see. So they're just going to be chipping away at those points just for being there. Now, they had great games when it came down to kills as well. We see them with some high killing games, which is very strong. And it's, again, it doesn't sound bad against them. It's unlike them. So it's really good to see them starting the group stages with high points. So it's going to give them a little bit of pressure release. So they're going to be able to play these final 5 games now, kind of knowing that they're up there. The only thing I worry about is we have seen them start to slip down the table. They have to stop that. They have to stop that leaky bucket. And actually, do you know what? They're going to go into this today and go, do you know what? We're actually in a good position. Let's just make sure we get good placement again, because we can rely on those points. We can work our way in towards the zones, and the kills come in the late game. So I'm excited to see where SM will keep that level of consistency quite high.
We're getting ready for our second Miramar of today, and we'll keep the Ascend conversation going, Toby, because I know Avenger said yesterday that was his concern, is the consistency in this lineup. Are they good enough to keep themselves in that conversation? I mean, where you're sitting, what do you think of Ascend overall with this change that they've made and what we're seeing right now in the group stages of PEC4?
I mean, I will say, if we look back to yesterday's game, or games, I should say, in a plural, if you look at the team and their overall performance, the highest kills were from Anico. So you add a new player. I know he's been with them for a bit now, but most damage on the team, had twice the kills of Chris, who usually is your kind of lead or like head of the spear in all fights that you go into. But him and Kilyakai were the working horses, and whenever things went awry, they were there to secure points. I mean, instantly take my mental back to the resort game where the entire team was down and out, but Anico managed to get extra points for the team with a couple of kills and then placements to boot as well. That's what you need. A player that can come in and turn a 0-point game into a 3, 4, maybe even 5-point game. That is sometimes the win condition, to have a player that can do that. And if Anico can go in and be that guy for Ascent now, that could be, that could be their qualifying opportunity.
That's their qualifying opportunity. Let's see if that roster change makes a difference for them. Obviously, second game is here. Miramar underway. What are we thinking, Mark, when you take a look at this playing path? I mean, what are you expecting?
With again, a southeast towards the northwest, quite fair, and I argue that zone is pretty fair as well. So we find ourselves with that kind of San Martin, Hacienda in. Some of the new teams from Team C, they'll be happy. I like that kind of Ascend place sound, though, because they're really stretched out in the north. There isn't really anyone else that could contend their location, so they just need to get looted and then potentially move down to that water treatment and expect a potential southern shift.
I think it's time we hand on over to Avenger and Kylaris. Let's get into game. Tell us what we're looking at, boys.
It's our second Dusty Dunes, the last one for the day. And of course, as their boys mentioned, very easy circle for a playing path like this, as easy as it can truly be. A team like Vorpal Swords might just be the ones that are like, okay, I guess we're coming in a little bit later. And also Geek probably wants to head all the way over to Chubasera and get things rolling from there and use that as their entry point here, Martin.
Yeah, and if Ascent feels like it, they could also go to rank and loot a little bit, considering how far they are already looting apart from each other here. Jokes aside, obviously great for them to control so much in North. Brexco with controlling water stream always has tons of space inside here. But yeah, after this last game here, 24 points for Krint, great for them, but I gotta point out, James, 40 of their points is coming from their 2 wins. 4 of their 7 games was 0 or 1 point games. Like, they need to somehow figure out their bad games where they don't just go out with 0 or 1 point, that they actually have a little bit more and get 4 or 5 points average, or just step it up for the rest. Obviously that is just something that's obvious to anyone, but if they can figure that out and still win games, then that's a quite easy entry into our finals in 2 weeks' time.
Definitely a fledgling roster compared to some of the others that have been together for so long. It is difficult to keep up that consistency in a lobby like this, but so far not too bad for them. Let's see if they can continue that on throughout the rest of the day. Still 5 games to go for them, as we have good old Squeaky and Kitchen being shown here. They're all the way up at Cruz de Valle. Squeaky is going to be acting as anchor, goes all the way down to Longhouse beyond the crossroads, and is now trying to secure that, even just doing a little bit of shooting here and there, making people aware that he is there. Do not be coming my way at any time. As we said, we've been able to see a little bit of Squeak coming in on the PPT, some substitutions here and there. It's been fun.
It's been good. And meanwhile, he's just shooting just a little bit with just one gun at a time. He's also like, hey, I'm only one guy over here. If you want to crash this building, just come on over. And then meanwhile, he's also actually outside. Kref sneaking up here. Subi and Toyga getting some information. Sees that there's one guy out. That's didn't connect anything. Toby's favorite gun didn't connect any bullets though. That's a little bit unfortunate for Toyga.
That's crazy. I mean, we almost had an SKS off there. That could have been. He had an SKS as well in his hands. What's happening? Did Squeaky down on the south. But anyway, we got Vorpal Swords, Sloy Jackets doing a little bit of scouting more north of him, seeing if there was any vehicles for his availability, as well as now realizing that Foot is moving, or was moving down this way. So got to be a little bit careful. We always did expect maybe a little bit of a run in between those two teams. We saw it yesterday. I didn't see it just yet here throughout this day. Thanks to e-pickups.
You love e-pickups, don't you?
Oh, they're all right. They're all right.
I actually like them. I think it's great. If you get look at this, the camp is coming in. Vorpal Swords, Ronite King done, damage done. Scav finds one. Was this a little bit too early? Only one. Yeah, it's one kill. It's fine, but also it sends a message to the rest of the Vorpal Swords. And also delays them quite a bit. Foot not being, they don't really have any easy priority or high priority into this circle here. So fair enough that they're sending a message here to Vorpal Swords that this is not an entryway in to the circles. Even though this is the last Miramar we're playing, it could also be for last chance and or for the final. So that's great for them, and they're gonna start making their way in here. Vorpal Swords are gonna be extremely late by it.
Yeah, I'll be, I guess, less kind about that kind of rotate. I personally think it's quite greedy by Vorpal Swords. This is a conflict that we identified very clearly, even before the tournament started yesterday. We saw it happen. Again, that was a little bit later into a game, but this is exactly what I expected from their kind of potential drops. So just to kind of go for a big send through there, I think it is a greedy play.
Yeah, I would say so too. For this, though, and in general, in this circle here, when this center, the playing path is straight smack bang through the middle. If you're not one of those, 3, 4, 5, maybe even up to 8 teams that are towards the center that can already go out and take space here, you might as well make some shenanigans like this. Like make 100%. Sure that southeastern side is yours. Make sure Vorpal Swords are coming in even later, or potentially even not at all from that southeastern side here. So let's see later on in the game how that kind of evolves with Foot and Vorpal Swords, and how deep those two teams manage to get in from this spot here. But a lot of greedy splits at the moment, James. We're seeing a lot of 1-1s. We're seeing a lot of 2-2s. A lot of teams and players that are leaving one single player in compounds that have pretty high priority, and is pretty damn central right now. So yeah.
And if you're one of the teams coming in a little later, like a Geeky, for example, you're already expecting all of that central location to be taken, right? So you're going to be playing Edge for quite a while, unless you want to make some mad dash through and identify in a very short space of time that something is actually like a 2-2 split or a 2-1-1 split, and then you can actually hit that building. But that is so minute an opportunity to be able to do that when you're also driving and trying to make sure you're not being shot at by the rest of the lobby.
Exactly.
So, the Edge play is probably the way for some of these teams.
Yeah, some of the central teams, obviously. That's in phase 1 and 2. That's really the big job of some of the scouts, some of the IGLs. That is like, okay, I don't see more than one car in this compound here. If this is a 2-2 split, we're backfilling this compound. This is going to be our leapfrog into the circle, and we might be able to get an entry through that way. So yeah, let's kind of continue on to that and see these big splits here. Like, it's extremely greedy, and it's often paying off quite highly. I just saw with Bushido last game as well. Even though it's just across the road, like if they get crashed and lose 2 players, they're not going to have as good as a game as they just did. So, but yeah, we'll see. They're able to manage to put in some decent amount of points here. Obviously, Bushido were hoping for a win. That they were hoping that they could hurt them towards each other a little bit more, but they weren't active enough. They were not out there shooting, and they were not out there closing the edges just a little bit. VP close to Kike here. This is quite a southern side of this circle, though. Kike is not that greedy, not that deep just yet, and Virtus Pro is the same.
Yeah, both teams have a very similar approach to splitting across this south side, right? Just kind of creating a string, just in case anybody were coming in from either direction, they'd be able to kind of hold them off, also having reinforcing angles. Slam G does see Foot moving in below them at Minas Generalis, so not really much to be taking shots on, though. There's a lot of cover that you can work with down there, so just getting the information for now.
it's fun, right? Both GK and Virtus Pro obviously coming in from a similar direction, but their approach, both being top teams, remember, very similar mindset.
Yeah.
Artix is trying to get just a little bit more time here on Scav. Other guys are not getting called in. You'd pop a tire? Because you don't have the confidence of Artix. He's sure he's going to get a knock here and a flush. Nope. Didn't connect yet. That's unfortunate.
Unfounded confidence, Martin.
Yeah. I mean, now you can pop a tire, but Scav is then going to, return a headshot on you. And also, he's solo up here. He didn't call any teammates in to kind of back him up. So they're hoping that this next circle is going to go east, obviously. Then they have tons of control.
We should work that into our repertoire more for casting. Whenever a bullet doesn't hit, we go nope. And then when it does hit, you go yep, nope, yep, nope, yep. That was peak commentating.
Yeah, you like that?
That was good.
Yeah, you like that?
That was lovely. Yes.
That's
more
of that, please. More of that, please. That's a southwestern shift here, and Twisted Mind's obviously laughing, but straight in the smack bang middle of the circle here, there is unplayable. So that's where you kind of have to consider. Are we going to go on the northern side of that? Are we going to go on the southern side? Maybe even west? Pens, obviously not. The next circle is going to go away, but there is some considerations to be made from some of these teams here. Or you could go like Twisted Minds and just go and sit close to it, and you're going to have an easy entry no matter where it goes. A lot of teams on this eastern side due to the shift going west, obviously, so we're going to have a lot of kind of fights happening here on this eastern side. Let's see if Slam and Foot eventually run into each other.
I'm a big fan of the big back wrap around from GK to go all the way west and try and find an entry point on that side of this circle to get up onto the high ground, I suspect, as Virtus Pro is just staking the compounds, and then eventually their entry point, if it goes up the hill, is walking straight up that hill, which does cause some problems if there's teams up on the plateaus, up on the peaks there that do exist, as Kref had SlamG just move past them on this far eastern side. Oh, hello. You might be dead to rights here in a second, Miss Schofield.
Oh my god.
Easy.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, smack. Even an easy flush here. Yeah, wow. That's unfortunate for Respawn. I mean, and then again, you're not completely southwest side far away, right? You're going to eventually have someone to kind of look at it, so it's too slow. You should have used the bike to get up there. Didn't work out. Versus Pro now also. And this 2-2 split here might pay off. Let's see, though. I'm a little bit curious if SlamG decides to take the cable just to cross. Yeah, the zip line just to cross. That'll be fun.
I think it's held, right? By Kref on the other side?
Krint, yeah, I think so. It might be. But that could be fun to see if they're... Because that's one of the further ones. So people never expect it.
But because of that, no, I don't know. We'll see. But the problem for Print is that they are a bit stuck as well. Twisted Minds is holding on to some very, very familiar terrain for them. As Batulians will just duck back. And also the Bushido's looking their way as well. GK now stuck with this fight. I mean, they did know that they got one of the knocks against Respawn, so they will be going in with a man advantage. Quizzy's on a little bit of a attempt at a wrap around here. The rest of them are retreating. I like this from Respawn. I don't think that you should be taking this fight.
Yeah, and Voldemort already scouted the next compound over. That's actually even better inside this circle here. So exactly how that should be played out for them. The bleed comes in on Vanos. Batulians managed to get that one. So Krint maybe off to a little bit of a bad game in this one. A lot of damage done already to them, even though they are sending center. Subila finds Leash here. Winadai goes down with just one. That's just so unfortunate for them here. A little bit rough start for Winadai. They had Hacienda control here now in 10 seconds. If this circle pops north or anywhere like east-north, they could have been a 4-man in some of the best compounds available to them.
Could have been. Nope.
Oh my god.
Nope.
Nope. Yep. Nope. This is a shift south yet again here. We had southwest-ish, and then with this one here, the next circle will be going away from the Twisted Mind area, where the unplayable area is. So that goes southwest, southeast, or straight south, which means that Respawn is looking really good, Kref looking good, Virtus Pro obviously looking good, and GK looking really good at this time here.
Not bad at all. Just getting Quizzy back up on his feet, considering he did get knocked. And Kref was using that as an opportunity to actually make a move, as they're going to be slamming into the position of respawn quite quickly. As you can already see at the bottom left-hand side. And even Katie already starting against Toygar. That's not too bad at all. Ned goes through the window here to try and deal with that. As we do switch them back over now. And Quell trying to get a good spray on Katie. Just say, oh, almost barely. But Tulin's actually firing up against this position as well. So they go back into the bunker.
It's a rough fight here for them.
Nade.
Connection. That's a good nade. Clears that. Okay. Now smoked up. He's gonna go up.
Don't know how much they can get done here for a second with all these smokes kind of impeding their way.
They're laying themselves, and now Respawn is just kind of disengaging from this fight here. Lassan, Voldemort obviously be the last two players for Respawn. And they're going to sit in the other concrete. And I mean, it might even be worth sharing this entire compound here with two.
It might, but also at the same time, Win or Die is going for an emergency pickup, and I do wonder if this is one of the spots they try and hit. We'll see as time goes on. It might be quite high profile for them. At the same time, Ascend getting into a fight with Hive. As this is in San Martin, this is a fight that needs to end pretty soon because these teams need to get moving. We will not be focusing on San Martin for the rest of this fight. Look at the Chris cheeky angle here. See if he hits something. Oh, they're going high ground.
They're trying to go above GK, but Gedrock's lost his life. Now that Win or Die is down to 2. Meanwhile, HC also found kitchen players. They're trying to backfill them here. Elskar's also low. The rest of the players are trying to send it in. That's 2 deep, Elskar. You're already low here. You have to stop a little bit. T-Bone trying to get the spot. Nice information coming in from the jump. Completely blind from the stun grenade, though.
Include the sink as well. Throw everything at them. They're gone down so quickly here. Kitchen had no opportunity. Their entry points on multiple times on this circle just kept moving away from them. They had to do something a bit desperate about it. And it's Chris is still stuck here alongside the rest of Hive. Panzerfaust in hand outside, still trying to dislodge Hive so that they can get moving. Where are they? Find them.
I mean, at this point, when this next circle closes, the damage goes from 1 damage per second to 3, so they really need to start making a move here. There he is, damage done. Great shots from Kilyakai. He's getting shot from the distance, though. He's going to go down to the zone now. That's unfortunate. Not enough time to heal. Should have maybe bandaged first, and then he might have time. But yeah, Krint now shots coming in here. And this, as I said, this southern shift here is going to happen eventually. GK sitting in the center. Win or Die might actually get placement points quite easily from this spot here, but only being 2 alive, it's not really going to work out for them.
Well, that's the thing, right? If everybody eventually has to come into this circle, that's basically the highest point in this circle, where they are. So they could just kind of keep low, lay low, wait for the circle to come to them as long as it continues to do so. Nades forwards against... That's amazing nades from Hello My Bad. Oh my days. I think obviously the second nade was able to do some decent follow-up damage before all of that happened anyway, but brilliant stuff.
2 versus 2, 3 helmet and vest on Hello My Bad. Blue zone? That's a great blue zone. Oh my goodness. It's even the second knock. That's so well played by Win or Die. Getting 2 kills here is huge. Rexco finds Perfectic. So now they're trying to do a little bit of a util dump here. Just in mind, a team from Power Grid should have a better position, but looks like they've decided to just try to fight and maybe sweep up some of the kills that's coming in from San Martin. Louis already trying to get in here, but with the zone coming in, he has to heal immediately. Does he have a... I think he had a jammer pack, so he's fine. Yeah, Chamber as well.
That's kind of the thing, right? They basically said, okay, what do we want from a circle like this? And they said, we want information. And that's where Batulins was on that high ground, and also his team close to him, just in case it needed to be the case. Code Marco going for sprays against that spot of Arctics. Nice little knockout there. As Example still stuck in this fight against Brexco as well. Burns him down. Example goes...
Huge. So well executed there by Ascent to get and maximize points off of rough position. Getting in late here. That's exactly how you execute that one there. But losing 1 player for Twisted Minds there. This is a home turf circle for them. They should be getting tons of points. They should be getting all the positions here within this. And Du is running front point man in the northern side of the circle.
Oh. Well... Foot and Virtus Pro. Here's fight 12 of 8 games for them between each other. No, Of course, we've only just got Virtus Pro in, but they always seem to run into each other. As already Nixie here will be coming around this corner in just a second. It's got to be very careful about that. Sprays against it, but Beamy will take down Cappy. Is as long as he took down Kirexi here, kind of going blow for blow between the two. Scav has a reinforcing angle, but he can't see over that ridge line unless Beamy peeks his head over.
Gonna go for a quick rest here. 80 goes down. Beamy just too good at this point. Gonna go for the rest again. Scav driving now to try to back up T-Bone, sending it in, win or die. Doing damage to T-Bone up to 31 HP. Circle pops away from him as well. I have to close this one out. Utility potentially here for Scav.
Straight into those dips next to Power Grid alongside that compound from GK as well is where we're going for our next circle. And Scav still trying to hold off this little push coming in from Virtus Pro, who is circle side, meaning that here Foot now has an opportunity to continue trying to hold them out, or at least trying to slow this down to cause them as much problem as possible. Only Nixie and Beamy now do remain. I don't know if Virtus Pro is fully aware of the fact that Eternal Fire might become a bit of a problem for them down the line too.
Respawn sending it out, trying to get it out of this compound here. They might be going straight towards Twisted Minds. They'll be welcoming them with open arms. Here it is. Shots coming in. Connects quite a lot. Great headshot from Perfectix. Destroys Respawn. That's 3 kills so far for Twisted Mind in this game here. And they actually have quite an easy entry on the northern side to get deeper into the placements.
Very reminiscent of our previous game and a moment from it, as not the same team, but yeah, for some of these teams, right, that's what you have to try and do in some of these final moments of a game on Miramar. You have to try and go for these crazy moves. T-Bone takes down Nixie with the Dragonov. Brilliant stuff from them. As I said, they were holding them circle side, and actually finishing off that fight is very important. I don't think they're getting Scav up unless T-Bone can do some absolute miracles, but yeah.
But driving close to Hive.
Oh,
that's great information. Can you get 2 here, maybe even? Oh, there he's infiltrated them completely. That's 1. Oh, gets down to the.
They don't know.
Nice.
Oh, Hive's gone. That was quite swift. I thought maybe he didn't realize exactly where he was with that some util dump, but at the same time, they just had too many men to be able to deal with the position. Kref also very vulnerable. Winner Die's been sat up here, just waiting for teams to try and kind of poke their heads out. There's a point where, as Winner or Die, you'd love to keep shooting at everything as we take a look at the replay from, yes, this is from this game, not the previous game, and some great shots from Perfectix.
Oh, good headshots. Look at that. Super well played here by Perfectix. That's exactly how you want to close that one out. Didn't dump too much of the mag. Connects quite a few. Looks like Winner Die got the knock on one of them there. Whoa, hello, my bad. Chill. That was insane. Kref gets shot down. They are inside the circle, so they'll have time to get this rest up here. And with this, it's kind of a, my... The enemy of my enemy is my friend here. This case here for GK and Win or Die, because holding the high ground and they're kind of defending this low ground compound as well. And if that is the sole focus of GK, they might be able to get deep in this game here. This next circle also still has this high ground in and has this compound in. And just shortly, we're gonna see a fight between Bushido, Circus Crew, and eventually Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's like having a watchtower for Win or Die, right? And it's working out really nicely. The thing is, I was gonna say is that there is a temptation for Win or Die to just shoot at everything. He lost his helmet, did he? But at the same time, you've only got so many bullets to actually work with on the Dragonov here when you're up at this kind of position. So you've got to be a little bit conservative about how many shots you're putting in some of these. You want to be absolutely sure, like we just saw against Kref, right? You want to be sure that those shots are gonna be impactful. Silas
with the Panzerfaust. Nice to spot Bushido here. He has an idea, all information. He sees a car, sees a player. I don't think that range is going to guarantee you a knock, my friend. 3 West available. Also 5 nades. A big util dump here for Circus Crew could be crucial. Levante finds that Kref is just getting slaughtered here by Win or Die continuously. Good spread here for Bushido, James. I really like this. Like, not really vulnerable to nades, not really vulnerable to mortar. Like, this is great. They've got cover, soft cover, foldable shields, Doritos. Everything's kind of working out for them. But now here, Circuit Crew comes in. Nades in hand. Do they have exact information on where they are? Or they're just going to go for it.
A peek over. Arthur takes huge damage. And Marcus is gone as well. That spread, as much as they do get down Meta Bay, I think that still that was a pretty strong hold from them. And they were also covered by Win or Die as well as they're trying to move forwards.
Gonna die, taking tons of shot onto Eternal Fire here. She'll find Arta. Arta dropped the nade on top of himself. Look at this. Nice shots connecting here. Sheila goes down. Eternal Fire losing a player here. Not really worth it to try to get in and get one kill confirmed for Eternal Fire. They have a potential winning position here if they can infiltrate EK's compound and stay 4 guys alive.
No.
Silas is sitting open there.
Yeah, stood absolutely still. I mean, he was obviously wanting to try and get that nade rolling down the hill into the nade bait trenches, but not going to be the case. Hell on my bad with 6 kills. This has been just a success from Win or Die. As much as they came in crippled, a little bit wounded, coming onto this high ground from the emergency pickup, it has acted like the watchtower that they needed. And again, it bears repeating. It's been the highest point on this circle for so long, so nobody could threaten them as long as they didn't get double tapped, both of them.
Oh, okay. Subi finds Lou, also hits him again through the smoke. I think he was just on the edge there, so he dropped it.
He's gonna steal.
Oh, he connected a few. Did he see? Like, is that like a bad smoke, or it just looked exactly like a player? So no wonder they shot towards it. Maybe they had like the outskirts. Look at that. Look, it looks a little bit like the smoke is evolving, like it's a player in there. It looks like Subi's gonna get the bleed on him.
Yeah.
Luke goes down, and now, yeah, obviously, Kreft being below Win or Die. Subi's already inside the circle. This is a rough one for Twisted Minds. Look, you can literally see in the minimap, power grid. This is as much home turf as it gets, and they haven't gotten more out of this.
Yeah, normally if I'd kind of wager, I would expect the Twisted Minds to have the dips that Bushido does have in a circle like this, but not the case. Obviously, they'd gone far and far away from it. Bushido still spreading themselves out nicely. A little bit of clip damage there against it, but they know that Twisted Minds is going to be up against the timer here very, very soon. The circle will start pushing them, and then they have to move. And I don't know how many more smokes they do have available to them to make this kind of move happen.
Not a lot. Win or Die has all the information. No helmet still on Levante, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's really peeking towards them. Julian Perfect's shooting. Oh, that's a lot of damage done. Look at that. Levante finds one. Ilkup finds the other. Perfectly played here by Bushido and Win or Die.
Again, for Win or Die, they've been conservative with their ammo. I'm impressed. They could have been shooting at everything at all times, but they've... Oh, lovely connection here from Spiro, forcing back the Mad, and that will slow down their progression here on this west side of the circle, which might leave them open to Bushido eventually if they feel like they need to try and make a move, because their little dips are slowly being pushed out of a circle like this.
Yeah, Eternal Fire really struggling here. They went for this. Oh, this is going to be an easy flush. Just hiding. Oh, no. Okay, hello, my bad. I actually got it. Eternal Fire trying to get this western side here with a high ground still in play here. It's just not really paying off. They don't have any ridge cover whatsoever here, James.
No, they do not. 25 bullets left on Hello My Bad. I think Levante might have 60, so they might do a little bit of ammo swapping if we have a bit more opportunity, a bit more openness to this. Sees him just barely through the bottom of this vehicle. They'd love some more points. What a success this has been here for Win or Die.
Whoa, 10 kills. What a game for them. That's a 2-man. So well played. Both of them doing so much damage, getting the job done. Showing that the Dragunov is the last fortress of the DMRs.
The last bastion. Yeah, not wrong when it comes to live for these players on esports. But anyway, yeah, still, as you can see, Levante also kind of cutting down on this ammo for the moment. Still keeping an eye on all of these teams. I think, even if there is just barely a little bit of this high ground left on a circle like this, they're then really exposing themselves, being on the very lip of it. $800 damage, man. 7 kills. For Hello My Bad as well.
So well played. Now, though, this next circle, James, when it moves, they're going to have to get off. I don't think this lip is going to be enough for them. Bushido makes a move. They've got a smoke. They've got a rich. 2 nades here for Levante. Can he get them far enough?
There's no way.
That'll be insane. Tons of damage done. First one.
No
Next
way.
one, 244 onto Crossberg, but it didn't get him down. Quetpa also getting shot at.
I mean, that's a crazy throw on the distance.
Whoa.
The other nade coming forwards, careful. Levante here taking
Reloads
some damage as well.
Reloads with 15 bullets. They both have 0 reload now at this point.
Yep. I mean, they'd love an opportunity to just drop off, kill off Kref, and then take some of their gear. That would be the perfect play, but it will be difficult. I mean, that nade does give away the fact, though, that there is somebody right below you if they weren't already knowledgeable about it before. Are they just going to balloon and denying?
Looks
Where are we going?
One's a
Oh, yeah,
try
jam
for
a pack for a second, and then... okay.
That's a deny. I mean, they don't feel like they're going to get any more points out of it, right? So, yeah, that makes sense.
Fair.
Maximizing and minimizing points for everyone else, so that's good. Kref now with a bit of an opportunity here. EK knows they have this ridge to work with. They're trying to get forward. Nailcup tries to get close to Kref. Can he connect some of those bullets from this barrel here? Shots coming in. Severus gets Crossberg down. Nailcup, Celtic, last 2 players.
Yeah, GK moving in as well while all this is going on, but they're very focused on this position. Does see PWD goes for the off angle as well against it. Big spray forwards, doesn't quite connect with too much at all. Kref comes around the corner. It does take him down. It's a 1v1v1 to get it going here with GK just in the distance. They might get PWD up though. He's gone for the smokes, trying to get him up maybe.
Just missing one more player for the 1v1v1v1. Kref. Ooh, almost got him too. Soupy, the boys trying to make it work. Actually gets the heal off as well.
PK up. I think it's going to be difficult for the rest of these teams here. It looks like Bushido and Kref are going to kind of collapse in on each other with the circle moving as well, though. Smokes will buy enough time here for GK. Celtic's already done the work as Kref goes down. And now, can Bushido somehow find a recovery point on this? GK's moving towards the center of the circle. They're taking the rock.
Tries to get the stim off here. 75 HP. Goes for a bold revive here. If he managed to get this done, they'll still have to beat the position that GK have. They have the dot. They have great spots. Utility in play here for Celtic. Does he connect anything on it? Did not. Swaps to the red dot instead of the 3x.
It was between the Doritos and the rock, so that Molly didn't really find much value at all. Both players. He does see him through all of that. PWD, though, takes down Celtic. It's only on Crossbow to do something. Ned goes forwards. PWD's going to swing around on that left-hand side. This could be perfect here for PWD, knowing that exactly they've got the man advantage. Sees him. Peeked on over. Gal goes for it. Perfect stuff. GK rounds it out with a victory. 2 from the compound here. It was a bizarre game, really, for us to watch, Martin, because of win or die exerting so much influence across that whole battleground.
Yeah, and winning their 3rd map here after winning Rondo and Wrangle yesterday. GK, what a dominance for them. Obviously, still, you know, once you have that many points, you are that deep. You're just looking so much better here. But when you go down to 2, you have to consider, okay, we're not going to be able to win this game unless we lay low, unless we take our time to strike here. And that's exactly what it did. A 4-kill win is still 14 points, and it still keeps the averages high here for GK. And that's, I would say, at that point here, that's almost them guaranteed into the final here, James.
Definitely, with a compound like that, being able to post up those results, which looked a little bit sketchy towards the end, right? I think that everybody in that game as a whole was very concerned about how that may go down in the very late stages because of how open a circle like that was, Martin. But anyway, let's head on over to the desk here to break down our final Miramar of the day.
Second map of the day, but our final Miramar, like Polaris said. Toby, I felt like Bushido was given a gift, and they had the gift, and then they went, no thank you, not today, and they gave it to PK. Do you agree?
The main issue for Bushido in the end of that game was, how do we survive long enough? They were the only ones kind of out of the compound, off of the hillside, that whenever that's all done for, they are going to be good, but they'd expended all their util prior. They had little to work with and ended up falling short on that one. I will say, though, to GK, this endgame, this result was what I expected from their Rondo win. but where they got a lot of kills and a lot of points in that game, here they got their 3rd kill when there was 2 opponents left in the game. So good on them to be able to bring it home, because had they not, that would have been a tough loss for them.
Also, the only team to get 3 wins so far between
Yeah.
day 1 and day 2. That's setting them up really nicely, Toby.
Definitely. I mean, again, it's to draw parallels to the Rondo game. They came here phase 2 and literally didn't have to go anywhere up until the very end. I think they moved maybe a total of 50 meters by the game by the time the game ended. But even having said that, I mean, sometimes you get them coming your way, and it's what you make of them. And for them, a 4-point win here, 14 points, they're not going to be displeased with that whatsoever.
So, Mark, I do want to talk about another team that we got to see in the top 4, because we did mention them in the pre-show. They're a team that we were all keeping our eyes on coming in from Group C, and that is, of course, Win or Die. What did you think of their performance?
Yeah, good play from them. Obviously, the flight path favoured a lot of the teams. They dropped for that Hacienda location. A huge zone shift favouring back to that Twisted Minds, that west shift, and then we saw it shift back down to that southwest, so back to kind of that power grid area, hold on to Picardo. They were the only team actually that took the emergency pickup at that point, so they went from Hacienda to that high ground, and that just gave them that verticality just to farm. Was it the right move to tab out the end? Yes, they pretty much run out of ammo. Even if they got off the rock, Sam, I don't think they had anything left in the chamber to get any more kills. So taking 10 kills, 4 placement points, that is a victory, the same as Geeko.
For sure. I think they're going to be very happy with that. I'm curious, Toby, do you think that we have seen the pace and the quote-unquote chaos calm down somewhat as the second match of the day finishes? Or is it just how the circles have kind of popped and what we're playing with on Miramar?
I love the fact that you brought that additional sentence to it, because I will completely echo that. I think this game wasn't so much player caused chaos, it was the circles being tricky. I mean, the fact that Win or Die ends up in a tied first in terms of point garnered this game off of a, let's call it what it is, a Hail Mary E pickup in phase 3 to go up to a mountaintop, knowing full well that if this circle shifts anywhere off that mountain, you're doomed. And good on them that the circles kept coming their way, because a couple of months back it wouldn't have been possible for that to happen at all. But no more lane ratio issues in that area means that they could sit tight for a while and get points with it. But still, the fact that you have players forced to go all in, like sent Hail Mary plays in phase 3, like that goes to show that it was a very hard circle to play.
Should we take a look at the overall standings, boys? Would you like to see them so
Yes,
far after
please.
these two? Let's pull those up now and see how things are playing out. Obviously, our PEC Spring Champs, look at them. They've moved into second place with my favorite number, that's 69. And at the top, their BB team still sitting pretty. This is a really good place, I'd say, for the top 4 so far with the points. I think I've already forgotten. Avenger gave us a number yesterday, Mark.
It was me, 76.
Was it you? 76. Okay, there we go. So at the moment, no one is there just yet.
No, but I think these top teams are qualified in at the moment. I think the one to watch is Ascent. As we said before, it's that consistency I worry about. Can they get themselves in the top? If they can, they get points. Will they drop their way down? 64 points, though. Arguably, you'd expect him still to be in a top 8 scenario, maybe punching that ticket straight to the grand finals. But I do worry. Look at the likes of Win or Die. It's game number 2 for them. They're already off the mark, up into 14th place, 24 teams as well. So if there are more teams like that are hungry to try and take it away and have just as good as a first day, like before from Ascend, we have to watch how far they might fall.
Are we worried about Foot, Toby?
Not yet. Again, I mean, they're kind of on a placement point struggle bus right now, doing the Foot special of not knowing how to catch a single circle, because it seems like GK and BB yesterday, they just stole all of them, and hopefully now that one of them is out, they thought they could go differently, but then GK gets 8 in this game, so like, yeah, no, the circles are still ours to play around with. For Foot, I'm not too worried yet. As a matter of fact, on the contrary, I've liked what I've seen from a not newly assembled roster, because obviously the core of T-Bone and HC have played together forever now, it feels like. And but with the addition of the last 2, I actually kind of like what I've seen from them in terms of the fights they've been able to take, the way they're able to dictate the short perimeter of what's happening around them. I've liked, but then you just have crazy circles today, and yesterday you had the chaos where there are just too many open angles. You can't keep yourself hidden from them, and they fall under that pressure. But honestly, it feels weird to say, given that they're in 9th and GK is in 2nd. But I cannot get over the fact that they have 31 placement points on 3 wins. Outside of their 3 wins, they have 1 placement point across all their games. And they're sat in 2nd place now. So there's almost something more to be said that it's more impressive what Ascenda's been able to do in terms of consistency than what GK has done, despite the fact that they're sat in 2nd with 3 wins. I'm just worried about their not won games, because you can't get those circles and 8 of them every time, you know.
But doesn't that
I
come
play
down
devil's
to?
advocate.
Oh,
Wait,
sorry,
Mark,
Sam.
you
I was gonna
go.
say, doesn't it come down to the GK have got more zones, so they've been able to kind of, I'm gonna say, hide out in the compound. They have farmed from the compound. They got kills from it, right?
Yeah.
But they've been able to control like more wins. Foot Esports, on the other hand, not defending T, but I know you guys are gonna dig me out about it. They've had to work harder. Now, I would say yesterday, Foot Esports' performance was not up to scratch. Today, it does feel different. They're trying to pitch up their road camps. They're trying to close teams out. They're trying to take fights. The thing they've got consistent on both days, as you say, they're still having to chase circles. So at least they're being a bit aggressive. I am worried for them, though, personally. Can they do enough today? Is there enough games left for them to kind of put their mark and then sit back on the last day and pray that they might find themselves in the top 8? Still undecided.
I mean, could very well be. I think it's also just a playstyle difference. GK hunts circle centers more often, and therefore bigger chance for them to be in the next one. Whereas Foot, they, as you say, set up their traps. They take their time in the early game to play towards the circle center, and that means that more often than not, they get shifted away from.
Okay, it's time to Tago. So I'm curious, which teams do you think have the best opportunity on this particular map, Mark?
Ooh.
Oh, with this sound, you hold out for a second. Might change my thought process. This is a difficult flight path from the southeast up towards west. We are favouring very much that kind of south side. So a lot of these teams are going to have to work on and get cars and sort of rotate. I would like to maybe look at some of the new teams. I'd be, especially for this map, Sam, I'll be looking for kind of a win or die, because they naturally like to play aggressive, and we've already seen a very good game for them already. So I think they might like the Tago and this drop for themselves.
Toby, you're not getting away with it.
No,
you need to answer
I
that
knew it was
question
going to
as
come
well.
my way, so I was prepared for it. I'm going to not do the full political explanation and take a long time. I'm just going to say VP or Foot wins this game. Despite the fact
Just
that it
like
seems
that?
like Foot is going to fight Krafton Palace now.
And VP hasn't really appeared for most of the start of this day.
There you have it. That's my prediction.
Okay, I mean, I won't argue with you because we have nothing to argue about, because he won't even.
Okay, can I change my prediction real quick?
No,
because
no.
No.
Protocol
There we go.
Sam.
Polaris Avenger, don't let Toby talk.
All right, well, let's do it. Yeah, let's talk. Where do we even start? Not only the palace drop this circle. Okay, this is gonna get mental, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. I'm so happy that Mark and Toby didn't get a chance to talk, because we're going to have action from the get-go here. We're going to see a little bit of chasing his slam, and the boys are saying to Kitchen, get out of my loot area here. It's like, no, it's not Kitchen. I'm blind. It's Respawn. I'm looking at the map as well here. It's the same color.
Close enough, I guess.
Same,
blue,
same.
grey, you know. But I think what is interesting about all of this is that Foot disengages from the palace fight, even though that they're okay with just getting the cars, going to Yongchong, which is kind of their normal drop spot anyway, for the most part, and then from there just playing this out. And I think they're also going to feel very comfortable about the idea of, okay, with a circle like this, we can probably get that big wide wrap around and get an entry point south of airport and feel totally fine if we need it.
Yeah. For sure. What are your thoughts here on Winner Die obviously having a great spot into this circle here? What's your thoughts on where they're going to end up? Are they going to get this home turf advantage that we so often talk about here? Are they going to get top 5 or not? What are your thoughts?
Good question. I mean, Yang obviously is a great circle for this. Obviously, Gedrox has to be a little bit careful, but I don't suspect he's going to get assaulted anytime soon. I think that if they pivot themselves from what would be that north position that they currently hold, and then use that as maybe like an opportunity to either move back into Ohyang if they need it, or move north into that field and then that hill north of it near Kangyong. I think that is a great spot for them to work with, because they have the pick of the litter for where they should play a game like this, right?
Yeah, I agree. Agree for sure. Oh, Circuit School looks to be chasing Red Trucks. Stopped a little bit.
Did he just stop?
Oh, did they? A tire pop or stop? Something crazy happened there. He did continue himself though, so he is still driving. Maybe he hit something, and that paid off perfectly for him. Circus Crew
Maybe.
was kind of chasing at that point. A lot of teams with high priority already moving in here. Circus Crew 1, send another one. Winner Die coming in 2. Kitchen also moving in there. Well, this is trying to connect some bullets onto Kill Kite, but this distance here with a 4x just not connects too much at that point.
Well, I can already understand, though, why we're seeing emergency pickups abound super early in this game, right? This is one of the most eastern circles you can possibly have here on Tego. And all of those teams that are coming in from that west side understand that. Even teams like Circus Crew, as we say, with their emergency pickup, who weren't even in a bad spot. They were in Buksansar. So they're just like, okay, well, let's disperse ourselves rapidly across the south side of, well, south-ish side of the center of the circle, and then from there have a probably better spot than Buksansar.
Yeah, and on top of that, half the circle, you know, like it's not playable at all. Like you can't even rotate in and get around there. So the question is really like, do you take something central at the current zone, or do you try to get in a little bit deeper because you know that phase 4 is going to pop away from that red line that's coming in here? Thermal Fire and Quedpa is moving in somewhat slowly in behind Virtus Pro. They are moving earlier than we usually see them here. They might have like a top 8 prior or so that they can get in and get early on. And yeah, that car caravan it's really tight. Like they're driving really close to each other. Same like EK here, except for PUBG's coming out scouting a little bit on the northern side of them here. But they are hoping for maybe a more western shift as PUBG is moving in deeper.
I'm a big fan of the convoy play. I do not like it when my teammates are driving really far away from me. One gets knocked, and you're like, oh, well, by the time I get over there,
that's a waste.
I can't even help.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the caravan, the convoy, whatever you want to call it. Like, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to make sure that you can either back up, pull up, or just straight up crash if somebody shoots from a compound. Especially if they did a mag dump and you're driving really close to them, you might be able to just crash them while they're still reloading if you're that close. So it's so often that it really pays off, being that so many teams trying to get in early on here. Diffix, look at that. It's Respawn coming in. And GK together with this. Crash.
Yep. Trying for it. Nades go forwards here. Can PWD do anything about this? Over on the distance, he does see that Respawn is in the building across, potentially threatening Spiro's position. And the 2-2 split is they're aware of this as they're trying to slowly move forwards against it, but without expending too many nades and stuff like that, they don't think they can bring them out of these entrenched positions just yet.
I doubt it. I severely doubt it. Look at this canine in hand here. It's a canine.
Crazy. Okay. Right, well, we're just going to lay low here for a sec, wait for it, just keep an eye on those windows, and if anybody moves past, take a cheeky shot or two. Schofield takes a bit of damage from the distance. Okay, now they were considering expending some util here.
Yeah.
As Quizzy did have nades in hand. Smokes as well. Just kind of cycling through it, waiting for a chance. Smoke goes down. Are they going to make a cross?
I'm not sure if it's actually worth it until they get a knock somehow, an opening.
Smokes.
And also, are they aware that it's a 2-2 split here? Are they aware that there's 2 on either side? Because that cross can be very difficult, very dangerous. Maybe even getting on the roof here could be good.
In cars.
Spiro is shadow stepping, trying to get close.
So they're definitely, yeah, it really depends. I'm not sure if they know exactly man for man where the people are, right? Because
I doubt it.
They saw people on the right-hand side.
Oh, it's a
Looks
bait.
like they're just disengaging here and baiting,
It's a bait.
maybe.
Yeah, they're baiting.
Yeah.
They're leaving 2 guys. Diffix is still there. Spiro's still got a corner. Spiro might have an opening here if KD overextends to the other compound. I mean, Diffix gonna get hurt here from the guys next to him. He's running around. Oh.
That jump might have...
I mean, for sure. They are aware about Diffix, but they don't know about Spiro, maybe.
Yeah.
Guys are coming back. The bait didn't work. We're coming back, guys.
Yeah. I mean, all of those smokes
okay.
for that.
Yeah, I mean, if they kill them and just take their smokes, is fine. Well, that's a great nade. That's a great nade. Shots coming in from Schofield. Takes down Spiro. They do have 2 people on this side here. Chrissy gets Schofield, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but They are a 2-man advantage, soon to be rest here on this side.
I think Voldemort was moving alongside Lazar as well. Swings around for the angle. Lazar gets Diffex instantly. And that isolates the single against the 1-3 split that we're seeing here from GK. Now they know they have to be aggressive with it as well, knowing that it is a guaranteed 2-2, all things considered, as he goes around the corner. They're able to find KT, not too bad at all. Takes down 3 already. Only 1 left alive here for Respawn. Can he do anything about this is the question.
It's well executed here by GK. It's an easy res on Diffex. They just need to get things done here. Lazar's sitting on the last Dorito, trying to get a energy drink off. Not much of a difference forward. It's only going to heal him for more damage. Oh, shots are coming in from the distance. It's Bushido. They saw this fight evolving. And yeah, they're able to clean out. Lazar goes out and Respawn is out in 16th place. That's an easy in and out for Bushido. Now here Ascent 6 shots onto Slam G. Connects half HP. More shots coming on to Mogul.
So my question at the end of all of that fight is, does Bushido keep them locked into that compound, or do they allow them to get the blue chip and then head maybe south, right, to either hospital or the west res to try and get that going? But, maybe Books and Sar might be a bit more of a target, but does Bushido then just sit there and say, well, come and res your friends? Like,
yeah, I mean, GK surely just goes west to the open, like, gravel area. And get that res, as you see in the minimap here. Foot moving in there. Actually going straight through the middle. Shots coming in from Twisted Minds. Did that connect on the car? I think a little bit damage on one of the players, but they found themselves a few containers. A little bit of a scrapyard here to get things going. Somewhat center, but yeah, if they have to cross further west here, that's going to be an eternal fire in between them.
Still on
split again, James.
They were very concerned about either Bushido still being there or teams rotating past them. So smokes went down for them to continue on that looting that is going on. Krint does watch Slam G ride on past them. Not much that they can really do about that. Just a little bit of a spray here and there, but beyond all of that, really not connecting with much. As Slam G, I mean, doesn't really want to be stopping here either. They would much rather be getting on a little bit faster up towards the north a bit, but those shots did delay them.
All right, Nixie and the boys here for VP. It's your time to kind of shine. 3rd game of the day, only 4 points so far. Obviously a little bit difficult when you have teams coming in here. That's a little bit of weird sound for me.
It's like we're in a tin. I like that. All right, I can't do that. You know. But yeah, we're seeing Mogul just trying to hold off Krint at the moment. I mean, the good part of why they would stop there is the fact that they did leapfrog forwards from them, right? So like Krint here, the onus is really on them to really do something about this. And Slam G is happy to just hold them off. Artix takes Vanos straight away. Boostic gets Manductive. This is going to be an easy cleanup for them if they're not careful. They've just absolutely fallen like a house of cards, mate.
Yeah, again, Krint, either it's huge games or it's going out with just 1, 2 points, maybe even 0 sometimes here. Boostic and the boys pushing forward here. Lyrics went down, obviously. They have an idea. Salek is in this direction here. That's a flashbang. Great flashbang, even. He's completely blind. Did he see him? I think he spotted him, yeah.
Get his leggies.
Oh, great.
Or do that.
Krint out in 15th place here, going out with just 1 point again. Half of their matches with 0 or 1 points here.
Ooh.
He gets in and gets the effects back here. That's going to be easy for GK, but they are going to be slow. Now it's just still phase 2 as it closes here. But it's going to be time because Diffix also wants to land. He wants to loot on this spot that they are in as well. And if this circle goes away, they're going to have absolutely no priority and no information deeper into the circle. That might delay them too much.
Well,
but let's see, Geeky, how that kind of follows up.
Martin, do you recall a Diffx res pickup play from PPT?
Oh, stop.
Where he was punching the guy out. People didn't see it. Took all his gear after he landed. It was amazing. You need to see it if you didn't.
And got 3 or 4 kills. Until I think he had a total of 6 points from a revive where he glided, landed on a guy that was knocked. But they have a southern shift here, so it's workable for them. And with the playing line, the fighting line that Spiro's already opening up here, they can leapfrog from the compound onto Spiro onto that high ground ridge here. So that's working out as well. Slam G is also going to get this rest. It's going to work out too. And they're going to be coming in later on.
So if you look at the circle as well, the compound that we were talking about for win or die to take up residency in is exactly where they ended up in, and they should be able to continue to have a big game off the back of the question you posed at the beginning, right? So that is great for them for a circle like this. Here comes Diffex coming on down. The rest of the team might be able to funnel some stuff to him. There is even still that compound in play that they're currently residing in, and Kref is going for a small convoy, a double convoy, let's call it that. It's tiny.
Yeah, coming in here from Kangyong, they potentially could be driving straight into Foot or to Virtus Pro, or even close to Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds have been very passive so far. Obviously, some teams with tons of points already, they don't want to drive into them because they're going to get aggressive on them. But Kraft, this could look like a point delivery straight to Virtus Pro.
Could be. Goes for the spray, connects with a few bullets there, and continuing to do so. The second car doesn't quite show itself to Nixie, so it doesn't do too much with it. He will follow that spray all the way through the woods, but does not knock anybody there from Kref. I just got to get to this little warehouse and sit pretty by the looks of things. Nade was prepped.
Only the Mad is out here. Eternal Fires looking to kind of encroach onto this compound, though. It's a little bit too big to just connect all the... Not a dip, it's not something that you can easily get all the knocks on, but a few blue zones, maybe a few nades could follow that up, but at this point it's just not worth it. They have a central position and they're controlling the majority of it. Well, Slam G here versus Whirlpool Swords. Slam G with 4 kills already, looking strong.
You know, Young. I mean, the thing is that if Circle was to come back down here, they'd be so happy, but I mean, any other team that would try and get back in here or try and enter, this is a complete lockdown of this north side of Ohyang. These two teams just kind of at loggerheads with one another. A bit of a bamboozle, jump off, getting out there. Ooh, win or die. Playoff does have that angle. Run away.
It's a couple hundred meters away here, just connecting, even 300 or 400 meters away. Like, taking a few bullets there. This great One-Eyed King finds Artix. Great headshot with the barrel here. And this puts a spanner in the works a little bit for Slam G.
I liked the Panzer follow-up. That was something.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Should be able to get him up, no?
Yeah, 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Have to get in there. Yeah,
oh, the shutdown of the cross.
That's great.
No, never mind.
He gets him? Yeah, he gets him. Okay, great play. 8 seconds to go. 8 HP left on him. First knock is 100 seconds. Obviously, nice super turn here for Boostic. Gets in onto Subila. Can even get the rest as well onto Artix.
No way.
That's insane. Now, Hive did a huge crash onto Eternal Fire.
Yep. This is very... Oh, dear me. Get away from those nades as quickly as possible. They disperse, scattering like bugs there after quite the connection. Another nade goes forwards on that corner. Doesn't quite do much with it at all, though, here. Still, Eternal Fire trying to hold this off. The lobby's scrambling a little bit at the moment because we had quite a hard west shift against all of this, meaning that for Geeky, they're absolute up roses. This is brilliant for them, but for a lot of these teams now, there is going to be some pressure on them to try and make some moves, try and conclude some of these fights that they're kind of stuck in.
Yeah, they've been able to loot the entirety of the utility of Respawn as well. Circus Crew trying to send it in here on the fields here. This is some of the worst fields to try to get into. There's not much cover in there. Virtus Pro also trying to get in, but not as deep. They have the ridges. They have a little bit to work with. Also a little bit of a car fort. This is, again, this is very central here. Hard to kind of get an opening. Ascend is looking pretty here. And Eniko gets knocked. They do have a BRDM as well.
Correct. See, still doing a bit of damage himself here whilst they've taken what is quite a high plateau compared to a lot of stuff here. But there is a mortar in play, and I'm telling you right now, that's probably hello my bad peppering this in, as it looks like Win or Die did have one available to them. That's a lot of nades moving forwards. Ooh.
Oh, it's Chris. BRDM straight into Nixie. It's just absolute mayhem here. It's Chris even gets the flush into Nixie. I bet Nixie loves that. He loves the BRDM. This Chris is just the big BRDM, just sending it through.
Where are we going?
They're just taking shots on it now. Half HP at this point here.
Yeah, I think obviously for a lot of these top teams, there's almost a gentleman's agreement about the BRDM being blasted by a lot of the lobby when it comes near them, as Foot is absolutely decimating the position here of Kref as more nades move forwards alongside the big power plays from these guns. Can Foot do much more with this? They are all in the same location, same building. If anybody kind of swings around on this and gets some nades in, as it was just noted by, maybe they could do some damage towards them. But Twisted Minds, I mean, they found a spot, but they still need more from it. They need to move in further.
This is gonna be such mayhem here in all these concrete buildings here. Eternal Fire actually managing to stay 4 guys alive with both Hive and Kref in there. Hello, my bad finds Godford. Foot also in there. Twisted Minds very passive there on the northern side. Just awaiting more information, more shifts, and it's gonna go slightly south here. Still Oyang in play. Yeah. GK has so much control on this western side here. It's just set up for success for them.
Yes, they do. Now, think about what Win or Die needs to do here. Hello My Bad was aiming towards the position where Kitchen were, where he was mortaring, so maybe that's where they might want to try and go, even though it's still a very vulnerable position. I think that they believe that they don't have many options from that compound, so we'll see where they end up going from that one.
It's going to be rough for Wobble Swords to defend this one here. There's a little bit of a repair kit going on for Sloy Jacket. Masters find Nibba for Kitchen. Not many players left for Kitchen here at this point. So Billa finds Marcis. And Elska, last player, tries to get just a little bit more time and see if he can get something connected. Oh, look at that. That's a great blue zone to flush your own teammate there. It's an unfortunate situation, but yeah, they obviously tried to get it in on to Kitchen.
Still trying to hold this down here. More flashes go forwards. He is a little bit blind there for a second. Drops down a smoke, knowing that there is potential of them just diving through those windows to try and put on some more pressure. More flashes go forwards here. Zubilla's got to dance on out of this one. Can't rescue the rest of his teammates, but he walks straight into the guns of Slam G. He's gone down. Win or Die now. Obviously, trying to deal with some of the aggression that's coming away from Twisted Minds as well. Charging up an aid forwards, takes down Batul and start things off. A great aid connects with Example. A second one here, bringing him down. It's all unperfected to try and do something. Molotov trying to bring him down. Perfect stuff by Win or Die.
Just completely destroyed our Esports World Cup champions and shut them down. Well played. A little bit of help from Virtus Pro, obviously, but now just a little bit more mortars coming in. Virtus Pro dispersing a little bit. With a few smokes and just using the cars for cover here, they might be able to get that last entry, but Win or Die, this is their line. Like, they should be pushing straight into them.
They got to do something. It is difficult to really get across that road. You're going to have to maybe expend some smokes or just get for a mad dash with some of those vehicles. As still, GK controls a lot of this circle. They have some strong high ground here. As we were predicting and expecting, that kind of mortar shots coming in from Win or Die earlier has tried to open up this angle for them to then start playing for a circle like this. But can it work out? Because there's a lot of line of sights onto their position. They're trying to use the smokes, trying to use the cars to cover against the peppering of shots coming in from Slam G over on the south side.
Wow, Beamy just absolutely destroyed Atzi and Scav. And now the blue zone is pushing them. It's phase 5. Beamy finds T-Bone 2. Rocks helps it up. Beamy gets 3 kills onto Foot. Holy. And this is the exact reason why I don't like this Win or Die push here. This angle you have inside from Oyang. There's so much open space because it's just slightly lower. And the tops just don't offer any protection whatsoever.
So I think that they were, based on what we were saying about the previous mortars and the shots and where they might want to make entry point on that circle, I think some extra mortar shots went towards where Virtus Pro was. I think they said to themselves, this was going to be a different entry angle, a difficult entry angle, so let's try and dislodge Virtus Pro. It was unsuccessful with that, and now they've had to go for this, which is brutal.
Yeah, Slam G really stepping it up. And they had to. Their 9th game here so far. After this one, just 3 more. Spiro finds Correxy. EK with an insane amount of control inside the circle here. That's a great flush for his Chris onto Correxy. And eventually here, we're going to see Hive and Eternal Fire fight. But they're outside the circle. They're going to have to run into Ascend and VP eventually.
Molly on the roof. Just trying to slow down any potential push on through there. Here from them, Leosh with the Panzerfaust. Wait, double Panzerfaust? Oh my!
Got the flush and the next knock here, but now win or die. Look at this Slam G, 10 kills for the guys. Just really taking win or die apart here. Getrox trying to get there.
Yeah, they were praying and hoping that the circle would have shifted a little bit more north to try and push Slam G off of these roofs, off of this angle, because they are dead to rights at the moment. And still looking further afield here are Slam G, knowing that they have them locked down. A big nade. They're completely locked in here. He was trying to go for some emergency cover for an opportunity at trying to get out, but Hive, they know they're bleeding out, man.
Yeah, that's just insane Molotov to put it on the only exit of this house here, going into the blue. And Eternal Fire, still 4 guys alive here, but this time here, like, they're gonna have to heal and try to get in. But versus Pro and Ascent is just looking straight at them. Spyro finds Cold Marco as well. Geeky just looking to farm this up, get the kills. Boostic finds Leosh.
It's a very calculated game again from some of these teams, especially for GK that's been able to come in from this west-hand side, get themselves the res. Boostic still going crazy, finally shuts down Win or Die. They have been laser focused on their position for a good few minutes here. And Eternal Fire goes as well, because Chris is just bombarding everybody that comes near him. Don't think he has many more grenades, surely, after everything that's gone down so far. But the BRDM has been a bastion of hope. They've been chilling and chilling.
Yeah, Ascent has really made that work really heavily here. Hunter kills here for Kiliakai. Arta has been surviving after flushing his teammate for quite a while. And they are getting into top 6 here. 2 placement points for him guaranteed, along with the 2 kills. Circus Crew on 5 total. They're so far only best game. Hive out in 6, tried to heal for a little bit. This is just surely a game between GK and Slam G eventually, with Circus Crew on only 1 and Ascent and only on 2, and now with Lukarok's gone out in 5th place. Decent amount of kills and placement points here for VP. They managed to step it up compared to what we've seen in them in the 2 prior games.
Still a lot of health on this BRDM, but for Ascend, as you're saying, it is quite difficult. Kiliakai, though, gets 1 and completely unscuffed himself. So charges up the nade. Quiz is going to send one forwards as well. Moves to the left-hand side. Good moves by Kiliakai. Great play from him. As Chris is looking to even just scout, never mind a run down. Run away, Quizzy.
Oh, Quizzy. That was great.
To the tree.
Get close to the tree. And I mean, this is exactly how you play the BRM, right? You have one player that gets close, try to get in nade range, try to get the shots out, and then the other player in the BRDM is just hurting and pushing the teams around, making sure they are making moves here. Now, a lot of damage are coming in for Slam G. They know that this is exactly how you want to get it out.
Oh, no, Arta.
They're going to go straight into Arta. Are they going to find him, though? Look at that. Ooh. There's an Arta, and he sees him. That's easy.
Just the presence of the BRDM alone forces him to go out of cover. It is tough stuff to deal with. Oh, that's burning. Oh, good job by Slam G, though, to absolutely blast the BRDM, because that was on 75% health, so they blasted it. Look at all the bullet holes in the side.
Yeah, they managed to get that down, but also Ascend making that work. It's just a 2-man here, getting into top 3. GK lost 1 player here, and that might have been their opportunity. Slam G, they need to get another shift into the city, otherwise they're going to have to get cast. They're going to have to make their way in here.
Yeah, as much as they're 3, the hills feel strong, though, no? For a little bit.
I don't think they have too much more cover. I think they're also going to have to make a move. Yeah, this next push is a little bit downhill, and the ridge is kind of ahead of them is not that good. The question is really for Slam G's, should they try to get out and get that ridge that is uphill on the fields on the kind of southwest side of them? I think that's really the play for them to make a move here, but yeah, look at this. This is what I was talking about here. This ridge here is huge coming out of Ouyang. You can play uphill on a ridge, and if you're the last team to make it in, look at that. Like, it's just going to be perfect for them.
Yeah, and Slam G can take the corner of those fields, making it very, very difficult for movement to occur. The one thing that will maybe go in the advantage of GK is the foliage cover with some of these trees, but it will be very limiting about how much you can move around those, with the potential of Ascend and Slam G having some angles on each of these trees.
Yeah, this spot is just huge for Slam G. 13 kills so far. prior to this game, only 32 points. So look at them putting themselves into 50. And I would say with this being 4 alive, at least 55 to 60 points, depending on how many more kills that they're getting. 5 more from placement as there's 3 teams left alive. Is
Should
up for
continue to be a
grabs.
huge game.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, I am impressed that Geek after the silly fight that was going down at the beginning of all things, the 1-3 split, and then being able to eventually push off the 2-2 of Vorpal Swords to then get them res, to then be able to get themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets destroyed.
Wow. Wow,
Huge.
wow. That's 17 guaranteed for Slam G here. What a great game for them. Now they're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotovs comes in. And if you're Kilyakai, they're on fire. Oh, they got it as well. Huge play here for Slam G to get 18 kills and a win. That's 28 points after only having... That's 32 points off this one. They're going to get themselves into 60 as you see the leaderboard just updated on the left side there. That's insane. 5th place for them so far.
Yeah, they're going to be buzzing from that one. A lot of damage coming out from them in this compound, and a great overlook on anybody trying to move in towards some of those later stages in this game here, Avenger. We saw it as Winnerdie was trying to clear forwards, trying to find themselves space, but those rooftops, with Slam G holding that, nobody on their backside because they're kind of on the edge of the circle. Just beautiful lines of sight for them to really take control of this game.
Yeah, and also that them being able to stay 4-man strong after that fight, after that many teams that's trying to hold them out, after the fight with the Vorpal Swords, after so many situations where it's like they should have lost a player there, they should have lost a player out there, but nope, managed to stay 4 guys throughout the whole thing, and that's the reason why they're also able to go out and get that aggressive. Getting 18 kills here is massive for them, pushing them so far into that leaderboard.
Yeah, really good stuff. Again, it felt to me like a very different Tago compared to what we're used to because of the way in which a lot of this terrain kind of works out. Tough stuff. Tough decisions have to be made for a lot of these teams. I mean, even for a team like Virtus Pro that takes the spot where they do, there's really not much cover to work with there. So they're trying to kind of be very careful, very meticulous about where they show, how they show some of the teams around them. So for my money, Martin, a good game 3 as well.
Yeah, it was. Winnerdie, obviously the big losers for this one here, having a home turf circle. They got some kills, but not as many as they were hoping for sure.
All started off from this for DK trying to do something with it, but that does it from us here for game number 3. We'll head over to the desk to talk about good old Tago.
Good old Tago did not disappoint Toby, and neither did Geeke. We were talking about this before this map, saying, they need to be a bit more consistent. It's all well and good to have 3 wins, but you got to find yourself finishing in the sort of top 4, top 5, and they did just that, right? Coming in 3rd. And Ascend as well, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but both of these teams are just going to, as Avenger would say, sponge up the points.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance from DK as we saw in the beginning of that one, being forced into an awkward fight to kick things off, but then being able to reset, get the rest, and then up on that hillside. I mean, yes, circles kept coming their way, as it has been for a big part of the tournament, but they were able to completely control it throughout up until they had to leave there in the end. You see Slam take them out, and just for Slam, I mean, the fact that they go out and do the one thing we always say, never do this in PUBG, is going into the city. They go Ouyang in phase 3, knowing that, this is not the best, but we don't have any other options. They force out their opponents, and then they just get blessed with the fact that the corner of the city stays in for so long, and they have just a perfect vision of the entirety of the playing field. Is what sets them up with an 18 kill win here. Really good stuff for Slam.
18 kills, Mark. What a vibe. Walk me through that start to finish. I mean, Toby's done a good job, but maybe add a little bit more insight into how Slam was able to convert this to a victory.
Also, it comes down to rotation early. We saw them sort of play into the town, and it was them. Vorpal Sword, they wanted to hold on to Ohang, right? And it was tough. They've eventually forced the Vorpal Sword out, and then they were kind of left to their own devices. They're on the south side of the zone. We saw teams like Ascend roll by, eventually win or die. Yes, it was a home turf for them, but they went a little bit more north. They were centered themselves up in the zone, but obviously it played again back towards the south. So again, Slam G happy where they were lying. And then everyone that had to play into that field, it's it's a false, like, where you think you're safe, but those little tarpaulins, you can see your little feet, they get pedicures, they're just getting kill after kill after kill, and everyone is falling in front of them. On the other side of things though, Sam, GK, nobody approached them. Yet again, GK find themselves with a zone for completely free. Yes, they had to get the recall. Yes, we saw them in early engagement, but no one challenged them on the west side.
No one challenged them, and they're putting themselves in a really good position, obviously winning PEC Spring, and now here in the group stages trying to qualify for those grand finals. They're looking really impressive, as are some of the other teams that we've been seeing. Some you haven't seen today, but there is that overall leaderboard, and that top 8 is where you want to sit currently. And pretty not so surprising, Toby, because obviously our Group C teams have far less games, but for the most part, we're sitting with a bunch of teams that we did see pop off yesterday, that we did see do well. It almost seems like day one has allowed them to keep that momentum rolling and keep themselves in contention for those grand final spots.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, again, shout out to Ascent. The fact that they've been able to maintain consistency while not winning games, I think is something they have been lacking for, I don't want to say years, but quite a long time now. So seeing them being able to get that going here, no, it's not wins. It's not always pretty. Sometimes all you can do is sit in a BRDM and wait for things to go your way, as we saw in the last one. But nonetheless, they get it done. They get into high placement points. They get kills when needed, and they make the most of it. And therefore, they're sat in second without a win. And I think, honestly, for Ascent, they would rather be here with 75 points the way they have played thus far than have it be the GK way of 3, almost 4 wins, but nothing else than that. They have needed the consistency, and now they're getting it. I think they're very happy with it.
So we're going to move to the bottom of the overall leaderboard now, so we can see the teams that are struggling. I need to remind you that it is not their last chance here. We have the last chance qualifiers that they can get themselves into, work their way through to make the grand finals. But do we have any surprises here, Mark, or is it still too early for some of these teams?
I think the first surprise, we've got to talk about Twisted Minds, right? I think Toby called it right. I would have gone the other way up. I hold my hands up. I thought Twisted Minds were going to come out explosive. I thought they were going to be able to dial up after EWC to the level of pace that we're seeing here in the group stages, but not in there just yet. Maybe just warming their way up. Maybe Toby's right in the context that they just want to go through that last chance. Maybe we have to wait and see. I've been impressed with VP, but the biggest one for me is Win or Die. They really come into this with the pacing that we're seeing from this lobby, and that's why we see them overtaking some of the teams from yesterday. Yes, some of their performance wasn't great, but Win or Die already sitting on 13th place. I think that's a big shout out for them. They are sort of trying to drive that leaderboard and close the gap down to the teams that are playing their final day today.
Okay, Toby. So here's a question for you. Obviously, we talk a lot about GK, but let's talk about Slam, because this is the first time this name is coming up in conversation, right? As we've been analyzing these games. Where have they been?
You know what, Sam? I would love to talk about Slam, and you know why? I was actually thinking I want to bring it up, and you threw it to me without even knowing I was going to do that, so this is perfect. I think it's insane that yesterday Slam, in very much similar fashion to what we saw from another team earlier today, they had 20 points on the day yesterday. Today, they have come out and just, I mean, literally obliterated anyone against them. In the Miramar game we saw just before, they had an incredible start to that one. They knew how to play aggressive, knew when and where to go aggressive, like and we've seen it here in this last game as well. You don't, even though circles did go in their favor, pulling off an 18-kill win is something some teams will never get to do in their, esports careers in PUBG. So for Slam to be able to do it here, I think was incredibly impressive.
Very impressive for them, and obviously they'll be liking those points that all those kills will get them. We need to remind you that it's not only the players playing for something. We've got something for you as well. Just from watching, you can get involved. We have lots of G coins up for grabs, and all you have to do is try and make us laugh. Memes, AI videos, funny jokes, whatever it is, head on over to social media, share them. I believe tomorrow we'll put a bunch together, and if you can make the talent laugh, you can win some G coins. So there you go, super easy. And then, of course, if you think that you are a PEC expert, be sure to be following on social media to see if you can answer the questions that are posed to you, and once again, an opportunity to win. So we just want to give away lots of stuff. G coins for everyone if you answer the questions correctly, make us laugh, or have interesting hot takes. There you go. No pressure at all. Right, we need to do a quick swap because I know Toby and Mark desperately want to get into the casting booth. So we're going to take a break. And by break, I mean we're going to have a bit of a game show going that Mark's been hosting. So you'll have lots of entertainment while we swap all the boys around. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey guys, welcome back to PUBG Jeopardy. With Jeopardy with a slight twist. There are no more big questions to be had, but we still have lots of questions left on the board. It's Chris. Let's start things off, mate. Give me a category, weapon, history, vehicle, or map, and give me a level that you want to pick.
I go vehicle, 800 points.
This is the amount of water vehicles in PUBG. How many total water vehicles do we have? It's Chris. You had the question. You got the first in.
6?
6. I can tell you, it is close, but it's not the right answer. Gustav, straight on the trigger. I didn't even get a countdown. Gustav, how many
5
water vehicles?
5.
5 water vehicles is unfortunately the correct answer. Well done.
Yeah, okay.
Mate.
Hey, oh, you got me there, you got me there.
Okay,
They're claiming back some points.
have
5
to
water
explain
vehicles in
now.
total. Map for 800. Let's lock it in. This map has a point of interest named. Oh my days. Beamy, I didn't even finish reading. You buzzed that one straight in.
Rondo.
It is Rondo. I can confirm that is the correct answer.
Take history 800.
According to Esports earnings, this player's. Oh my days. Beamy straight on the trigger. Gustav, you're close behind, mate. But Beamy.
I'm
did
on
nick
higher
it.
ping.
Beamy.
I'm on higher ping.
Oh, is that what we're putting it
literally.
down to?
Loki.
Confirm that Loki is the correct answer. And that there is another 800 points.
Weapons 800.
This weapon has the highest headshot damage per bullet. It's Chris with the quick buzz in.
Links.
We can lock in Lynx, and I can unfortunately tell you that that is the correct answer. Lynx has the highest headshot damage bullet in the game. Chris, what category and what level do you want to go for?
Vehicle 600.
These 2 vehicles have the most capacity in the game for a player. Beamy, quick on the buzzer.
The electrical bus on Rondo and then the Miramar bus.
So yes, it is the van. Obviously, we've got it listed down. And the Pico bus. One more question. Final question here for episode number 2. Beamy, over to you again.
History 600.
This event had the largest prize pool. Gustav, straight in there. So you did make the buzzer back. This event had the largest prize pool in PUBG history with over $7 million. What is that event?
PGI 2021.
PGI 2021 main event is the correct answer. Yes, GG's. We're clawing back. We are clawing back. So with that final question done and dusted there for day number 2 for PUBG Jeopardy. We'll see you guys in the next episode. The final countdown to see if Gustav can make championship.
jump in, Avenger?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if you wanted some excitement here or if you just wanted to talk. But yeah, this is pretty exciting. Though Jiao Tin Western finisher is great, but yeah, a little bit early start here to get things rolling here. I was at the edge of my seat when I saw that pop over on the map feed as well, which is also live. You can check that out. But yeah, great start for the teams on the west. But the eastern teams, if you're Krint, you're still just landing, and Jiao Tin is already looted, and Respawn has great spots inside the circles.
They have an uncommon circle, right?
Avenger, uncommon circle. I was about to say something else, but I'm throwing it at you here.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it sounded like you got excited there, so I wanted to hear what you wanted to say as well, Sam. So, yeah, there's a TriCast here online with someone that's on the other side of the world is always great, Sam. I appreciate that. But yeah, honestly, from this one here, like, obviously, Western Circle like this here, there's going to be a lot of teams that has no prior whatsoever, so it's going to be difficult for them to kind of get in. But Jiao Tin has so much playable space. There's so many pillars as well. So not until, late phase 2, until phase 3 pops, you're not really going to be exactly sure where you're going to end, because there's so much water, so much pillars, so much areas that still has an effect on land ratio.
We are just getting ready to head on over to our commentators, but I heard that Kalaris and Avenger really wanted to commentate a little bit more. So Kalaris, I mean, you could jump right on in here. Tell us what we're looking at, and we'll see how long we can keep making you work before the others are ready to get
just
involved.
leave them. We'll take this one.
Screw them. All right, we're source now. The thing is, as well, is that with a circle like this, right, a lot of that western side of Rondo and how it actually plays out for a lot of these teams is relatively unmapped. We've seen a few circles over this way, to the point where you then see kind of little scrappy moments where they're kind of taking dips and dives, where they're, okay, is this good for us? Is this not? So I would love to see us go even more far west. But we'll see. At least for teams like Hive and for Respawn, who have been struggling a little bit today, Avenger, right? Like, this is a good start for them to try and get their feet on the ground, try and get some decent points on board.
Yeah, they are indeed. And they need to step it up. I mean, 3 games played already. This is our 4th year. Hive with 6 points just so far. Kitchen with 1. But I think, indeed, our casters are going to be ready, guys. So take it over here for Rondo.
Thank you so much, boys. I'm not sure that Mark, did Martin and James just have the game start earlier so that they could cast more? I'm not quite sure what happened there, but nonetheless, we are ready for the game now. Sorry for that one. As we get into Rondo, and everyone's seeming to send up very quickly here early on. Mark.
I think they've got that big red button. When it said cast to start, they've just gone, there, go, let's go. We want to cast another game. But we have kicked things off. Good start. Obviously, we do have that sort of west down towards an east, pretty much through the centre. But obviously, they're favouring that west side. It's pretty dangerous. Joting will be here. FaZe were in the lobby. They'll be happy. That's their drop zone. But it's going to be shared with a number of other teams at the moment. Intrigued to see how some of these top teams close out, though, Toby. The likes of Ascend, Geeky, what do they want to do here? Ascend is in zone. They're in a good spot. They'll be looking for the glider. We know that. Geeky, though, arguably have a long way to travel, but they're on a massive 2-2 split.
Exactly. I mean, I'm looking at VP right now, and Kref for that matter as well, trying to send up, trying to kind of figure out what's happening around them, but I think they too are being caught by surprise by the fact that so many teams are opting to center up this early on. We have no one kind of lingering on the edge. The teams that are outside circle are still looting, only now starting to rotate to see win or die. Foot as well starting to get going. Kitchen all the way up towards the north. They're going to be wrapping in as well, but towards the middle, it is packed with teams forward.
I think that's part of the zoning, though, right? This is arguably we see a lot more towards that test track, Ambu, etc. So starting to get that data known of where it's going to go. Obviously, with this west zone, we've had a few. We've seen some really good endings around sort of stadium as well. But there's some areas over here which don't have the same algorithm. We've got high ground. Yes, we're going to see a player away. There's a little bit of water, but some of the water over here is playable. So I'm not surprised that we see a lot of teams maybe not quite go into the town just yet. We'll see that in the next phase, especially as that town holds. But at least put themselves in a position that if they need to leapfrog into the town, they're in a good spot to do so.
Killiakai dodging and weaving, trying to make his way safely up towards the north so he can scan further forward for his teammates from up high in that glide. In the meantime, Vorpal Sword on our screens. They have a pretty long rotation ahead of them. They're currently driving southwest, getting towards the circle, but they're going to be running straight into Slam soon, and I think they're realizing it right now. What a great timing. I think they might have just seen one of them cross the road further down towards the west, because they were about to run into a pretty scary ambush with Mogor and Lurik sat here ready and waiting.
A lot of these teams now getting used to that kind of, hold on, with Rondo we can get gliders, we know where they are, we take the wider rotation paths, and after that kind of metadata shift, people have started to go, hey Toby, if we park here, logic is the team's going to sort of rotate their way to try and get a glider, and we might be able to pick up some kills. So it's good to see. Good spot from Vorpal Sword. They've had to change direction here. SlamG also identifying. Now they've worked out. Talk about gliders. This is why we've seen this big 2-2 split here, because PWD is always airborne on this map.
Yep, love to see it. Again, try and scout forward and clear path for your teammates. Issue is they're coming in on, well, there really only is one side of this circle to come in from for them, because they're coming from that far east. But if they were able to wrap all the way west around on this somehow, they would have plenty of space to maneuver. But everything stadium south-southwest from there is taken, and anything that isn't taken towards the east, well, that's for good reason, because it's open fields. It's a shack compound with not a whole lot to work with. As I say that, they'll quite be able to find one. Finds the second as well. Okay, finds a double headshot onto Levante, and then quick transfer. Gets Leosh down too. Win or die, they just cannot catch a break.
Yeah, unfortunately for the guys, a little bit too further away. Jedrox, though, holding more that north and head on my bad, knowing that he's going to try and find a way out. He's going to potentially have a bit of cover here from Jedrox, but it's too far away. And Hive, also hearing the commotion, seeing the fight in the distance, trying to get involved as well, but unable to get still. Good play from the Turn Off Our team you spoke about in that pre-show, one to watch out for. And there's another kill as burst. So win or die, going down to a final body. That's not how they want to start this game.
Not at all. Hive, I like what they're doing right now. They're obviously not going to get flushes or anything with them being this far away from their opponents right now, but apply pressure. You have a very good center split. You're kind of 4-man split, while they, of course, are still close enough to one another that they can group up pretty quickly if need be. But I like that they're applying so much pressure, trying to keep people at a distance. You talked about it in the previous game as well, Mark, of how GK was able to maintain control of that hill for as long as they could, because no one could really confront them up there. That's how you do it. You keep shooting at everything that even looks your way. You make them not even consider trying to take that fight, because every time they do, they get shot at, right? So smart on Hive forward doing that now.
Yeah, very, very smart. A few more teams now rotating their way in. We saw Vanaso had a glider as well, so again, another reason to be up in that northeast corner. They're taking different pathing from GK. Football Sword, on the other hand, we saw them spot out SlamG, so they had to kind of go more for a north approach in. So they are going to be ahead of SlamG now as they rotate in on the south. But again, I said before, a lot of these teams are finding themselves in and around the center, and that is purely because they want to wait for this zone shift now.
Yep. Everyone waiting, and that's where it gets a little scary. The fact that so many teams have opted to center up is that if we do get a hard shift in pretty much any direction from what we have with the first circle, it is going to be so hard for the people in Yao Tin to make their way out. I mean, you're surrounded by mountains effectively, and then you have Statham out towards the northeast, and there's going to be people on all of them. It's going to be incredibly difficult to make anything happen. As Twisted Minds, you can see now opting to ditch the vehicles and play on foot. Lewis slowly creeping forward over towards Bushido, where he has example up on the hill towards the north, and I think he's the one that scouted the players down south. But now let's see, next circle. Mark, where are we going to go?
You have to wait and see. Nice emergency pick up here for Esports. Well, have taken one to the sky. T-Bone will be the scout. Has gone across towards a west store. Unplayable terrain. City arguably is going out. Focal point now. Got to look at that south side. We've got some high pillars. We're going to see it shift away in the later zones. Be intrigued to see how many teams kind of put themselves as close to that, like we saw from ESA, like we saw from the Geek. They played in that way. But for now, everyone's consolidating down towards the middle, and everyone's fighting for these points. And here we go. Football Sword versus Hive. Toby Presenti gets the first drop, but he also takes the first damage.
Exactly. Center team's trying to make something happen, but Sabila, first one out of the vehicle, able to shut them down. Rox and Presenti instantly torn apart, as the remaining two from Hive just cannot get there in time. And this is what we always talk about. Yes, PUBG is a game that lasts long, but it's the 1 or 2 second decisions that ends up winning you positions more often than not. Another fight taking place here as Respawn and Krafton now fighting for this very, southwest side of Yao Tin.
It's difficult. They're trying to leave the town, aren't they? Hazard is going to try and
issue.
a few
Exactly.
shots over cross, but they can't get out. And arguably, they've got a limited amount of time here before we see other teams settle down and get third party onto this location. Reinforcement coming from Kreve, looking the same. Scofield has that P90, so now he's going to drive his way forward. And that there is not what you need. A car crashing in. Kill feed will be red. Let's see if they collapse on in.
Yep, Subaris needs to do a hell of a lot now to try and keep his team in it, but it's not going to happen. Lhasa able to find the first one. One of the biggest veteran players coming out of Turkey. Able to find one. Will be taken down by Toyka, though, and not in a position from where his teammates can really help him out, so maybe got a bit greedy in that one, knowing there was only one left alive on the opposing side, but pays the price for it. Now, as you were saying, Mark, other teams are starting to look this way as well. Bushido from the north, VP from the south. Many people eyeing this compound.
Yeah, he's had to try and get that res. It's going to be close. He does go for the jump. Does he get the re-knock? Smoke will go out. I think he's not quite seen the players. Can now hear the footsteps. Flash will come through. And he's got the P90. He goes for a drop shot. Oh my God, he got the res and he got him down. Quick kill confirmed. That's number 3 here from Kreve. It's a 1 versus 1 and the opportunity maybe to get a res before Bushido swing the Samurai Sword and clear up what's left.
Somehow, Kreve is still in this, and in my opinion, it's on 2 eager moves by Respawn that is even taking place, because had they peaked 2 together, timed it better, could have been better off, but not to be. So now it's just Katie left alive, trying to stay afloat. They have gotten themselves 3 points, so even if they fall here, it's a, a good salvage sort of game, but even then, with where they were positioned, had they cleaned this up, this could have easily been a game in the double digits.
Wait and see. Nade comes through, does a little bit of damage. Blue zone at this point for Respawn, and arguably for Kreve, you've got to use it all. It's going to be very difficult. Bushido is just kind of waiting to see what happens. One blue zone nade won't be enough. Has an area which he can sort of duck to cover. VP can't see the angles here onto Kreve, but he is very firmly on the outside edge. Second blue zone will also come in. Surprisingly, didn't see the double. Bushido causing issues as well. Respawn just trying to take an angle on that window, Toby, and they can't. He's forced to play on the ground, and here comes the molly, and that should be pretty good. Kill comes in from Grossberg.
And that was the issue from Katie, right? Hoping that maybe with the use of some util, you can force them into a bad position, but that's going to be, as you said, the cleanup crew coming in. Bushido claiming that one. Smart play on their part too, understanding where that fight was taking place and seeing it, the kill feed kind of light up in that direction. Go down, claim it, and look at this position they have in this circle now. With the split still and Southside Yao Tin under control, I mean, they are set solidly central in this circle.
Interesting to see what Bushido do here, right? So, expectations, we're going to see that east shift. I'd also say we're going to see potentially north shift from this as well, back to the northeast, because we've got those high pillars on the bottom, right? So, like, teams like Foot Esports would be looking to try and hold and maybe try and play in. For me, Bushido, what do you do? Do you go centralize yourself a little bit more into town? Do you take a 2-2 split? You're going to see teams come knocking. And look, we see Twisted Minds potentially even rolling the dice and putting 2 players into that town as well. That's not a bad play. And that's even before we talk about Geeke having so much space again on that north side.
Yeah, it's true. It's Geeke right now who do what they like to do on the edge of the circles. It's spread out as thin as you possibly can and make sure no one's getting in on your side. That's how they're able to get so much space when they do up to play edge, which is where they are right now. But this, of course, can be the counter. If anyone calls you a bluff and dares to pull up on you, regardless of how much you try and shoot at them at a distance, you are split, and it's going to take you a while to try and group up. But it's worked for them. Once again, Krint thought better of it. They end up leaving and go further east.
We have gone further east. Football sword in their hand, still defending the high ground. And VP backing away. They're going back to where they came from. So back to the safety. Crux holds that angle for them, Nixie. Pull back. So good hold again. That's them expecting this sort of north shift at the moment. Geeke, though, as you said,
like this.
Good defense, good hold. We've seen them play the 3-1 splits. This 2-2 hold for them as well. They just hold such good terrain, and that's why Sparrow gets the first knock. Madictive goes down, and Salik says, "No, I will see you next round."
While Geeke were trying to track the pathing for Krint, it was actually PewDiePie up in the air in the glider who was letting them know exactly where they were. So when they stopped, they knew. I mean, he just put the marker down saying, "Guys, they are literally right there. Just go out and take them out." And they did just that. So even if they don't get the final kill, that is yet another team kind of forced away from them, making even more buffer space. Look towards what's inside circle right now up on that northern side. Geeke has successfully managed to get like an entire kilometer perimeter for themselves by doing exactly what they do here. Just play with elbows as wide as you possibly can and force other teams to go elsewhere.
It's just a surprise for me that that's Diffix. He's on his own. Like, and he always is.
Yeah.
And he just holds as if he's a 3-man alone anyway.
True.
So now they're going for a little bit of a reinforcements, maybe going for the 2-2. But once they now know that it's clear, they will be farming as they come in. Back towards the zone shifts, though. We have seen Krink go get the recall chips. You can see it on the left-hand side. One little yellow player waiting to return. But now they're jousting with the likes of Eternal Fire.
It's going to be, see this one for neither team. They're fighting miles out in the blue. 10 seconds away from now. The circle's going to pop, and even more damage is going to come through there. And look at who's waiting on the inside, claiming all the points off for this. It's GK once more, making sure that their north side is clear as the circle centers up once more. Yao Tin still in play so far. Only 2.5 teams in here. Believe you me, there's going to be quite a few more by the end of this circle.
Yeah, this was always the play. I think these southern teams were like, when do we make the move? Do we have to? Like the likes of Foot Esports, Slam G, etc. They've got to go, right? Or does it become like a game where, do you know what? We now need to get kills. This is going to be difficult for us to try and crash in. We haven't got the information of what's in town. We don't know who's holding the outside edge. So a team like kind of VP, a Foot, they could potentially now hold and try and clean up to these teams that sort of find themselves forcefully lurking on the outside edge.
Yep. Kitchen able to get a nug. It's been a very, very quiet day for them so far. Today, only a single point over the course of their first 3 games. So it would be great on the finish, lads, if they could get something going here. They have a good high ground position on the southwest side, but they're just exactly not inside the next circle. So getting that first knock, maybe opening up a path towards the circle would be big for them, as Krint finally able to group up and make their way towards the city as well. You can see Ascent there playing towards the north. Foot now pushing down towards where we saw Bushido just before. In the meantime, Kitchen here having to make space for themselves, but so far it's Slam boosting in the lead, trying to push forward. Lurix there to help him out as well. They are being shut down instantly.
Kitchen is unfortunately not firing now. Let's get one.
Okay.
Yeah, second down with Mouse. So they're going to try and hold themselves out now. Slam G got to go for that U2 nades. The survivability could be here for them if they can get ahead of the barrage of nades. Sometimes going forward is better than holding the line. Mogul, well, he falls though. It's down to Mouse. He gets the shots, but he goes down to 1 shot.
Yeah, there you go. Nate lobs over. And that's, again, the Slam G aggression. I didn't bring it up when we saw the comparison with them and GK in the previous death segment, but the amount of damage that Slam G has done throughout this tournament, or well, over this last day and a half, has been insane. They're doing incredibly well in these up-close fights, led, of course, by Lurix and Boostic, and this is just yet another example of their kind of supreme firepower.
It's that aggressive stance. As I said, sometimes it is better going forward than holding the line. Snade's proven a point. GK have got 2 kills at the moment. Now they're sort of working their way around. The next target on their agenda is going to be Ascent. Ascent having to back off slightly though. Nate's just be short from Brex though, so he does get into Pico Bus and will back away, get that towards safety. So need to find a little bit of a new home. And GK, as you say, they're pushing those elbows out. The store finding a place to live.
Just for the sake of comparison, Slam G has done over 1,600 more damage than any other team. Bushido is actually second place right now, despite not having gotten all that many points in this day. But absolutely insane, the fact that they've done that much damage over just, I mean, this is today's games alone. They really have been out there coming in with a whole other level of firepower than what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah. It's just, again, the damage, as you find those kills will start to come. So that zone shift. Let's go towards that north. No surprise. Just yet. Let's hold on to a bit of town. Unfortunately for Slam G, they hit a tree in the wrong place. Purple Sword and Circus.
It's always like
they will farm some points, but that there is a little bit
then
unfortunate
Mogul
for them.
runs himself over. That's why they shoot. Guys, this is why they use guns. They're not old enough to drive yet, you know? We gotta cut some slack here. They do their things with weapons, not with vehicles, clearly, because that was not a rotation that they want to replicate.
No. Yes, the football sort of been set up as well. Circus get a few points on the board. Ascend need to work their way, and Geeko survived again for the zone. They have the algorithm down. Big brain play from PWD, making the calls and calling it right yet again.
It's baffling to me how they can be on the receiving end of it. Also, because it's not like they get circle center all the time. Oh, wow, Silas, nice headshot. And Nico got humbled there. Kilyakai, though, quick to respond. Able to set down Silas, and now they have to commit to the rest here, which I don't think anyone is really in position to do. No, exactly. Arta has to actually go into the vehicle and get forward for the rest, so this is a chance for Brax to push forward, and he does exactly that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Sometimes getting ahead of things. They know where he is. Nades go out, doesn't get the connection. Now going to launch out that blue zone nade. He won't bounce to like where he wants it, unfortunately. Have Put him over the shoulder, back towards the car, so Breck's going to have to take a little bit of a breather. He has to back away from the blue zone himself.
On the south side as well, things are getting pretty interesting. Foot and VP kind of battling towards one another. Twisted Minds now from inside the city, trying to shut down multiple teams. As Foot also with some vehicle shenaniganry. Cappy getting run over by 8C. Not what you want to see happening when you're about to pull up on an opponent team.
That's not when you want to be in between VP and Twisted Minds, right, as well. So, yeah, you don't be taking a run over there. They've got to get a bit of safety. Have to wait and see. Hive, on the other hand, taking the defensive line against our Twisted Minds. They do get, unfortunately, eliminated. So that line does not hold for long. But at least it gives the time here for Esports to be able to get some of the rests back on. They launch a couple of nades over the top. But it's actually Vorpal Sword causing the problems towards VP.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. As Racer now able to spot Virtus Pro on the southern side as well. Of course, Circle not making it any easier. They have to continuously move forward. Oh, Lukaruk's being seen through the small fence there as well. As a little bit of help coming through from another team. Actually, that's Example towards the far eastern side of this. Able to suppress and maybe allow for Lukaruk to play into it, but I don't see there being any chance of him getting off that wall. Oh.
I really like what I'm seeing from our Vorpal Sword team in that position. He does get actually T-Bone playing his way forward, so I think he's not going to partake anymore. As Footy Sports will find themselves now playing as a free. EK now applying pressure and still chasing down Ascend to a degree. There's lots of dips, sort of rivers, riverbeds, etc., and ravines that people can sort of play out, but it is sort of pop up and over and see what you can kill. But then obviously try and keep yourself safe. So good play at the moment. Loving what I'm seeing from Vorpal Sword.
We didn't see the opening of this one, but just as much as Vorpal Sword were kind of full tunnel visioning what was happening down the hill to the south, Brex was able to creep up behind him from the northern side and actually got a double knock, which will both be converted into kills. Now Sloy falls down as well. If they go down here, that's going to give Ascent an incredible position with that entire hillside available to go up and make something happen.
Yeah, because Vorpal Sword would have given me the team that could have worked their way towards the west into that dip as well. That would have been key. Footy Sports, though, watching out the utility. This is the damage. This is why we saw Footy Sports working their way towards VP, and he hits correctly just as he pulls up as well. That's unfortunate.
Literally anywhere, mate. You could have parked literally anywhere. Unlucky that he stopped his engines right as the mortar came in. Good
That's why we saw Footy Sports play that, though. Yeah, great catch. So that push. Now they're unfortunately in a really bad position here. They have to flex out here. Capido does flex enough. And the new boy puts down Vorpal Sword. From 9th place they go. Footy Sports now as a duo. And it's the new duo, Scav and Cappy, trying to hold the line.
The big question becomes, what do you do from here? I mean, once your smokes fade out, there ain't really a whole lot of space to maneuver. Having said that, though, Bushido might help. That's Twisted Minds on the southern side now, trying to make something happen as well. Nailcrab, you can see with the high ground here. Good scan of what's happening inside and outside this next circle, which it does shift towards the northwest.
We go again back to the north. Bushido might help, they might hinder. That will be waited to see. Twisted Minds, they've got to run their way towards zone. Bushido now have the defensive line. Footy Sports do go down. It's actually Ascend that caused the problem as well, and that's his high ground advantage. They've worked so hard on that west to take it, and really well played from them.
Yeah, Example is kind of chilling, healing. The blue trying to push his way forward, but again, Bushido knows exactly where they're coming in from low as well. Keeping our eyes on Twisted Minds here for a second, trying to push inside this next circle too. And I actually kind of like what Bushido's doing, knowing we can't play into the circle before we've cleared our backs. I mean, Twisted Minds, you don't want to have them creeping in behind you. So even if that means tanking a bit of blue, you've got to try and be smart about this one. And Lou now will fall. Nothing he can do. A little bit of shadow boxing as he gets ended here on Rondo. As Ascent now, as I said before, once Vorpal Sword is forced out or eliminated in this case, they will have the entire hill to play, and this could very easily be a game won by Ascent.
I love that. Rex is charging forward. Kidokai has the angle, but back into the fire pit. Well, Squint, they're taking their first knock, though. So let's go down Thanos out the glider now as he starts to drive his way forward. Now he's got Panther in hand, so looking to try and get the clear as he storms his way in. He can hear the footsteps, can't find the target. Goes back around, takes a long way. Here's the shot, though, and that will give him the opening. He goes in towards the blue. He's got to fall down, though. Crossback able to put him down. Unfortunately for the guys, down to one player here. Salik will remain, at least he'll remain inside zone.
Funny how people get a little more confident when they run around with a rocket launcher on their shoulder, right? It's just like, no more checking every corner, being worried. It's just, guys, I'm coming for you.
Leroy!
Quite literally. Salik now sat on his own, We'll try and see if we can make his way inside the next circle, which has shifted even further out towards the edge of the city. DK is still maintaining full control of the northeast here, trying to get whatever stragglers come out of this city and then take that final fight to ascend.
This is insane play. He knows he's there. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the utility dump. And so he does go down. This big shout. I was about to say, win or die. Hidrox, he's still alive. Like, he's still here. He's got 6 first aids. He's doing King of the Blue Beamy style as he works his way now towards Bushido.
We didn't see what just happened, but Kilyakai just got knocked because he went for a crate. I'm not sure if he just wanted to go up there for cover or if it was actually to try and get it looted on up, but if that's what's going to cost them the game, that is a big feels bad man. Could be that they're low on ammo and whatnot, but you hate to see it, that the crates can indeed be bait in the end of the day.
Don't get your hands caught in the cookie jar, basically. Wouldn't be surprising with our friends from Ascend. They do like getting the extra gear. We saw the BRDM play. Bushido here in the run here from Win or Die as the Meds slowly work their way out. But look, points were gained and kill points for Win or Die. At least they got into placement.
And Crossberg as well now, trying to make something happen. Divx says no, though. He's going to be shut down. And now it's going to be, again, the 3-man Ascent trying to take on this GK roster who have played incredible all way through these last 2 days. You can see as soon as they force Brax off that ridge line, you see Divx instantly sprint up to try and make something happen as the fireworks go off in the building. A little too early to celebrate, maybe. I know they're down to 3, but it's not one yet. But Divx, well, he's claimed the current circle center. Of course, still one more circle left to play, though, so not sure that's going to end right here.
Look, for me, the shift away, right? A couple of things happened. As soon as I know they're in the top 2, Divx charged his way to that position. He wanted to get underneath the noses of Ascend. Good play from him, and he knows you want to try and take the fight. Yes, they've got the man advantage, so Ascend are going to try and play for angles, and we're seeing it's Chris make the dart across towards the north. He does find his way to safety. That's going to underpin Divx's run. He's going to generate the angles. DK have to get slightly aggressive, at least put It's Chris at bay. But I suppose if you start looking that way, they're going to start moving, and Brex puts one down.
Yep, able to get the knock, not flush yet, but able to get the knock. And that's exactly the effect that Chris needed to have. One thing is, of course, yes, if he can get kills from this position, that's great. But force them to look that way, too. That's going to, more often than not, open up their... open up to Brax and Annika on the southwestern side. So smart on them. But now, they know that 3v3, they need to try and make something happen. Here they come. They pull up on it, and it's up to the remaining 2 players to hold the angle. But here comes Chris again. Such a big impact player with that cross-angle play.
One play. One opportunity has opened up. It's stopped that Divx hold now. It's Chris with the Panzer looking for an open, looking for someone to shoot his way. There comes a couple of shots. That gives him the sound cue. Now they do get the res. Because he's able to get the opportunity to get that med back on. And here comes the reinforcement. Divx does get Aniko down, so the favor goes back towards Geekay. Now that with that bust, they're going to launch out the U2 they can, trying to find an opening, but it's just too short.
Yep, just saw 5 bullets left available for Spiro. He's going to have to try and get back towards his teammates and hopefully get himself some ammo. We'll see what more he has to work with, because I believe he's playing double 5.5s, so not a whole lot for him to work with. Sometimes all you need is 2 bullets, though. See Quizzy here, only a single spare mag to work with as well. Divx has a bit more, but not really in position to share a whole lot right now.
Look, I know Ascend have lost Aniko, right, on the hill. I think the job for him is done.
Yeah.
These guys are on the wall. They don't need to cross into the garden. They need to play into the town. They just need to hold. They've got the angles. It's Chris, unfortunately, doesn't have the helmet. So he has to try and play peekaboo. Because he does get the opening on Brex now. It's going to be difficult for the hold. It's going to be a win, though. GK yet again claim victory here. And a 20-point win. Oh, my God. But the story was Ascend. 11 kills. They got the damage, but they also got the assists.
And again, a win in similar fashion to what we've seen from GK in, well, over the course of these last 2 days, is that they make sure to make space for themselves. When they are out on the edge, they force teams away. We saw it here time and time again. They don't really look inward towards the circle center at all until they know they've cleared their backs completely. And in doing so, they get a lot of space to play from in the end game, and more often than not, keep 4 alive with all util helmets and everything available too.
As I said, mate, it's that hold. They do focus on the outside. And it's even that 3-1 hold. They can hold so much space, even as a solo. And they're just denying teams coming in. A couple of shots send them back the way they come. And then when we get to that mid to late game, GK focus back in on the zone. That's when we start to see those sort of points working their way in. And yes, there is a bit of zone luck there, but they were holding the outside edge for some time, Toby. And actually, they claimed themselves another victory, which is great.
Yeah, they did indeed. And once again, I mean, Ascent able to make their way all the way up to the top. Could they have won had Killikai not gone for the crate? Maybe. But we won't talk about that. They still got themselves a good result in the end of it. One that they can, I think, overall be pretty happy with. I loved how they were trying to push Chris up towards the northern side, create those off angles and crossfires. But that's going to do it for Rondo for today. We have 2 more Erangles coming up in a moment. But before that, let's hop back to Sam and the boys on the desk.
We are past the halfway mark of day number 2 here in the group stages of PEC 4. That means we're past the halfway mark of the teams in Group A being able to get points on the board because this is their second day of competition. And DK getting that win, 4 out of 10, probably guaranteed themselves qualification. And then there's Ascend as well, boys. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They're going to the wedding. They'll probably be in the grand finals weekend. Just weren't able to clinch a win. But the day is not over yet, Kylaris.
No, definitely. GK, obviously, for the most part, they're aura farming right now, okay? They are just slamming all of these teams. Ascend's trying to attain the very top spot, but it's all about GK. I mean, coming down to that final fight, it was very close, very down to the wire. I did like some of the moves that Ascend was making here, Avenger. Just didn't quite line up in the end.
No, I mean, the control that they had and the outside that they took, like, it was actually pretty well executed. But when you're losing players, we're not able to stick as full. You're not just going to go up as a team like 3 vs 2. In that case, you're always losing. They had every single advantage. Whoa.
What has GK been doing right, Avenger? Because
winning games,
4 out of
Sam.
10 wins. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
4 out of 10 wins. But it's not always about like lucky circles and good rotations. I mean, there's got to be more to what they're doing here to be this consistently finishing on the top of the scoreboard.
I mean, the beautiful thing is that in this game here, they were actually the last team to enter first circle, right? And we're talking about at the very beginning of the game here. This exact circle here, unless you see something completely obvious to you, they're like, this is going to be the compound. Like, we need to go here. There is so much land ratio in this circle here that if you're able to get a center spot and you're able to get somewhere close, you can kind of make moves. And once third circle pops, you're gonna quite easily know where to go. And they had a plan.
They also followed one of Avengers' cardinal rules as well, which was don't go into a POI unless you know it's going to end there. And I think there was maybe a little bit of temptation about going into the Zhoutin area and trying to play out things from there. However, they decided not to. They knew they had a lot of space in the north side, just play kind of that edge, eventually move into some of that suburban area, and then from there play it out. And I think that was good discipline by them to be able to hold those kind of locations and then win from there.
Are you surprised, because we're seeing it here, and it's a conversation we can have again and again because we've seen it throughout the course of the day, are you surprised that the Group A teams are the ones that are finishing on the top of the leaderboard and we haven't really seen the Group C teams, Kylaris, or was this kind of what you were expecting?
Been a bit slower than I was expecting for our Group C teams. I mean, of course, as you look towards Twisted Minds, right, who only got 5 points in this game, it was not really been super impactful in the previous games as well. Then I think that obviously the Group A is doing very well for themselves, considering that the pace that Group C could have set, but I don't think has set just yet, if you know what I mean.
I do. And Avenger, standout team so far from Group C, are we in agreement that it's win or die?
26 points today, yes, it's win or die for sure. Them coming in here and showing, proving me and Kylaris wrong, first of all. We were kind of having high expectations for Hive, but win or die, yeah, they have proved us here. But GK, I mean, you're coming in here with such confidence, you know that you're already so close to the goalpost here, and yeah, they're just sending it through. 4 wins, out, as you said here, out of 10. Ascend 4 second places out of 10 as well. These 2 teams have been extremely consistent and have really been showing us that yeah, I mean, GK already this year has proved us that they're able to go to lands here. Ascend has proved us with this new lineup here that they're capable of great things. And with, I think we saw them pushing into 90, they will already be granted a top 8 spot and a spot directly to the finals, skipping next week.
We can talk a bit more about those two teams, but first let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. There'll be no surprises by who's sitting on the top. Those are two teams we will talk about in a little bit. They've qualified. We have to say that, Avenger. I think with 101 and 92 points, they're safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is guaranteed. We were talking about an 80 to 85 point cutoff here, so with a few games to go, as you said, it's going to be quite easily for them. We're also looking further down here. SlamG, also great day for them so far. I think in 4 games, they've had 10 points per game average, so that's also great. Yeah. They had a rough kind of time as well. Krint too, but they're still having these games where it's like 0 and 1 point games, along with the wins and their big smackerinos. But yeah, we'll see how the next 2 games fare for them as well.
I think also it bodes well, Sam, for Ascend in general, right? Not only, of course, when we look back at PEC Spring, they missed out on the finals in Last Chance by 1 place, right? They were the next team to have qualified if Last Chance had gone slightly their way. So I think they've been wrestling and toiling with who could be our 4th. And Aniko obviously has kind of, maybe they've settled on it. And if they have, man, what a glow up it has been from tournament to tournament for Ascend with this roster. Maybe it's honeymoon period with Aniko, I don't know, but Aniko has been performing for the squad. So I'm very impressed to see Ascend be able to make this happen here in what is a stacked lobby.
Avenger, you had some concerns about Ascend yesterday when we were having this conversation specifically about the roster change. Do those concerns still exist?
Absolutely not. It's Chris is our current top fragger, tying Boostig on 19 kills, Killerkai on 14, Aniko on 13. So the squad is really popping off. It's Chris had a banger day so far today as well. So I'm really happy. Also, Aniko yesterday, he had an insane, 6-7 kills in 1 game, right? So majority of his kills coming from that game, obviously. But still, they are contributing, all of them, along with Brex. 10 kills too. I mean, all of them in double digits here after just 10 games. That's just insane.
So this is a really nice head-to-head of these two teams that we've been speaking a lot about. All their matches so far here in the group stages for PEC Fall. I mean, Kylaris, it's a curious one because when I had Mark and Toby here, we were talking about how different it was for these two teams. And at that point, it was different, where you had Ascend being consistently in the top 4. Geekay had, I think it was 2 and then 3 victories at that point. I'd argue that Geekay is consistently doing pretty well now as well.
This is today, by the way.
Yeah, this is today, looking at those numbers. That's what I was about to say as well. And considering they're so, at loggerheads with one another for today, really shows how much they've been able to continue on that consistency from yesterday, which I think is impressive. And it does show a hallmark of a team that in what is this cauldron of problems that is EMEA, where we have so many good teams that these two teams can continue to be consistent. Did we think GK was going to be? Yes, 100%. But Ascend on the other side, there were question marks like Avenger had, but I think those have been dispelled for a little bit.
Okay, on your screens right now, obviously, is our art contest, because we all love skins. You can design your own skin, and you could potentially win some G coins. So if that's something that you're interested in, get your paintbrushes out, start doing all your artistic work, and submit them. I'm very excited to see these, actually. I think that this is going to be tons of fun. And we have lots of G coins up for grabs, so make sure that you're following social media throughout the course of PEC4, because there's lots of opportunities to win. We're moving into what is ultimately our final map of the day, but we'll see it twice. It is Erangel. And so far, I mean, if you had to summarize what we think, yesterday, Avenger, the word was chaos. Do you have a word to summarize the games we've seen today?
Disciplined, I would say, is probably the biggest one. The teams that had success is the teams that already played. Obviously, they're bringing the confidence in from yesterday and kind of evolving and improving compared to yesterday, and not taking any chances. Where there's teams where they're like, okay, we can win this if we're staying together, if we're playing it safe. Geeky multiple times here did it again today, 2 yesterday. And it's been both, Geeky, SlamG, Ascent, Bushido, Krint, like all these teams have come in here and really been looking really good here. So discipline is really the big factor for me today.
I really like that word as a descriptive way of what we've seen on day 2. On day 1, we saw a lot of the quote-unquote big boys sort of come out very aggressive, doing the big things. BB team phase, we haven't seen today, we'll see tomorrow. Obviously, Geekay Ascend, like that was kind of the style of play we were seeing. And I suppose we expected that Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, who are the two favorites, we spoke about them a lot on day 1, would enter with the same energy. They clearly haven't. They're not really, if you had to compare their points to those other teams yesterday, nowhere near there yet. Is that cause for concern, or do we kind of expect this now, that the slower start from these teams, Kalaris?
I think that obviously coming in from day number one, these teams that are started hot yesterday have come in hot today, so they've been rolling in from games prior played at this kind of level. And then for Group C, I think they'll use today, if they're not really gaining momentum today out, they'll use that to roll into tomorrow. So I think B should be very concerned.
It's time to jump into the game. What do you think about this flight path, Avenger?
It smells like a Everest or military island for sure. Western Circle here is what we've seen a lot from the tendencies from this one. Yeah, but I just want to wrap up the Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds 12 and 14 points only today is
rough.
It's a little bit rough, but it's also two teams that actually would benefit a lot from going into the last chance, getting those extra reps in and coming in with high morale, high confidence into the finals. They would absolutely destroy the lobby for sure.
Talk me through what you're expecting here, obviously now with a bunch of different teams coming into the mix, Kalaris.
Well, I'm hoping that Eternal Fire is able to start converting some things, right? You've got yourself Picardo when it comes to Miramar. You've got Pachinki here, and kind of an idea that I brought up at the beginning of those Miramars is that obviously in EMEA, that center spot, that strong center spot is oftentimes kind of overlooked a little bit. But with Eternal Fire having both, I'm expecting some big points to be on the board. Now, for a plane path like this, for a circle like that popping as well, they should have easy rotations, especially knowing that a team like Hive does like to do a wide split against them on the west side here. So they should be able to kind of wiggle their way around that and find themselves a good spot, I would say.
You've heard a lot from Kalaris and Avenger now. I think it's time to hear from Toby and Mark.
Here we go, over on Erangel, and yes, a very southwest circle for these guys to play with, and as James astutely pointed out, plenty of rotation paths here, Mark, for these players to come in. It doesn't really become, for any tough circle you can have in a game, I feel like this is probably the most played tough circle in all of PUBG, is how to rotate southwest. That's how the highway north of Pachinki was laid out. That's how you rotate where Voldemon and the Respawn guys are right now. Like, some of the first rotations you ever learned in the game way back in the day was pathing east towards the southwest here.
Yeah, 100% right. These teams will have eyes on the prize of what prior spots they want as well. Because at the start of zone here, I wouldn't be too surprised for not as many people go to Quarry. Maybe just come up a little bit higher up. Maybe the teams that have to take the longer rotation might find themselves more in the southwest area. We'll have done early rotation for them. We do see that from that North George, and we have seen them also clash heads, lock heads with Foot Esports in the containers. So interesting for me to see Foot Esports landed for the containers here and not just for that South George. That's kind of forced one or die to the north side, gives them a bit of space to play with as well. So early chess play, should we say, from both of these teams, but Deadrocks now has eyes on them.
It will be interesting to see. I was going to say what Gedrox is going to do with this positioning. He has wrapped, obviously, around of Foot. Is he just going to sit up here in the mountain and kind of feed the info across to his teammates? Or is he actively going to try and force them in a certain direction? We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Slam, doing what they have been doing all weekend long, is shooting at quite literally everything they see. And so far, it's working out for them. Lurix and Mogul doing what they can to force Respawn to go further south. And hey, once again, it's working.
Discipline, do you mean discipline chaos from Scavenge today? They are just fighting everything. Shoot! Get as much as we can. Boost it! Get those connections, doesn't quite. Respawn has to work their way through the forestry area south of them. They will find safety. There might be one of those teams that may play into that sort of quarry edge, get a little bit of high ground here. Just keep an eye, and they've got the recall, so if they lose a body here, they have the option, if they can hold it down to themselves, to be able to get those players back.
It's one of those things, right, where if you're the one causing the chaos, do you feel it as being chaotic? It's like
no,
you don't necessarily think about it being chaotic because that's just how you do it, you know. I mean, that's kind of sort of the Joker and Batman vibes of being guys. I mean, I don't have a plan. I just cause chaos, and you guys are the only ones being impacted by it. I just kind of like, this is my natural habitat. I don't mind this whatsoever. I feel like that's the playbook Slam brought to the tournament today. And hey, again, I mean, they've played a blinder of a day. They had 20 points coming into today. Now they're sat with 44 on the day with still 2 games left to play. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, incredible. It has been a really impressive second day for some of these teams as well. So, the guys mentioned before, obviously, Ascend, they just missed out by a couple of points. They just missed out by Eternal Fire as well. So, they're obviously keen to ensure they don't do that and they sort of punch their ticket through. So, you also got to factor in a GK and Ascend that have qualified through now. What are they going to do? What chaos can they and Shooter lobby? Because they now have the option to do so. They're not going to be on the receiving end.
Let's see here. As things slow down for a bit, Hive still well aware that they have players straight east. They heard the vehicles come in. They, I think, saw some of them as well. Same thing here, out towards the west. Foot trying to figure out the best path around the western side. In the end, Getdrugs didn't really do a whole lot, other than feed the info across it. Guys, it's safe to cross. The bridge trolls or potential camps have left, so you can now make your way towards the south side of the Georgia Pole River. And with that Foot, I mean, they just beelined it down the shoreline. They are all the way down towards the southern side of Swamp now. And I would imagine them staying here had it not been because the no counter boomstick was in play. And Marcis gets himself a freebie.
Yep. He's be happy with that one. Not going to move that car. Both the stars are none and void now. For Esports, we'll be making the read knowing that these guys are a 3. So a hit and run for the circus crew. No clowning around. I think that's a point well received.
Definitely. Really had to work hard for that one. As we now take a look at Virtus Pro in a 2. I mean, again, this is what you will see for the vast majority of the next at least 3 minutes and 33 seconds, is that teams will stay put. They'll try and flex out a bit, and in Scav's case, get punished hard for doing so. But you'll see teams just try and spread out a bit. Get what they can, get a lay of the land of what's happening around them. Where are their neighbors? Are they going to complain if you're being too loud? And then sometimes they will, sometimes they won't, but for the most part, wait and see the next circle. Because phase 1 with this much space available won't really have that big an impact. Everyone should be able to make their way on in, and there's something for everyone to play. It's the next shift that's going to be the real trigger one. As Vorpal Sword, they've opted to literally cross the entire map and come in from the south. And you know what? Good on them. We have seen a lot of these western circles go all the way from North many times before.
Yeah, does have the option to retract down there. The first couple of zones are open for whatever the PUBG gods may ensue, or as yesterday, whatever Toby, the zone god, unfolds for us.
I like to think I used to have that power, but I feel like I've kind of lost it over time.
It wore off yesterday, what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. True.
We'll see, we'll wait and see. But yeah, we do have a capability that it could go down towards that sort of southwest. So yeah, Vorpal Sword, even Twisted Minds taking an emergency pickup, going for that E-rotate. Good play from them. Win or die, seeing their nosy neighbours going for that recoil system. Maybe understanding the kill feed, that was the closest one to them to sort of retract. Esports going to get that player back here. Zainty, when short, they get back to a 4.
Yep, Scav back in the game after having his, well, body blown up to pieces by a Panzer. We'll get back in the mix. And again, they should be able to maintain control on this west side after. I mean, you know what? It might actually be the kind of best in a bad scenario that Scav went down, because it forced Foot to go back up towards the north. And while they were sat there, they'd also got the additional intel that no one has backfilled us. Even though we have win or die further towards the east, Foot now plays with that additional info, because they were actually positioned way further down towards the south up until that knock came in, and flush, I should say. So for Foot right now, they just got some extra info because they were kind of forced to go back and rest Scavs. So good for them. We'll see if they make use of it.
Yeah, see how that plays. It's one of my favourite places on this map, especially with these sort of zones. I do love this tower. You get so much information from this location, especially from these teams rotating in from that east across the field. And again, we do see zones sort of play out towards that sort of field side. But obviously Hive dropping in that Gatka split. It's always similar to see them sort of play these locations. VP have backfilled where they landed. Back on the other side of things, I think Tibbs want a few shots. These teams are late in across the creef, and we've seen these two teams go head-to-head quite a few times already.
It's the opening moves of a chess game where no one's taking each other's pieces. That's what we're seeing right now. This is the polar opposite of what we saw yesterday. Foot, they said, guys, you know what? You took one of our players down, and it felt kind of unfair. We're going to come to punish you, and this time around, we make sure that your teammates ain't going to be around to get the res up. So, Marcis, well, you might have laughed, but are they going to let Scaff run in and punch him as well? just to get
100%.
his revenge. No, okay, no, my ace is gonna clear him up. I was thinking, you know what? If he pants out and he gets a chance to get the revenge, might as well give it to him. But no, not to be. Play it smart, play it safe, and play further down south. Issue is they have just been backfilled by Ascent. So let's see now if this circle is gonna swing back up north, which would cost them the prime spot they had just before. And no, it is gonna be Vorpal's Sword blessed with their early southern E pickup.
But look at the timing on VP as well. They're going to be able to make that emerge pick up. They're going to be really happy with that one. They've taken one. They're doing that for kind of what we saw from FUT Esports. Go for the scout. They're going to get some information on the rotation, but they are running into trouble. Talk about trouble on the other side. Bushido are clashing here with Eternal Fires. They are going to have to climb the hills that are now in our northeast corner.
I'm seeing terrifyingly many teams drive this one straight through the middle. I mean, you have coming over Cat Hill, where we're seeing Bushido run up right now. The southern forests here are tricky to maneuver through as well. GK trying to claim this position. Slam now pulling up on them as well. Two of the best performers today here, about to duke it out. What I'm surprised by is no one's opting to go west. And again, we're seeing these teammate runovers. Not what you want to see happen. As Squishy, of course, aware that players are doing mumbo jumbo outside their house. Don't want to quite push up on it, though. In the meantime, Eternal Fire and Crit. This is just
gone.
Don't even get a word in. Vandals gets himself a triple. Hive now fighting. This is what I was just saying. Everyone is going through the same pathing. Everyone is driving shoulder to shoulder, and it's causing chaos. We were just talking about how calculated the beginning to this game was, and just like that, 9 players down in the matter of what? 20 seconds?
No fire left in the belly of the dragon, unfortunately. But it is, as you say, the pathing route. Everyone was bottlenecked in. Some were lucky enough to go early. Some are lucky enough not to go at all. And unfortunately for some, you now fall already in our penultimate game here. Oh, what a nade from SlamG. Yes, they might have made the mistake, but they do find Diffix because he's already down. That's causing some problems here for Geeky. Down towards PWD. He's done a lot of heavy lifting before. Let's see if he can do it again.
SlamG just have an additional gear in their car in this matchup today. I mean, they're not losing any of the fights they're taking. Even when the odds are against them, they're coming up victorious 9 out of 10 times. It's respawn. Katie gets humbled. Went a bit greedy for the flush there and pays the price. As again, I mean, just baffled by the fact that we didn't see anyone wrap west outside of Ascent who were already out there. No one said, you know what? Let's play this one slow and see what happens. Everyone, as soon as that circle swung southwest, instantly went into their cars and thought they could just sprint through it, but it seems like everyone came up with the same plan, and that's the reason we just lost them as many players as we did, because no one opted to back out.
Slow and steady doesn't win the PEC race in the group stage,
not,
Toby.
no.
Come on. It's full W key down aggression. Nixie launched the nade. He's got 3 in one eye. He's got Beamy on his left eye. Neutral spray will come through. Does get the connection. Now following again with the U2, and the U2 game has been pretty strong. VP have to dig deep. Only 2 games to salvage a day number 1 for them. Blue Zone's going to do the damage, but they need more.
Exactly, and they need to dislodge these 3 kitchen players pretty quickly, or just back off, and I think the backing off is what they're going to do, because they have Beamy currently on his own in the hangars further north. The issue is Squeaky is kind of splitting VP into 2, so should there be an up-close fight in the warehouse proper, Beamy won't really have any help from his teammates. Now Silas, one of 2 remaining players in Circus Crew. Scaff, there he is. There he is, the revenge. Him finally able to get something going in this match too.
You know it is as well.
They're hunting them now. It's getting personal at this point. Yep.
Find them. T-Bone, next target acquired. Zone shift back towards that west side. We've still got lots of water here in Primorsk, which has been lonely. Now might be the seaside town, but a lot of these teams will opt to rotate towards. PWD backed away slightly, but not too far. Bubble Sword in pursuit. Does pop the smoke, though, as it's to try and find a way out, but he does take a couple of shots here from Razor as he leaves the safety of the building.
What better fashion than GK fashion of either we win a game and get 20 points, or we get nothing. Unless if Unity has some magic up his sleeve. I don't think that he's going to get away from this game with anything. As I say that, though, he is a great player. Nets himself the first knock, but can he somehow find a way to convert it? We'll see now as Ascent out towards the west. They're being pushed up on by multiple teams to foot towards the north, but they have Arta around them. Good thing for them is they're able to take him down quickly. Issue is Scav is already peeking over the top, and that's Kilyakai down.
Yeah, for Esports, we're chasing things down. It's Chris, though, on the hunt. PWD still surviving. Blue Zone Nade will go in, but he's already popped that smoke, remember, earlier. That's given him the opportunity just to kind of leave the safety. Now, Kreef might overextend, but not for long. So we'll find him. Now we get back to It's Chris, and that fight between them and Foot Esports is about to go underway.
Not sure what just happened, but Nixie got himself a triple, I believe, in the east side of Quarry. They finally opted to push down towards the Wizard, I think, and got the kill with it as Brax shuts down one more. Will he get the third as well? No. Cabby able to take him down and return. So now it's just Aniko left alive, and Aniko is far away. Was playing the safety position inside circle, but Ascent made the mistake of fighting on the northern side of that hill, so there was literally nothing Aniko could do to try and help out. So easy flushes for Foot as they stay alive.
He is going for it, though. There's no reason why not to, right? And I think he's doing the right play. They're qualified. Go cause chaos. Foot Esports, if they don't have good games here, if Aniko gets a knock, that might be them out and in to the last chance. And he does fall, unfortunately. But do you know what? If you're Aniko, if you're Ascend, I think that was the right call.
Definitely. Aniko will fall, so that's going to be Ascent out. Just a 2-point game, but as you're saying, I mean, they are in by a long shot. So they're good. They're good. They don't have to worry too much. Schofield, great timing as his teammate lob a flash over. Peeks in return, but the P90 does what the P90 does best, and that is outduel literally any other gun in the game in those up close quarters battles. So Medibay took the flush on Schofield's. Now it's just Kate left alive. There is enough of smoke grenade left that this rest should come through, and it does indeed. So maybe a bit of a chance to reset here. No, instantly they're spotted.
Now with VP and Nixie clearing out the guys from Kitchen down to a solo, which is going to be Squeaky. That's allowed them to extend over. Doesn't really have the rounds respawn. It seems to be all the one player. Lazar has been stealing them all, the 5.56, but he can't really get up. He's going to take a lot of damage, but you can be cautious of those tippy toes. They are pointing towards the skies, and VP, well, they're pointing their way to the edge of zone as they are working their way. And here comes the zone shift back their way, losing the water. Not all of it so far.
Exactly. Pretty much the only place the circle could have gone. Maybe a bit further towards the north could have happened, but this is, I think, what everyone expected. And look at the amount of control that Twisted Minds has right now. They're set on effectively at least a third of the circle, maybe a fourth. I mean, they have that entire west side forest to their own, but now it's about being able to maintain it, because the likes of Foot and Winner Die will start looking away, and you can see, again, in very similar fashion to what we saw from Geeky in previous games, this is the only way you get to maintain that buffer space. You have to play with your elbows as wide as you possibly can, and this is how you do it. Just shoot at everything, even daring to look your way.
Oh, Lashley gets flattened by his own car. Pulls up at the pitching bench, but they do get the first kill. U2 instantly out from this team as well. Level of aggression, they have to readjust that P90. So I'll take those. He does get the defensive line, doesn't get the spray, but doesn't get the knock that he wants. So Drox has to back away. And again, the U2 dump going back. Will die, applying pressure on one side, but so is VP on the other.
Exactly. I love the fact that Bushido is backing off a bit, at least on this one, because they know that they have their backs safe inside the warehouse, but they don't know that Win or Die might. So if they stall this one for a bit, if they wait for Win or Die to maybe get pulled up on, but there's no need for it. Celtic doing a lot of damage with that P90. Down to only 39 bullets, though. Might have to back off on this one once more, and it does indeed.
Just back towards the warehouse. I think you can be a little bit more creative out in the containers. There's only a few places you can pop out, and so maybe on a crate, maybe by the door. Like, I worry. You've put yourself a little bit back into a corner here. Maybe waiting for the fight to happen. We do have Crimp, we do have VP, we do have Bushido and Win or Die in the mix in this northeast corner. That's even before we see Squeaky. Kitchen might fire up. He might cause some issues. He might also go for the recall system because he's right in the middle of it. He might have to safety.
I mean, there's effectively only one team that can come out of Quarry. Even if the circles keep going back in this direction, as we see the nade.
Watch this nade.
Lobbed over,
I saw his head. I knew that was
helmet.
insane. I wasn't 100% sure, but it was. Kadoosh, take that head up. Get out of my way. Celtic's built different.
He's a football player, no doubt. Just jumped up, headed it back in the opposite direction. That's funny. Not oftentimes you see
Love
that
it.
working
Good catch.
out.
Good catch, observers.
Definitely. Squeaky trying to get the rest on his teammates. Still got time to do so.
Oh, it's not facing the right way, though.
To time it right, though. I'm not sure. Is he actually going for it, or is this just the only cover that he has to work with? I'm not sure.
I think it might be the only cover because
I think
8
so,
meds, but
yeah.
I'd argue you can't get him on after the phase 4. And also,
We have
it's not
until the
facing the right way.
24-minute mark, but I'm just, even if he did, I'm not sure it's going to be worth it. It's just more points flying out of the sky at this point in the game. them coming down with practically nothing wouldn't be an easy win for him. But we'll see what's going to happen as Slam G, 4 players up still. Control of the east side will now have to make their way through towards the west, but I'd be scared if I'm Orbital Sword. Even though they've played all right, I mean, Slam G is on one today, and I would imagine them wanting that building would be theirs pretty freely.
Well, we're going to die. I'm moving away closer towards Bushido. Obviously, the zone has moved itself away. Celtic obviously with the headache now, because he did header that grenade away. So they are backed into a corner. There's limited angles which you can sort of pop out. Squeaky does go down. Beamy finds him. Fortunately for them, he's going to be 12th place. So no replacement points for Team Kitchen just of yet. Limited amount of time here, Toby. 21 seconds, and everyone has to scrabble off the side of Quarry.
The pacing of this game has been so strange too. Like, if we go from being dead quiet in the early game, then all kinds of chaos pops off as we start to see this one go that way again now as well. Oh, great shot from Levante. Finds the second one. Celtic inside the building, takes him down. But yeah, it's been quiet, then aggressive, then quite aggressive. It's only 0s or 100s in terms of velocity and what we've been seeing. We're booting up to 100 again now with Virtus Pro trying to fight their way through. They know that they have to get out on the other side into the forest, but you have to fight your way through Quarry in order to do so. And Levante is on the hunt here. He knows he has one down below. Circle is shifting up, and he's going for the peak and finding Beamy in doing so.
Beamy, unfortunately, the timing didn't work into his favour. He tried to play sneaky snake and cause some problems. He got spotted. He tried to run back, but he ran out of area. Unfortunately, the blue zone forcing him into a difficult situation. Nixie has to find a little bit more loot now as he gets a couple more rounds of 5.56, but now he sees some more targets. Information gained, but he knows the danger is right in front. The 3-time spray comes through, doesn't get the connection. A launch of the blue zone nade, maybe a launch to try and dig these guys out of the smoke, but they're not quite there at the moment. Nixie has too much to fight in front of him.
Yeah, well, he's doing a great job at doing that right now. Finds himself a double. Incredible plays coming out, and now might just have to concede to the circle. Can he get it off in time? I don't think he will. Yes, just exactly with the final tick. 8 bullets in the gun, though. Do you go for the shot? Do you try and reload? Do you just trying to get the points confirmed on your position? No, not going to happen. Levante sees him, but what a great effort from Nixie to try and keep Virtus Pro in the game.
That is so unlucky for him. He got 2, and obviously a steal came through as well. So Twisted Mind did take 1. Fortunately for Win or Die, they're going to fall to the same sword, the blue zone, and more importantly, the teams that remain, the teams that took the early rotation away from Quarry. Levante will have to try and hold out, maybe find himself another placement point or 2. Back towards the circle. Esports on the inside. Circus has been a bit of a circus of things, and Vorpal Sword now trying to take on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Vorpal Sword were, I mean, as we expected, forced to go further west, because look who took over their spot. Slam, they came in and said, guys, either you're leaving this position, because we got a tank, or we're going to take you out. So they went further west, which now means they're forced to run into the open arms of Twisted Minds. And for Sloy, I think all you can do now is just stay prone and hope that no one spots him in the grass. In the meantime, Art trying to make something happen with the BRDM, but forced to reconsider, as practically the entirety of Twisted Minds gives him a good warning that, yes, it might have a lot of health, but they have a lot of bullets.
Artix goes by and he goes, I thought someone might be in there, but I left him. And then he started shooting, but falls to zone. Unfortunately, Krint goes out in 8th place. What fight will continue to ensue, but for our Slam G team, they have such a amount of control on that east. And again, you look on the other side of the zone, you've got Twisted Minds taking out the west, and they got some high ground as well. So for Esports, for Kreef, have to find some sort of entry into zone, and that's even before we talk about Levante. He's only got 3 meds. This is difficult. He's trying to find any box he can, because every other team here, Toby, is another point.
You know what? You knocked and flushed Beamy. If there's a player who should have all the first aids in the game, that is him right down there, but he doesn't get there in time. I love the idea, though. I was like, wait, where did I get Beamy again? Where did I get him? Oh, he was down there. Goes for it. There could have been 30 first aids waiting for him, but unluckily, never made it that 100%. Far. Sloy also falls down, so down to just 5 teams now. And, well, Marcis, he got the first knock and flush of the game. Then he got taken out. Then he got revived back in the game. And now he sits here, MP5 in hand. Plenty of 9mm to go with. And I think he might have hit him 6 times there, and still he almost had half health.
Surprised he didn't go for the Dragon first.
Oh!
There goes a nade. Does get the grenade as well, and the car will go. So she'll be able to get the flash. Look at Artix though coming over. He's moving on with the BRDM though. Kreef have to reposition. Marcy does get that confirmation though. So that's another point under the way. Slam G looking to launch a few nades over to where the sound was coming from, but he has to get the smoke ball out before he can cross. The zone is creeping in, and Slam G's looking to put down the hold.
Yep, it's been a quiet day for Circus Crew, but maybe Marxus can make something happen here in the second to last game of the day. He's still with MP5 in hand trying to make, well, anything work his way. Does have a bit of a smoke trail, but these blue zones are hurting, and he has to continue to move forward. You'd have to imagine he gets spotted soon enough. Can't find the flush through the tall grass, and it's going to be example to shut him down in the end of it.
Look, 5th place. Is that 5th place? They started with 3. We saw them in the chaos. We saw, unfortunately, Footy Esports trying to get the revenge on them, but he's able to survive himself to a 5th place and a couple of points there. So good play from them. Kreef down to the final player. See, Gills can't see the res just happening. Slamgy do have the angle. So he has to take the fight towards him, but he's trying to use the trees to his advantage. He's trying to figure out exactly where he can peek over without a team like Twisted Minds, because you can see him on the map all pointing his way.
Did Art have a repair kit? I'm not sure, because it was down to at least under half health after he drove away from Twisted. So if he dares to just drive around in the open like this, that's a little very brave, but he's looking for the last player. Like this vehicle is the solo destroyer, and this is exactly how it works. Even if you don't get the kill, you force him into the open, and your teammates get the better of him. That's just brutal. No counterplay at all if you don't run around with a Panzerfaust in your pocket.
Yeah, and you'd expect late game, right? Limited amount of Panzers. It'd be difficult. We've seen another med off here. 3rd place for Footy Esport, one of the higher placements for them. Down some bodies, and they are on that cutoff point, but they are currently on the wrong side. 7 kills here for Twisted Minds as they start on their first day climbing that leaderboard. You know exactly where one of the players are, and Lou eager to wait with arguably one of your favorite guns.
I was just gonna say, I mean, in a day and age where DMRs aren't appreciated all that much anymore, might as well rock the best one out there, and Lou knows exactly what's up. You know what I mean? Don't take it from me, take it from the Esports World Cup champions. I'm just saying.
Now in the big that's it. And he's not going to give anything away. He knows if he stands up, Footy Sports will take 3rd place, and then we go straight to a 4 versus 4. Clash of the Clans, Twisted Minds versus Slam G. Good amount of kills for both, and divided by a little road in the middle.
And then a very important turnaround for Twisted. As much as I know Martin is saying that, oh, they would be fine with going into last chance because they would just stump that. Well, there's also the chance, while unlikely, there's also the chance that they don't. So I think for Twisted, they definitely want to make the most of this game and make sure that they can be as close to guaranteed qualification through to the grand finals by the end of today.
Yeah. Well, 21-point game, if they can clear the kills, right? They're going to be laughing. They'll be happy.
Not too bad.
Yeah, you would take that, especially if we've got one more left to go. I think it'd be a little bit of a calm before the storm. It's trying to be creative around this north side. Slamgy also setting out their house of cards, but don't forget their house of cards does involve a BRDM. Unfortunately for them, this car, they might have tried to make a BRDM, but it hasn't quite worked out this time for Slamgy.
That's what you do. You stack enough cars on top of each other, and then you build one yourself. You use the repair kit for a bit, and you can kind of craft your own BRDMs. Now that would be something. Devs, are you listening? Are you listening to our brilliant ideas? Maybe don't.
I don't know.
Maybe
don't. I don't know if they're going to take us. We've just been talking about the SKS there, Toby.
Whoa,
they're not going to take the craft your own.
Leave the best DMR in the game out of this conversation. Mark, you can't do the SKS like that.
We can't. I just can't use it, to be honest. That and the bloody M16 is my kryptonite in the game. Twisted Minds getting on the outside edge of zone now. There's that BRDM, though, has fallen.
Exactly
in sight of example. He's outside of zone as well, so he kind of needs to apply some pressure before making that cross, because I might not seem a big cross. You've got Twisted Minds on the other side of it, and 2 of them. It's very difficult to make the move.
And you know what? I mean, Slam, as much as we were saying they have pretty much run through any opposition they've been facing today, this would be the ultimate challenge, right? There's no one in the best central position. The only good thing or the best thing for Slam right now is that they're actually over on the side of Twisted. So it will be Twisted to move first, despite having a player and a half inside the circle. But for Art, the worst thing is he can't go down, but he also has to get info for his teammates. It's a super awkward position for him to be in. Perfect is just prone, listening to footsteps, trying to see if anyone's coming up on the other side. And Low is looking for the west as well, because you can see Example now starting to realize that they are actually on their side of the road.
I think for Twisted Minds, it's a position like they cross up here. Perfect is in a good area. We see the Doritos in front of him, but he kind of needs to focus on Arctics, and then the rest of Twisted Minds need to try and stop the push. You can see the tree line's not providing their help, right? So they can't really see them all. But as they start now to piece this puzzle together of where the Slam Chi heads are starting to pop up, they can apply pressure and they have to deny that push. But it's not going to come from the likes of Battlegrounds and Perfectix unless they make a charge on the north.
Exactly. I mean, Art is doing all kinds of work right now. He is effectively keeping 2 players out of the race. I'm just sad that we're not seeing them try to engage him on the other side, but now he did exactly what he had to. Finds himself the knock. Even if he falls here, this should be the go sign for the rest of the Slam players to push up that hillside and take the fight to them. They have a 4v3 advantage. Art is still alive. While he might fall down here, that would have been a 3v2 in their favor, because they know that Example had to come down the other side and help them out, but they're not aggressing. They're playing it slow. They're still sat back the other side. I think that was their 10-second window to make a play happen, because Twisted don't throw endgames like this. Once you got the knock, they should have been up and running, and now the game is reset on the other side. Example gets the off angle. This should be a Twisted Minds win, but there was a chance for Slam to make a play there.
You're 100% right. Arctics had to do some heavy lifting just to get out from there, and he was aggressive on the start here. Battlegrounds does get one. There is another nade from Perfectix from that high ground we saw. Examples down to a one-shot here. Is the last one, though. Rex has to play peekaboo, but it is unfortunately a 3 versus 1. A lucky nade. Essentially will close things out. They are going to try and move to position to get the information, but it's a Modi. He's going to be on fire, and it's going to be a win. Twisted Minds awaken the beast, and the big brains bag that 21-point game that they needed.
Big round of applause for Art, though. Did everything he possibly could to try and bring the win home for Slam, which was, again, feasible, but in the end, I mean, if you don't utilize what little change you get to take an endgame away from Twisted, you're not going to get it. They literally never make mistakes in these sort of situations. And while it was kind of a mistake to let Luke get knocked there, they instantly punished him with 10. So good on Twisted to show what they're capable of here in the group stages.
Yeah, you don't want to take anything away from Arctics. He has such a heavy lift. Teams were just trying to try and get him back to safety. But the fact he stayed, the fact he took the head-to-head fight as well, and he got the better of Twisted Minds was a good play from him. And yeah, they had the opportunity to try and close it. There wasn't that opening play, as you say, and unfortunately for them, they were full in second place. But it's good to see Twisted Minds get a win, all control, as they do sweep their way in from the west. And I feel like for them, that might be the game they needed here, Toby, to work into the final game.
Could very well be, but with that said, we have one more Erangel left to play before Group A is going to be done for. Before that, back to the desk and let them break down everything we just saw here.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I've got a prediction. I think they might win a LAN or 2 in the future. Who knows? But yeah, what a good win from them. Good control coming on in from all of this and finding themselves a very impressive win against Slam G Avenger, who had a bit of a problem against all of this.
I mean, after 12 points in 4 games, they had to step up, right? And now that they executed this perfectly. Somewhat of a curveball of a circle, though. It's difficult to play this kind of outside, get out of curry. Win and I obviously tried it the hardest here, got tons of kills, but yeah, difficult situation for most of the teams.
I wonder if we can summon the ghost of Tech Girl. Can we? Ooh, is she there?
Do you know what really upsets me? I stole I know I'm here. I stole Kylaris's joke because I thought it was so funny. And I said it only to realize that my mic was muted. How's that for karma? This is why you have to come up with your own lines, right?
That's right.
There we go.
You can be the poltergeist. It's okay. Don't worry. You can like move plates around silently.
Anyway, there we go. I mean, here's a question that I want to pose to both of you, and maybe eventually we start with you. Do you think that Twisted Minds was able to finally get a victory here just because the pace of the game slowed down? It was a little bit more calculated. We heard Toby talk about this in the pre-show leading into this day, where he said he feels like Twisted Minds actually struggles a little bit with the chaos. They prefer a more structured style of play. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case many times, right? If you have open qualifier teams that's just running around doing so much unexpected stuff, you're gonna lose one player here and there, and Twisted Minds is just so much better late game with 3 or 4 guys strong, right? So 21 points here after 12 points in the day so far. They're putting a bit of a band-aid on it. Let's see if that continues for the last one, because that would be huge for them to, turn around just on a wrangle alone, you could say.
They definitely need it. Another team that has needed the points, and I'm glad to see them sitting up there, Foot Esports, obviously getting into the double digits as well. Kalaris, they've struggled. I don't know if this new lineup is still trying to find its feet a little bit, but they needed to come in a bit more aggressive today to see where they could finish on that leaderboard.
I think what you're saying is correct. I think they are still kind of, and we posed this question in PPT as well when they brought Scav and Cappy in as an extra duo, based off of the back of they'd lost some of, not even just their previous members, but also some of the identity that is with that, because there were some very big personalities that were previously on the team. So I think they are still finding their footing, still finding their trajectory into a lobby like this. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that they are individually all fantastic players, and they're still able to, frag when they need to, and then be able to kind of salvage some placement points later on down the line. So yeah, good to see them get the double digits as you're mentioning, and I'm hoping for more.
Overall thoughts of the first Orango we've seen today, Kalaris? What are they?
Cool. I was impressed to see how teams were going to deal with what was those very difficult shifts down towards Primorsk. Obviously, a lot of teams trying to kind of wait it out along Quarry side, and trying to get out of that situation is always a problem. But, some teams were trying to salvage some of the kills from it all. And then obviously Twisted Minds having as much room as they did to work with in a game like this, they should have been able to get big points. And of course, they're a championship team. Of course they did.
Of course they did. Now, Avenger, for you, any overall thoughts that you had on that first Orango?
No, I'd rather talk about the leaderboard. We don't have too much time on screen here, but I want to point out Foot Esports, even with the double digit here, 58 points. But look at the placement points, guys. Like, they have been very consistent with the kills. Like, they've even got more kills than BB team. Obviously, not as many played games, but still, you're looking at a situation where they need to get the placement points rolling along with the kills here, right? It's close. Even with GK, just 12 kills less, but the placement points just falling so far behind here. They're not even in the top 8, and some of the teams in the top 8 are not playing still.
I mean, this is the thing, though. For Foot, this is the last. They're about to move into the last map that they have in the group stages. They're currently sitting in that 9th spot. I mean, I would argue it's a big mountain to climb, Kalaris. If they want to, they're not going to. There is a good chance they're not going to be able to qualify into grand finals. They are probably going to be dropping down into those last chance qualifiers. It's too big a game they would have to demand of themselves coming up.
Yeah, you'd think so from here. I was quietly concerned that they've been hovering at 9th all day, and I think we'll end up staying there. And meaning that obviously you would have to be playing out Last Chance, and I do hope that Last Chance, if they actually fall down there, does go better than all that, because this team deserves to eventually get to themselves a final and then try and make a big performance happen there. But whether or not they can with Scav and Cappy here, who again individually great players, whether or not this 4-man can come together and make a big run for it, it remains to be seen.
Avenger, I mean, this is the sort of lower side of the leaderboard here, and it's difficult to gauge because obviously some teams aren't playing today, others that they're only on 5 maps. But for the most part, I would argue the big names maybe haven't delivered. This is something that we've said during the course of the day, that the bigger names that we've been expecting lots from haven't delivered. And we touched on this with Twisted Minds' win as well.
Yeah. I mean, after 4 games, you would expect these teams to be huge up there. Even though, for this game here, it's looking great. Slam G has been consistent overall for today and throughout all of it, right? But Twisted Minds is a team you're kind of expecting to come in and completely smash this lobby. But then again, we do have a last chance. They do do seem more chilled about it when we have a kind of a double elimination situation for them, right? But it's a team that should be easily going through in the top 8 and completely dominate this lobby.
Okay, well, let me pose that question to you, Avenger. Why aren't they smashing this lobby?
Because there's a last chance that they're like, guys, should we play that? Should we maybe, come in and just, get some confidence in there? It's like just before the season starts, you always, go up in a match against a worse team than your own team just to get that confidence. And that's what last chance is for Twisted Minds.
So the realistic take here, there isn't a single team, I would argue, in this lobby that goes, you know what we should do? We should try get into last chance qualifiers. I would put my head on a chopping block. Lars, is that every single team is like, we need to qualify for grand finals as quickly as possible.
There has been some weird musings in the past of some players saying, you know what, I'd love to play more games. I'd love to go in hot. It's like, well, they're divided by weekends at this point for this kind of format across 3 weeks. And it's like, you're not going to go into hot coming off the back of a weekend, 4 days break, and then another weekend. So I think absolutely at this point you want to avoid it at all costs, and Slam G is going to be one of those that looks like they're going to be avoiding it, which is awesome because they've been constantly on the rise. We just saw the head-to-head versus Twisted Minds, and it's really awesome to see. They're not fresh faces by any stretch of the imagination, but they are, as a quartet, been grinding through PPT, been grinding through scrims, and looking good here for our group stage. So I'm excited to see them do well.
I love the copium that we've given these teams. If you make it to last chance, well, I wanted this because we wanted to play more games. That's how we're going to defend these decisions in our head. Obviously, there's a big fear though, because tomorrow FaZe and BB team are back, and if they continue what they did in day one, these teams that have had a very good performance yesterday and today, it might actually not be enough, Avenger. If those teams come back in and are putting in those 60-70 point days, it won't matter because they'll just get those spots very quickly.
Yeah, let's see what Twisted Minds does to do. Like in the last one here, 33 points to go, 33 points gotten so far in these 5 games. If they get like 10, 15, they're going to be completely fine, right? But still, you're in a situation where, these teams, and for Virtus Pro as well, these teams should be coming in here, dropping 50, 60 points. Slam G, 17 points right now. I'd love to see them get across that 85 point mark. I think that's where a good gut feeling for safety is 85 plus.
We'll be able to see if they can do that as we move into our final match of the day. But before we do that, I want to remind you that we do have a stack of giveaways happening here for PEC Fall. Hundreds of thousands of G coins up for grabs. And one of the ways that you can win is to submit your very own skin design. And boys, let's have a little bit of fun. If you had to choose the perfect color palette for your skin, you get a chance to choose 3 colors. Colors, what would those 3 colors be?
Are you asking me, the painter himself? Wait, where's all my paints? They're all over the place. Well, currently I am painting pink, turquoise, and gold. So I'm gonna go with that.
Pink, turquoise, and gold. I have so many questions, but they
Empress
are
Children.
Warhammer. Yeah, I was about to, but it's Warhammer, and I was like, we can't start talking about Warhammer on the PUBG broadcast, but I'm very excited to see the Empress Children. I'm a fan. Sorry, Avenger, you've been completely left out. What 3 colors would you choose?
Yeah, I'm not a Leonardo da Vinci as James are. I would have to go for sapphire blue, indigo blue, and azure blue.
Wow.
I'm hyperventilating.
Wow, okay. All right, well, moving on. If you have any questions you would like to ask us, I'm sure you can question Avenger about his paint choices, even if you really want to. You can make sure that you do that on social media. Remember, at the end of today, we have a sort of nice little sit down where we chat and we answer those questions. So submit them through. If yours gets chosen, you win some G coins, but please make sure that your DMs are open so that someone from PUBG can actually contact you and give you those G coins. That's the easiest way to do it. And also, don't ask questions off a private account because we probably won't be able to read them. We're moving into the final game of day 2. This will be the final game for our Group A teams. That's got to be sitting pretty heavy on their heads. Does it make them come out a little bit more aggressive, Avenger, or do you think they'll be somewhat more apprehensive into this one?
I mean, always the Hail Mary for the last game, right? We're going to see some good discipline from a good stretch of the teams here, but there's going to be some Hail Marys for the teams. You know, there are a few teams. Krafton, 40 points. Foot Esports, 58. Wobblesorts, 59. Krint, 63. Like, we're looking at these teams, and, like, most of them, they're in a situation where they need like a huge game. Like they need to absolutely go out and get double-digit kills and potentially even win the game to have a chance. So yeah, especially for the teams in the high 50s and the mid 60s, they need to have insane games.
A bit of an odd question, Carlos, but I'll pose it anyway. If I take a look at sort of the top 4 finishes throughout the course of day 1 and day 2, Group A kind of is the teams that have dominated those positions. Does that surprise you? I mean, if we had to go back all the way to the start of yesterday, would you have had Group A as the teams that would be finishing at the top so regularly?
Maybe 2 or 3 of them. Maybe not so much the other 5 or 6, depending on which actual number you pick there. But I'm pleasantly surprised. Again, I would love to see SlamG just do what mine just said, get a few more points on the board. They are very adept at being able to find a central spot, being able to hold it down, and then get themselves going. And let's remind you, when we take a look at this playing path for the last game, they're out early. So they're going to be able to get moving early, Avenger, from a plane like this. And with the potential for a circle pretty central on a plane path like this, I think they could be sitting good.
Yeah, this could very easily be a Milta circle here, quite easily for them. Or it could be, something more north or western. But yeah, so far, SlamG, great day for them. Obviously, yesterday not too good, but still the comeback for them and to kind of continue that momentum. Obviously, huge game off the 28.1. But yeah, I'm really hoping to see them pop off because they deserve it. But we're going to have a little bit of a hot drop here between Wobblesorts and Kitchen. So I think we're going to throw it over to the casters.
In turquoise, I believe the color was that we talked about in the segment just moments ago. Wobblesorts will see if they can stand up here. It's not been Kitchen's day, I think it's safe to say. A single point in the first 5 games. Maybe this VSS and Elska can change that up.
According to Squeaky in chat, these are practice games. They're looking to play next week and get the additional games in.
Of course.
They're playing the big frame style. So they're just practicing a little bit of a hot drop here, Toby. That's all.
The excuse as old as time. No, we just won the losers bracket. Sure thing. Nonetheless, they do have a chance here to make something happen, of course. They have more games to play tomorrow, so who knows? I mean, if they can... we saw what Slam has been able to do today. They had a not so good day yesterday. If Kitchen can get themselves just double digits, for to finish off the day on this game, then maybe they can bounce back tomorrow.
That's what I can do. Let's go. Does have a VSS. Dangerous at the moment. It's a bit of a punch. Pretty quick as well. That's obviously looking for a vest. Take a couple of shots. Only 2 left. So I have to get a reload as well. Nice angle though from him. Kitchen. Store on the hold. Store in the fight at the moment. Most of the guys, they are going for the reposition. Wobblesorts are definitely taking the aggressive stance here. They are pushing in from the north.
Kind of ironic that the team called Kitchen, all the players in the bathroom and bedrooms. But having said that, we'll see if maybe they can get something going. Catching opponents by surprise, who would obviously be looking for them in the kitchens, but that is not where they are to be found. You have the one-eyed king, always aiming down sights because he has one of his eyes closed, looking for opponents, but there's a mouse waiting around the corner. Who wins? A iron sights barrel, no vest, or a one-eyed shotgun? Or a
grenade!
A grenade wins. Thank you for answering that question. The one-eyed king gets one. Takes himself down with it too, but they have the numbers advantage. We'll see if they can make use of it.
Yeah, so they can make use of it. Nate does go in. Panzer does follow. Mouse obviously was without a vest as well. Good catch though. Nipper does get the connection though as he does go for the cross. Squeaky does go for that reposition now. Coming in behind Wobblesorts as well. So pressure store unfolds as Sloyd does hold on towards the church. Let's get the idea. Gets the initial spray. Doesn't get the connection he wants.
It's just Sloyd is in a terrible position to really do a whole lot to avoid this. He needs to get his teammate over, and now finally Razor is able to cross all the way through. Will they actually opt to engage the building? They know they have a 2v1 if they push in. And there is a dual-barrel shotgun in the hands of Razor, but then he needs Sloy to join him as well. It seems like they're not really on the same page of exactly how they want to push this. They're going to try and smoke off some angles here. Throw a flashbang on the left side as well. He's going to push in alone. Where's his teammate? He's waiting for him. Yes, now they're both down there.
He had the shot, and then he comes through. So the guy that Nade should get the confirmation, jumps out the window.
Nope.
He's clean, no. Vorpal Sword store down for a 2, so his Kitchens, the fight will continue to ensue. They're not too far away from zone, and they have the recall, so it's just about winning. Who's going to be able to take the 2 versus 2? Vorpal Sword, arguably more favoured, because they're high on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, you say that, but in close quarter fights, as close quarter as this, it can really be anyone's game. Sloy, well aware of Squeaky's position now. We're starting to see him, and you see Levante actually all the way towards the west here, getting angles on this as well as Nipa does go down. So one more left to be dealt with. Razor gets one more. That's Mouse down 2. It's just him left alive, though. There comes Squeaky around the corner with the UMP in hand, able to take him down. But you can only imagine exactly this. Look at Win or Die pushing into the city now. They want to clean this one up and net themselves 3 points. In the meantime, as that battle comes to somewhat of a close-up in Severny, the team's down towards the circle center, because this really is a pretty bread and butter circle. There's not too much going on. Having said that, Quizzy has been knocked, so we'll keep track of that as Kref are able to find the first of the GK players. He will get flushed as well, as you see that Toy guy able to take him out. And this is Win or Die. And we got into the city, and I think Kitchen must have heard their cars coming in.
Yeah, they get the res back on. He'll be there. Squeaky's gone for the high ground. Now he plays parkour mode. As they have completed the training on the hot drop, they might be looking to go extend and get that recall. Win or Die is here. But back to the action, because it is the last game of the day, and we have lots of action to unfold, and Ascend to remain.
As if the other games haven't been game 6 enough. Well, we'll go with it here. Aniko, we talked about him earlier today, being the player who, when things were going against Ascend, he could kind of turn a 0-pointer into a pointer, and well, right now that's on him to do so once again. Brex does get rest. We'll see if they can get to their other 2 teammates as Chris does get flushed. Again, I mean, Slam, they just don't have a break at all. Like, they literally only push as hard as they can, living up to their name to the best of ability. Mogul with the M249 able to find Brex, and now we're back to Aniko once again. This time around, Brex won't be resable. He does kill Yakai. Up for res. Oh, 118. Get back in the closet.
Run!
At least for the time being. Now jumps outside. It could be perfect. Finds one. Drops down instantly, but will be taken in the end. Lorix takes him down, and that is going to be Ascent done for on the day. But again, 95 points. They are guaranteed to be through to the grand finals.
They are guaranteed. Unlike Vorpal Sword now, who sit on the cutoff point with 60 for Esports. A couple more points will push them out. One of our first teams that'll be entering to that last chance. That'll be next week. For now, Kitchen R as a 2. Squeaky has gone down, which on the kill feed before. Now they will hold. Mouse might be small, but he's got a double barrel shotgun. He goes for one. He exchanges it. Levante's there, though, to keep on the pressure.
I thought he had him for a second, but not to be. I think Leos actually tanked the second shot as well.
No meds.
Levante was nearby. We're taking out yet no meds, and then he gets shot with a molly in hand as well.
Cooking in the kitchen.
Wah. He was definitely cooking in the kitchen. Too bad he left the stove on for a bit too long, so he burned down the entire building altogether. Kitchen, I'm sure they won't be satisfied with how this day has unfolded. Given how they played through the qualifiers to be here to begin with, I mean, it's not been pretty whatsoever. And they are hopefully looking to change it up. Or maybe it is just Squeaky, as it was saying. This was warm-up games, guys. We were anticipating last chance. We'll just vibe tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens there.
Defense. Much of a defense. In the round of 16, they had a slow start as well. They did qualify through on the last game, so maybe they're just practicing the aggressive stance, though, on the final. I guess, well, looking to try and catch Sparrow, though. Does get the recall chip out. Is he trying to catch him? He's in the bike. Is he following the same path now? He does follow the same path. Here comes the spray from Arta. Doesn't quite get the connection, and he turns away.
Blanks. That's what it was shooting. I like to think that we haven't seen Godfrey too much in today's games. I saw that a couple of times they were playing as 3, but Godfrey now back in the game. Maybe that's what our circus crew needed. The final act of the circus to make something happen, as Spiro is trying to dodge and weave these minefields of players. And luckily for him, Silas is not really in a position to take him down. I say that, but once again, have they uninstalled damage? in the orc? Or are these guys just not hitting anything? It's a man on a bike, and he's so far dodged around 60 bullets, not taking any damage.
EK. It's global force fields, mate. That's what that is.
Hey, that's what it is.
Yeah, right.
True.
Yeah.
It's
Here
gotta
comes
be.
the recall. Good timing, because he will be back down. As he's going to get lots of intel. Krif are above them, so he might extend a bit further over, leave the fix on his own. He might even not have the extension. He has to get down quite low. They are going to take the initial shots. Let's get the initial connection. No, swaps to the ace. Let's get some damage down. But Quizzy has boots on the ground, and at least have some loot.
Yeah, try and get back and get anything that you possibly can. So we see the circle come to a close. New circle is going to pop as well. Ooh, a hard shift west as far as I could see on the minimap. You saw it kind of swing over just there. Twisted Minds in prime position. Virtus Pro in a good spot here as well. Taking Boatyard, taking the south side of Rostock as well to play from there. And literally everyone that isn't inside circle is coming in on the eastern half. So look to see some teams. I imagine Slam maybe. No, these guys are in it too big. I mean, there's no way that the Circus can do it. I would say wrap around the southern side and come in west, but there ain't really a whole lot of teams with a chance to do it. Good thing is we're down to 13, so there is going to be space available for the majority of teams there.
Space available as we stand. VP obviously retracting back towards Boatyard. Good play for them. Twisted Minds going for that 2-2 split. They do have that prior. EK have got that recall back in, so they are back to a 4. And watching for them, they are now outside of zone. So with Circus setting out the stall, setting out the act. They'll be looking for a couple more kills, but this is a contender that's already qualified and has nothing to lose, everything to gain. So if they wanted to, they could just stay here in the blue and try and take the fight.
Not too often you see a man commit to a 2x AK spray. It's also hitting bullets at that distance. Swaps over to the MK now. Spiro will do the same thing. They are kind of pinned here for the time being, but as you're saying, they don't really have anything to lose in being here, so I think they're going to be fine. In the meantime, over towards Rostock, we go where we had Virtus Pro fine just before, but there comes the boomstick once more. Levante able to take down Toygar. And Rostock now lit ablaze, not only by players, but by the incoming artillery barrage we'll see just a second from now.
Yeah, don't forget as well, Krif are in Group A, so this is their final game.
Yes.
Their match number 12, so currently they are not in for getting a top 8 at the moment, but they could have an explosive game. They have to get the res back on, but more importantly, they have to try and stop this win or die. Jedox quite far towards the north. He's on the northern side of the river, overwatching this. And then back towards the action, though, as Diffix, though, charging out the compound, gets the knock. Yeah,
as straightforward as can be. I thought you were lining up to like kind of cast a curse there with an explosive finish as they run through a red zone. I was like, are you just... I know what you're trying to say, but are you also kind of saying that they're just going to get blown up here? Or what are we talking about? We'll see, though, if Kref can do anything. That goes down to a molly. Super is sat inside the building with a Panzer in hand, but Levante will place the utility there. Trying to keep him blind. What a clean sweep through this building. Levante help from his teammates and the utility being lobbed in, but nice engage by Win or Die. This is what we've seen from them. This is the Win or Die that we've come to like over the course of the years, and here they do once more exactly that.
So far, he does get one. You can, on the other hand, still get the knocks as well. PWD with another one. That's a reposition here for Krif in that bottom left corner as he is the final player now for them. Blue Zone's about to come on in. So he has heard him, has seen him. Blue Zone's there. Timing, it's a double. So he has to jump out the other side. Lucky enough for him, there's no Win or Die players watching.
Yeah, for the time being. We'll see if it stays that way. Is Levante able to find the last Kref player. That's them down and out. And, yeah, no, 41 points ain't going to cut it. Not by a long shot. So, as a matter of fact, they're not in at all yet. So that's by no means going to be enough. Savannah's goes down as well. I mean, we're down 22 players already. We're only 13 minutes in. This gives me day one yesterday vibes. But at least this time around, Mark, we are actually in Game 6.
Yeah. Some order has been restored. Oh, he had a free shot, Sonic! Wow. Didn't expect him to be standing on the outside edge. Goes for the pre-fire, though, but has to now try and charge. Sees the drop shot. Now gets the knock. Looking for the confirmation. Does get the confirmation. That's another point on the board. Again, Krint, final game for them. They are actually on the top side, so they need to try and maximize as many points as they can, because you've got to question whether that sort of 60, 65 is going to be enough. It's going to be tight, but I think they need to get these bodies back up and get back in the fight.
I know this is turning into a pretty ugly game. I mean, in terms of how everyone is playing it right now, because it's kind of a TDM. Everyone is YOLOing and going for kills without really thinking too much about positioning. But if you look at the map, I mean, as I was talking about before, now they get another Western hard shift. Literally no one opted to wide flank this game, where I think had we been in like a day 2 of a day, like 3-day grand finals, the pace would have been a bit slower. Teams would have thought more about the long game. And in this case, seeing that it's only now that Voldemort and his teammate goes over and comes in west side, it's been guys, I wonder what's in the next building, and then they just pull up, you know. It's been very much a pull-up style game throughout this one. We are down to almost half a lobby at phase 3. That is that's not something you see too often, especially not in EMEA.
No. And a lot of these teams still opting to sit on the east as well, hoping and praying for that zone shift back. For Esports on the south, looking for a few kills. We see the rotation coming in from Slam, G-Hive in target. So it's Krint on the other side. Got to be careful, don't get caught into a multiple fight scenario here. I find those last bodies. So it is going to get the bodies back though for Krint further out. And hey, what's game 6 without a BRDM?
Well, true. We'll see if it ends up having impact in this one. Correct. See, trying to make it a bit harder to make use of it, as all of Bushido, except for the BRDM, comes flying on into Boatyard. But Virtus.pro, of course, saw their parachutes, and for the time being, we'll leave them be, as we see the replay here of Rocks trying to make something happen. Swings the corner, gets taken down by Selg, and that final kill comes through to leave Krint in the game.
Yeah, nice fade away. Krint, 2 remain, waiting for 2 to return. Can't use that buggy, unfortunately. They're on the outside edge of the zone. They will know people will be working their way, transitioning their way through Pachinki as well. So it has been confirmed as well. So I think it's all about surviving now.
Yep.
Trying to stay alive, get into zone, and hopefully you can get the bodies back. You'll be back to a 3-man, but as I said before, they just want to try and salvage at least number maybe 5 points, maybe 6, 7, be a little bit more comfortable. But they will be sitting, watching and waiting tomorrow to see what the remainder of Group C does on their final day.
Slam were the furthest east team a bit earlier. Now the furthest west, the only teams who actually opt to go for the wide swing here, and successfully in doing so. As I'm not sure what that was, but thank you, observers, for highlighting what we just saw there. We get the second time Salik falls down, I believe, in this game here. Mogor just sat there in the blue, ready and waiting, saying, "Oh, a car for me? By all means, thank you."
Down to the belly of the church. Circus crew. It will be the second act for them, as they do get the recall as well. Does he get the med off in time? Should do his phase 4. Just about gets it. So has to keep transitioning. It's quite far out here. Here comes the Mortify. He's short. The first one. Now, quite surprised with that because it is coming from win or die. And hello, my bad. Normally does not miss them. He's normally pinpoint accurate when it is about hitting. But maybe Twisted Minds didn't have the pressure on them to avoid the innate.
And this circle just exactly takes Twisted out of it as well. It's interested in seeing where they're going to opt to play this one from. Are they just going to push over to the Eternal Fire building, or are they actually going to rotate north into it? It's going to be difficult, though, as Settlers...
No!
The thing is, his teammate is getting back in the game, so I don't think they were actually eliminated. He has pressed his teammate, but then he flipped the bike, maybe? And they're getting back into it, so the graphics bamboozled us there for a second. Because right now, technically, there's no Circus Crew players alive, but there will be in a second. Does it then jump back up to 12 teams alive?
No, he's done. He's done. The graphic will catch up. He's done. He's out. The recall hasn't come back in time. Look at the timing. We'll wait and see. Anyway, for now, more Mortifiers coming in. Twisted Minds having to dodge, duck, and dive. The Defected has received some damage. Getting closer. One more for luck. Example, put him in the back of the truck. Oh, unfortunately for that, the battalion has lost a tyre. So, Mortifier for Eternal Fire has come in too short.
Yeah, well, on all sides too. Unfortunately, couldn't get more than the one. As Foot now, I mean, they're just sat here waiting. They know that GK has to push forward. They're sat at each their location, trying to hold their separate angles and make sure that if anyone pushes their way, the info gets fed across. But down in the church cellar, we have 5 players sat as well, waiting to maybe jump out and make a play when Foot least expected as AT try to jump the window, but Divix shuts him down.
Happy stops to push around one side of the building. No, Divix goes on the inside. T-Bone nearly gets him. Not going to be enough, though. There'll be confirmation for Esports be losing some bodies here. But look on the outside. Quint's now coming their way as well. We're too surprised to see maybe a twisted mind. If they can get out of the gutter, they will rotate round to the south as well. Geeky, unfortunately, not able to get the flush, but they have to try and wait.
Ooh, double for Scav, a triple for Scav. That is exactly what you want, because he's like effectively fighting on his own front right now. He needs to do this fast and then swing back and help out his teammates, and that has worked out perfectly. Cabby now down as well, though. I mean, Foot needed a big game to maybe make it straight through the grand finals. They need at least like an additional 10 points or so in order to be somewhat safe, and that might not even be enough. But them now being down to 2, I don't see that happening.
No, this is difficult. We do confirm that Vorpal Sword has dropped out of that top 8. We'd be surprised at the moment for Esports would start to fight. But yeah, 62 points, though, is not going to cut it for me at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. They are down to 2. They have to reinforce. Scav and T-Bone split. They do have a PWD in the middle. Schengen shuffles his way out the church. Code Marco gets that confirmation on towards Perfectic. So good play from them, but they have lost the zone again.
Yep, circle goes up towards the north. Winner die going to be set right in the middle. T-Bone does get taken down. Down to just one player now. It is Scav outside the church. And, well, what better place to be in if you need a miracle come your way. I'm not sure exactly what he can do on his own here, but we'll try and keep track of it. Bushido, if they can dislodge Foot here, either, sorry, not Foot, Virtus Pro, either force them further south or just take them out altogether, they're going to have an incredible northern position to play this last game from.
Is there a world that Scav, even in phase 5, can get those chips and get him in quickly? He's running out of time.
There's not. I mean, theoretically, yes, but yeah, I don't see how that happens. As Quizzy, well, that's a way to do it. Takes out his teammate too, but now Mogo is going to take them out. PUDD out as well from Boostic. Spiro, last player left alive. They had a plan, not a genius one, and just like that, Mogo shots him down and does what Slam has done all day long. Is slam opponents successfully once more.
Yeah, good play from them. Last in, last out. Well, minus Hive and 30 Esports here as solos, but you know what I mean. There's 4 of them up. They had a plan. They took on the BRDM and they said no more. Scav has got 5 first aids. A few more bodies in front of him. Mogor is going to be last to move. He's going to have to try and get the shots on, but he opts to go for the knock. I think that should be him done and dusted here. No, yeah. Sheet up, first find him. So 30 Sports will go out and Ave at 63 points. Don't think it's been enough at the moment. Hive trying to survive out. A few more in front of them. But yeah, for the teams like Eternal Fire, they're already sitting here. They're watching, they're waiting. They're going to try and farm as much as they can now.
Yeah, Mogul does go down to blue, so a point extra rewarded for Foot. But yeah, there's no world in which 64 points is going to be enough for top 8 by the end of tomorrow. So Slam able to make their way down the hillside. Lorix did get knocked, but Resh should be safe as we get a replay here of just what happened before the BRDM comes in, pushes them off to the side. Quizzy in the vehicle yeets the Panzerfaust into the side of the BRDM, taking out Diffix from the car. Then Spiro goes upside down. Quizzy drives through it, gets shot from up the hillside, and just like that, what was a pretty smart plan maybe was a disaster.
Diffix was like, fire! Give it a bit of flashing in us!
It's like, no, we're still here! Yeah, that was...
like, help! He's getting flattened by the BRDM. They survive. Not for much longer after that, unfortunately. Slam G get this outside to all of them. Selves now VP engage. Bushido, though, they have the initial knocks. Beamy is down. So's Nixie, Crexy, and Lucax on the spit. Nade will come through the middle. Does take a little bit of splash damage as he tries to redeploy the smokes out. Try and get the resin, but again, they're not inside the zone. Lucax on the hold. Initial spray does get the connection. Now will go down. Now he follows out with a nade as he repositions to try and keep the pressure on.
I'm so surprised that it's only Nail Cup that goes for a play initially. The entire team, and they have the BRDM as well. They should have been up on this hillside as soon as that second knock comes through. But hesitation loses them one, and Lucax will happily try and see if they can punish even more. Goes for the spray on the second one. They have gotten one player back on their feet, but finally Celtic with the bolt in hand, able to take down Lucax. Great shot with the bolt there. As one more falls now. It's just one left alive, and just like that, Virtus Pro are eliminated. Great play from Bushido, and now Eternal Fire on the other side, taking out Win or Die as well. So just like that, we're down to just 3 teams.
Around with the med pack. The year of the Bolty, or the era of the Bolty is back. I feel we see more of these headshots coming in. Eternal Fire charged their way in. Will Die will take 4th place. Eternal Fire should be able to get back towards a 4. Bushido with a 3, but they got the extra bump through the BRDM. And then a Respawn, well, she only got the 2 remains, and that BRDM's coming away, but it's pretty damaged for me. I'd been taking some initial shots at that, stop it in its tracks and keep the high ground.
Well, you only have 68 bullets total, so maybe
Shoot!
that's why it's being hesitant, but a good, well-placed nade here could be huge. Not enough to get Forsberg down, though, and in the end, it's actually going to be Celtic with a double headshot connected with the M249 that takes him out. Schofield now solo player left alive, and for Eternal Fire, this is perfect for them. 31 points in the day thus far, and if this fight goes down the way they are hoping, that maybe Crossfield finds 1, that is a great way to kind of finish off the day. For Eternal Fire, a full Turkish finish, and Schofield finds the double! This could not be any better. Eternal Fire, you better make a play. You're 4 guys up. Push that hill right now. Why are they being so hesitant? There's no way they let him rest.
There's no fire in the belly for them at the moment. Here they come, 7 kills. They've got the utility dump as well. Launch over the hill. You can't allow a res because he can get back into BRDM.
They got 1 already.
He can try and close up. 1 is up. Shots will come through. Nate goes over the top here. Ko Marco sweeps his way round. He could be the explosive hat from him, and the Mad charges over. BRDM out the way, and he shoots it out. It goes down towards the final player here from Bushido, and Eternal Fire maybe getting the win. They do claim it. The fire's back in the belly. Chaos, chaos, chaos. But Eternal Fire come out on top, 20-point game.
And still with that, it's Slam that takes the top damage done. They have been unstoppable today. It's been absolutely insane how well they performed. Again, compared to a 20-point day yesterday, SlamG has got to be the team of the day. I mean, that's been an insane performance. Yeah, that's despite the fact that PK got themselves double wins. I mean, Slam have played out of their minds.
Rags to riches. They slam the bell, and they are going to be champions pretty much of the day, but we can't take anything away from some of the other teams. Ascend, GK, massive performance from them, and good to see a little bit of a last attempt from these Group C teams, as Eternal Fire does claim that final game, but win or die has been pretty consistent here throughout their first day.
Yeah, I mean, they've been fighting for as long as they could, but when you fight for the first 2, 3, maybe even 4 circles, you're coming into that phase 5 so wounded already that the teams that haven't had to do a whole lot, being all 4 alive, still with plenty of utils to work with, you just can't really do a whole lot against them. But that was gonna it. That's gonna be it for today's games. Let's go back to the desk for not only the breakdown, but also a little podcast arena coming up afterwards. So stick around for this post-match talk.
Thanks, Toby. That throw hit. I think that was what he was trying to say there. We are going to celebrate the fact that Eternal Fire won this game. Great for them. But most importantly, and I think Mark and Toby said it there, we have to say it again. Without a doubt, for me, team of the day, SlamG. What a performance they've put on Kalaris to try to get points on the board. Their opportunity is now gone. Obviously, they're not playing tomorrow. But they put up a damn good showing if you compare to what happened on day number 1 for them.
Plenty of moolah, obviously, yeah, with a lot of kills to boot as well. And they were holding off some very important and impactful teams on these sides. Of course, we would go back to good old BRDM ram raiding against Geeky. And Geeky eventually folded against all of this pressure here, Martin, right? I mean, yes, they're able to deal with the BRDM situation, but SlamG finally comes in on that side, wins out that south wall of attrition that was going on. Good for them.
I was actually expecting Virtus Pro to have a bang of a game when you looked at their position in Boyard from the northern side, but they got denied as well. But yeah, what a nade though for Schofield to finish off Bushido. Bushido is looking to actually get a fantastic game. A BRDM with HP, 3 guys alive from that situation, but this is just completely gifted to Eternal Fire there from Respawn. What a great way to finish the day, to be honest.
Let's talk about that Eternal Fire game for them, getting that win. Avenger, walk me through the gift that they were given.
I mean, when your comrades from the same countries getting a nade on like those, like they're gonna take that opportunity, and Respawn's gonna get completely shot down from it, right? But Bushido, yeah, it's so unfortunate. You're 3 guys strong. You have the high ground of the octopus kind of mountain in the middle there, and you have a BRDM. There's a situation where you should and could win that game, but a 2-man nade, you're outside the BRDM, damage done, like you don't win that game. Like you're just completely shot down. Eternal Fire played extremely well throughout, though. The way they took control, the way they kind of pushed out. But the Bushido fight on Virtus Pro was great. I enjoyed it. I mean, this looked like a kind of boring game, but the way that the fights were executed and the teams got shot down and teams still being 3 or 4 live was actually pretty beautiful.
I mean, what you're saying about this Eternal Fire win as a whole, right? It's kind of what we addressed at the beginning of this game when we were looking at the playing path and looking at the circle, how it would work out. They have Pachinki. They have the option to choose where they're going to go with the 2-2 split on the compound north of Pachinki, as well as the compound to the east of Pachinki, just in case they get some weird shifts going. And then from there, they're able to kind of solidify a huge space around them. So I'm impressed by that. I'm impressed by what they were able to do here. They should have converted on this game, and they did effectively, Sam. So I like that from this compound.
The final match results on your screen for day 2, the final match that got to be played by our Group A team. So let's see now what the overall leaderboard looks like, because this will be the last time some of these teams will have a chance to put points on the board. For Geek Esports and Ascend, as well as Slam G now, I would say, Avenger, they have set themselves up in a really good spot, possibly Bushido as well.
Yeah, I would say Bushido should be safe. I think we come in and see BB Team and FaZe Clan kind of sponge up tomorrow, but I think for Krint, it's a GG. I think for Foot, it's a GG. Tomorrow, we're going to see, I mean, Warple Swords as well. It's 60 points is not going to be enough. Kref, obviously, 41, not enough. But 84, I feel like that's actually going to be safe. They might be that 8th or 9th team, though.
Okay, so I tell you what, gents, let's have a little bit of fun here. Let's give this a number that we think you're going to have to get over in order to make the top 8. Ooh. I am going to say 85.
Did you have to get over?
I'm writing it.
I'll say 80.
You'd have to get 80. I'm saying 80. You have to get over 85 if you want to make the top 8.
I'll say 84.
I believe Mark agrees with me.
You think Bushido will be the cutoff?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So Bushido makes it at 84?
No, I think you have to get above 84 to get in.
Which would be 85, right?
That's what I'm saying. You have to get above 84. You said above 85.
Okay, so I'm going above 85.
Price is writing her right now? What is going on?
Yeah, he's trying to save his ass because he realized I'd got the number.
I think 84 is the cutoff. I think Bushido is
Bushido's in?
I think Bushido's in.
Guys,
I think they're
guys,
eighth.
I'm saying Bushido's out. There we go. Let's see if who's right and wrong.
Anyone under 83 is in trouble. Right, what do you think about that?
Oh.
Is that your... Okay, so you're saying that Bushido's in as well. This is going to be the game. We're going to check tomorrow.
I didn't say that.
You said that.
No, I think Sam said that, no?
Give me an answer. Yes or no. Is Bushido in tomorrow, Carlaris?
Maybe.
This is going to drive me insane. Make a commitment, damn it, man.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go on a wild card. Go yes.
I think they're
8th
as well. I think they're going to be our 8th.
Yeah, 8th. Exactly 8th. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, there we go.
Good death segment, guys. Good death segment.
So that's where we're at. I'm just writing these down. If you're watching, we can double check if everyone is correct.
Great. I'm just going to throw some numbers down as well tomorrow. You know what I mean?
There's the break. I got them all down here. The question now, of course, is when you take a look at the likes of Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, the big names that are still kind of having to work out their point situation tomorrow. Have we seen enough from these teams to make a decision yet? It's at the halfway mark. I have concerns, and I'm curious, Avenger, do you have concerns?
No, I don't. I mean, you're coming in tomorrow as well. There's going to be teams that's going to be struggling a lot. You're coming in against teams like, teams that has less than 25 points, below Hands of Hope. Like, it's going to be very, very difficult for those teams to have anything to happen. So we'll see.
If BB Team and FaZe continue the way they did day 1, and we go on both of you saying 83, 84, there's only like 1, maybe 2 spots available, and I mentioned 3 teams.
Yep.
Are we seeing where the problem is here?
Yes, I think you're right, but BB Team and FaZe is already in, given the fact that they're in high 60s or 70s, right? So let's just put them in already. That leaves 2 spots. Na'Vi's going to get 1. Who's the last spot?
Virtus Pro or Twisted Minds?
Yeah, maybe.
I like that. Okay. Oh no, I can't.
Yeah. I'll bet you 100.
Do you know?
100 Sonics dollars.
100 Sonics bucks.
Oh my god.
Where's my Sonic's books?
Oh,
whoa!
Look at that. Oh. I'll bet you 100 Sonic's box that Bushido is 8th place tomorrow. What do you think?
I cannot believe that the one time I try to get you to both just give a definitive answer, the entire desk segment resolved into absolute chaos.
It's your
we started
fault,
putting
Sam.
sunglasses on.
This has been going on for minutes.
So difficult for you guys to just say yes or no.
Okay.
Shocking.
Well,
Absolutely shocking.
I'll give
We
you
are
a
done
yes or
now.
no
We are
answer.
moving on. We are done. We are moving on
Okay,
to the
okay, that's fine.
podcast. I am furious. We're changing it up. The post show is here. Change of music. It's time now for me to ask you questions from the audience at home. I'm going to read them off another screen because I need to make sure that I get these X handles 100% correctly pronounced. So here's the first one. Swearhala, I think is the name, says, is there a difference in playstyle between the EMEA, the American, and the Asian comp players? Seems like an easy answer, but I have a few follow-up questions. Avenger?
When you say Asian, there's 3 definitive sub-regions in Asia. APAC.
All right.
APAC.
Okay, just deal with how many characters someone has on
I'll define it a
X.
little bit. When you take Asia is quite different, right? Because APAC is in extreme chaos, very smash mouth, full aggressive style, where Korea is extremely calculated and China is somewhere in the middle. You have some aggressive teams that's playing chaotic, some other teams that are extremely calculated. So that region, all of Asia is just, they are the whole span, right? So let's take it over to kind of EMEA and Americas, because those 2 regions are quite similar, but you're taking in a sprinkle of Brazil and Argentina that is more smash mouth than the calculated players of Americas. And then you have the new guys in Europe that is more aggressive but don't have the structure and discipline that we have from, say, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, BB Team.
I mean, Carlos, I'd be curious though, because this is, I think, maybe for fans watching, what they don't understand is how difficult it is then if you are, say, for an example, at Twisted Minds and you get to EWC now to win the whole damn thing. Because how do you practice for an event like EWC when your lobbies that you're going to play in have a very definitive style that is so different from the other regions?
I think when it comes to international play, actually, there's ebbs and flows to how well a regional play style prepares you for the international play style. And oftentimes, I would say, in the more recent years, the more calculated, methodical, slower pace prepares you slightly better for the international lobbies compared to some of the other more smash mouth kind of crazy regions. Even though we've seen victories from some of those regions, obviously you've got, you know, the longevity of Twisted Minds looking so good. And even when Falcons does come to internationals and wins things out as well, they are one of the only teams actually that alongside Liquid sometimes that comes and plays in scrims in EMEA and then is also able to adapt to that internationally a little bit better as well, which is why you see Falcons as the one team that actually also is able to go out and win internationals. So other teams come close, but I think, slight biased, that our region does prepare you slightly better, not completely, but slightly better for internationals.
Do you have a bit of insight, Avenger, into how some of these teams do prepare for those international events?
Yeah, tons of scrims, looking at all the games that have been played, looking at all the finals that's been playing in other regions as well. Like there's and all of of course, the timing of your trajectory and kind of pathing into circles. There's always like these timings you have. I mean, if you have teams that you know are east of you and you're going west, you want to know all the teams that are east of you, if they're a fast-moving team, a slow-moving team, and the kind of timings. So there's a lot of information to be gapped as well, and especially when you're going to LANs. We're going to have a 33-team LAN for PGC this year. There's 23 other teams at PGSs, right? So, and we're playing 4 maps. Like the sheer amount of information. There's a lot of quizzing going on. Like you can take an example as Falcons. Gunnar is always taking the guys like saying, where does this team land on this map? And then one guy answers this map, the other guy answers. Like always these kind of quizzes where to prepare the team as best as possible because there's just so much information on top of everything else that you kind of have to store with. Where's the map is good, and like we're potentially sometimes playing circles on Rondo and sometimes Tego, where the players never had a competitive ending, like at a LAN setting where you have 15, 16 teams alive towards circle 3 and 4. So there's an insane amount of preparation outside the game. Alongside that, you also have to play the game 30, 40, 50 hours a week to keep at a mechanical level that's competing with the new young guns that's coming out of APAC and so far.
We're going to move on to our next question now. Let me see if I can get this right. Crypto Fecker. What a name. How much
Sorry, can
pressure...
you repeat that?
I'm not going to do this. Don't do this to me, Kylaris. How much pressure do you think fans and live audiences bring to the performance of pro players? I kind of want to reword this a little bit, because I don't know if I would say pressure so much as I think it kind of amplifies the gameplay that we see. I would argue that players, that pressure they kind of feed off, in my experience, and a live audience in a LAN environment just amplifies the level of gameplay we see. If I were to sort of answer this, I think that it brings a different energy to the mix. And for me, if you are going to judge the best in the world, I think you have to put them in front of a live audience. But I mean, boys, what do you think?
You want to take it, Benja?
Yeah, I can start for sure. I mean, there's 16 teams playing, 64 players on the stage the whole time. It's quite a lot. And also when you have thousands of people watching you, especially at PGCs, there's a lot of information you can kind of get from the excitement from crowds. Like, even though you're playing with noise cancelling, even though you can't really see the crowd, like, you can hear the atmosphere. And if you're driving towards a compound and you hear a then you're feeding off information. This is something that's readily available to everyone that's in playing, right? So you kind of have to bounce off that, even though somebody thinks that it's unethical to do that. But everyone has the same information available to them at that point. But it brings, I think back to Nations Cup, where it's like you're looking at him as he's on the camera, and it's like everyone's screaming. It's like him as, and he's shy. He bows down behind the camera, right? And that kind of pressure puts, if you're not camera ready and used to it, then that kind of pressure kind of could get to you as well.
It could. Jeez Louise, we've been doing esports for a long time. All right, there's so much to talk about. Obviously, there are a lot of players that thrive for it and actually live for it, being able to finally play in front of an audience, right? And I know from talking to a lot of our PUBG players that some of them, they're hoping for those moments. They're hoping to play in front of a crowd. And it's funny what you're saying, Avenger, about because in PUBG, what a lot of our guys do is they're wearing, for people that aren't fully aware of what's happening on our stages, when we unfortunately only get 2 times a year where they're playing in front of a live audience, which hopefully I would like more. We should have more for our scene to thrive and do well, because we could fill out big areas, I would say, especially in Southeast Asia, some other locations. But they're wearing noise cancelling headphones, and oftentimes they're pumping white noise into those headphones alongside the actual game audio as well. And even though they have that, I have covered tournaments where they're in booths, which is much better than that for soundproofing and stuff like that. They can still hear some of those moments when the kind of crowd's rumbling and stuff like that. But that exact feeling of hearing that rumble is why these players want to play in front of live crowds. So yes, it does add pressure, but a lot of these teams thrive under that pressure, or want to be able to thrive under that pressure. And as a famous man once said, pressure creates diamonds. So you know what? Sometimes people are able to make the most insane plays happen in those very moments. And we've seen it in the past in PUBG.
I mean, outside of all of that, I just think remember when PUBG first came out and the competitive scene, there were all those LANs happening, and this was just in Europe, if you remember just the crowds and the excitement that it would pull. I'd love to see more of that for this game. I'd love to have more opportunities for fans to actually engage in real time with those players and see them on the stage.
we should have it at every PGS, from my perspective. Obviously, we have some limitations in China, and obviously, it's just been announced that we're in Malaysia as well. I don't know if we have crowd or anything like that, but we should have it for every PGS. Those lands are big enough to have crowd, have that kind of reverence added to a tournament like that, because a tournament, a LAN feels very different having a crowd and not having a crowd. I think that is undisputed.
Without a doubt. We could chat about this a bit more, but we need to move on to our final question here. This one is coming from Strangerston3, and it's a nice nerdy question about the game that I think Avenger would love to jump in on. Is the current blue zone damage scaling balanced? Does the zone punish rotations too harshly? Or does it reward better planning?
All right, well, we'll give Martin 10 minutes.
Wait, let me get the
let's
whiteboard
go.
out, guys, here. No, I mean, there's it's always a big talk about the kind of balancing, both with size of circles and blue zone and stuff like that. And like, there's a big jump, you know, when you go from circle 3 to circle 4, we go from 1 to 3 damage per second, then we go to 5, then we go to 8. And right now, there's still quite a lot of blue zone healing. And even the players that do blue zone healing to survive for a long time, they're advocating to say, let's get it eliminated. Let's make sure that, you know, we are not going to get surprised by some guy that's been having 21st days that's coming out of the blue and destroying a potential win for teams, right? So I think that's definitely, I think it's about time that we're going to have some sort of a balance. I think in phases 1 and 2 and potentially most of 3, you should be able to rotate. Sometimes you're just going to have these back-to-back hardships away from you. You should be able to rotate in the blue and kind of get in slow. But once we get to 4 and 5, it should be way more punishing than it is right now. I would say from 4 it should be 5, and from phase 5 it should be 8. So we're basically pushing in one zone forward. So it's still possible to heal a little bit, but it's way more punishing. Like, you're not going to be able to do it for too long. Just because, like, phase 1 and 2, there's so much strategy to the game still, where it's like, okay, we have a plane path that's south, the zone went north, so technically there should be space on both eastern and west sides of the circle, right? So there's so many strategic plays that should be still available, not so you don't get kind of damaged and hurt too much by the blue here. But yeah, I think it's about time. Hopefully we'll have some constructive talks. We've had that before with the devs at tournaments, so hopefully you had that as well for this year here, so we can get improvement, because currently we're playing on a improved circle setting that we somehow got applied for IEM Katowice in 2018, I believe, with slight changes. So we're talking 7 years old.
I don't have much to add, to be honest, Sam. I think me and Avenger are very aligned on this, because we kind of have these kinds of conversations almost every tournament we're at together, so nothing to add.
There we go. Hopefully we got to answer the questions. I really love this segment. I think it's tons of fun. And I know you get G coins for submitting your questions, but maybe you should just submit your questions because they're interesting and we like to answer them. We are done now with day number 2 here at PEC4 for the group stages. Tomorrow, we get to see Group B and Group C battle it out, and by the end of the day, we'll know exactly which teams have made it straight through to our grand finals. It will be the same time, same place, so make sure you're ready for your Sunday viewing from all of us. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.